Oh, sheesh. FXKK XXKA, hello. Okay. Oh, damn.
It's going to be an action-packed day today, so let's dive right in. Welcome everyone to day 4 of the Snapdragon Pro Series MLBB Challenge season. I'm your host Liz. Join with me today are our incredible
This is day 4 already.
and Steph Weezy. How are you guys doing today?
That's right, Private Dancer here, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed in North America as the sun begins to rise. But as I'm told and as we've witnessed, things have already been hot and spicy in the EU and MENA regions.
Let's go.
That's right, hot and spicy as we are in Group A and Group B, seeing these teams fight it out. And like you said, rising to the occasion these teams will be doing today. And some will be knocked down to the lower bracket. Some will qualify, and I can't wait to see which way this goes.
Oops, it was day 3. My bad. My bad.
Going to be a hell of a run. But as you guys are at it, make sure to follow us on our socials. That's X, Facebook, and Instagram at ESL Mobile. And make sure to join us on our
hello
Discord
guys.
server at Snapdragon Pro Series.
Tournament right now.
Yeah, if you can't get enough of those ESL moments of you got your favorite teams, the bios, information on all the players, you can check it out at our socials.
Yeah, stay tuned with the latest and greatest for these teams competing by following all the social medias. That way you guys don't miss a beat.
That is right,
everything
guys.
is
and
fine.
Make sure to tune in to this season because we are going to end the run with the Mobile Masters.
2 minutes, I'll be back.
Happen in April 7th to 13th in Jakarta, Indonesia. And 3 teams from EMEA will participate.
Yeah, it's going to be a huge year for Jakarta, Indonesia when it comes to Mobile Legends, and Snapdragon Pro Series there to set the tone.
Yeah, and just a huge step for Snapdragon as well. Like we said, 3 teams to be able to make it out from the challenge season and challenge finals. But we got to take a step back and see where all this started. It started with EUR&MENA and open qualifiers, 4 open qualifiers to be exact, separated by 4 quarters. And you got to see teams qualify on forward into the open finals. Same exact format for Turkey, doing everything exactly the same, but for their specific region. And now here we are in a blended challenge season to be able to see EMEA and also Turkey fight it out to see who will be able to represent and go even further into the challenge finals, which will be a double elimination bracket. And yeah, all these teams fighting it out in the best of 5s. Definitely going to be exciting. But the grand finals, that's what I'm looking forward to. That's a best of 7.
Yeah, it's going to be a hell of a run, but regardless, for the challenge season, 4 teams will indeed make it. And today we get to find out who the 2 victors will be heading straight into the challenge finals.
Yeah, action-packed and exciting. We've already seen so many different
$2,000 prize pool.
What they are going to be fighting for here. The prize pool, first place going to be walking away with $2,200. Second place going to be walking away with $1,650. Third place going to be walking away with $1,100. And fourth place with $550. But we've talked about it. The money is probably the smallest thing that's on a lot of these teams' mind, especially when it comes to pride.
Yeah, regional pride, all these teams holding that banner high as we step forward into the challenge season and go even further for Group A and Group B. We got to see so many teams fight it out. GK and S2G no longer here, or actually GK not here with us. S2G on
So today we're gonna have upper bracket games from Group A and Group B.
Yeah,
this SUP and Birthright. And then what was on top? Falcons, I guess?
Straight into
Falcons
the
and someone
finals.
else.
And that is going to be for the
They will
Group
show right
A.
now.
And also we get to see the Group B matches. Group B yesterday
Oh,
we
yeah.
saw BJK putting on a
I
fight
forgot what
up
this
against
Fireflux.
Elevate. However, indeed, at the end of the day, Elevate has made it forward in the lower bracket. And today we get to see Incendio Supremacy
Hello,
versus Team
Tomato.
Falcons. And one of these teams will be
Zephyr,
qualified
no,
into
we
challenge
can't
finals,
play.
and one
I'm
of them
watching
will be dropped
tournament right
down
now.
against Elevate to get one last shot at glory.
Yeah, some exciting matches when it comes to both of these teams, especially because they're going to have that little bit of a chance down there at the lower bracket. So every opportunity provided to them to reach that little bit of glory.
And speaking of glory, today, as we take a look at the schedule, Papar Supermassive and Birthright fighting it out for Group A in a best of 5. And right after that, we'll be seeing Incendio Supremacy up against Team Falcons in another best of 5 as well. Whoever wins from these schedules will move on forward as a qualified team for the challenge finals, while the rest, like we mentioned, will be dropped down to the lower bracket for one more chance at success.
Yeah, superstar teams for each bracket, but only one will be heading to the challenge season today. Let's find out who these teams are. Casters, take us into the first series.
Not gonna lie, and I know it's not nice to say as a caster, like when you play favorites, but I am really excited about this first matchup. We watched it. I think we both casted this matchup, and these two were the underdogs in their respective series. Papara Supermassive versus Birthright. You can't go in this as an underdog now. Both of these guys looking to take that big step forward.
That's right, Turkey versus Europe. Both of them spearheading the way, ready to raise that banner high. You know, I actually had the chance to talk to Danny from Birthright, and he feels like there's not really too much competition for their team when it comes to Snapdragon Pro Series. He even said when they go up against Incendio Supremacy that they think they would take the win. So they're going in super confident. Like you said, these are underdogs, right? They have a lot to prove, but little to lose in this situation. Since there's not too much known about them, they have that surprise factor, which could work in their favor.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting matchup for me. As we said before, already kind of a little bit of a heartbreak when we watched their last series, as they were able to take down Titans and Veterans in their series to reign supreme. Here, there's no kind of, I want to say, switched imbalances. Both of these teams came into this looking as underdogs, so there's really nothing else left on the table except for both of these teams to kind of show who has kind of managed it better. I want to say Papara Supermassive, we've heard a little bit about them. Birthright, we've both had the honor of casting for the last year when it came to some European competition. So they're definitely looking to make a mark here today.
Yeah, and speaking of making a mark, they came in swinging heavy, right? Right when we started the challenge season. You mentioned the underdogs taking down some powerhouse names. Papar Supermassive, they took down GK, a team that's been around for a while. They had the addition of Carvey as well from Dace Volts to strengthen their arsenal, but it was not enough to stop Papar Supermassive. They were able to close that out with a 3-1. And then Birthright taking down S2G right after that in a 3-2 fashion. S2G, a team we've seen competing in multiple international events, M6 and also MSC as well. And to see Birthright push on forward, I'm right there with you. When it comes to some favorites, I always like to root for the underdogs, and I think today we're going to have a good story.
Yeah, it's really interesting, and I know we've been kind of glazing both of these teams, but we've seen some overarching tendencies that come here when it comes to MENA, when it comes to Europe. Sometimes these games can get extended.
Sorry, I'm back.
One thing I've kind of noticed is as we start reaching that end, as we start getting
Draft,
to the high ground
interesting.
towers, things get
Ultra
a
interesting.
dicey for some of these teams. And where do you think these teams need to focus if they want to shut down?
No, they're both strong teams.
And bring these games to a nice and decisive close.
No, this Papara Supremacy were really good.
It definitely boils down to getting those objectives, right? If you're
And I was playing versus this Xiao,
don't let one team snowball
Zhao.
should be the main priority.
I don't know how they
read
read this.
These two amazing teams. As we are now jumping into the draft so far, a couple of interesting things on the board. First is the Eve ban, Prioed on the blue side from Papara Supermassive. You know, usually when we see this, I wonder what their strategy is. Is it a comfort ban? Are they trying to stop Birthright for pulling that out? As I feel like the further we go in the challenge season, the more we're starting to see this Eve on the blue side.
Yeah, and then there's that little love triangle that's been.
Did they
happening
change
into
mid
the
laner?
lane where it's
Because
Granger,
After
who
Dark
countered by Harris,
was
who
not
countered
playing
by
last time.
The Irithyll out there. So with the Harris taken off the board, they want to take off. The obvious answer is to take
Suyo,
Granger
but not
off the board, which
Hayabusa.
leaves open Suyu for the side of
Suyu?
Papara
Bro.
Supermassive.
Suyo.
It's been a kind of a flip, a choice. And even when it comes to casters, who has the priority? Who really has the advantage when it comes to first pick or second pick? Sure, you get that first priority pick, but your enemy right now gets the counter with 2 of their own, and even with what I like to call a little bit of an EU Turkish special here with that prio of the Bedang picks.
Yeah, the Bedang has been rising to the occasion. I'm still trying to get on the board with it, but we'll have to see. I think it's more successful when it's in the XP lane. I have yet to really see a profitable roam Bedang, at least so far in the challenge season. We are seeing the Hayabusa, though, something that has been very profitable, right? You have the Ouija Shadow Kill, you have the high mobility, you have a better chance of getting those retribution plays as well, and I think it's a wise decision, but there's still a Hilda on the table, and I wonder if Papara Supermassive will go in for that as they opt in for the Phoveus.
Yeah, that was actually what I was going to be quite curious with. I guess so. And then when it comes to Hilda possibly being up against the Bedang, maybe it's not really the best suited there. I still kind of prefer the Hilda.
Maybe
it's just that I want to say Hilda's
I want to
biggest
eat actually.
weakness
I
comes
have
with
to eat.
CC,
I was
slows
not
and
eating
stuff, which
for
Bedang has plenty of that
3
he can
hours
dish
already.
out, so he could probably possibly punish her.
I need to eat
Phoveus has been
something.
a decent call. It's just we need something to be able to shut down the Hayabusa in the early game, because once he starts getting rolling, and I want to say he's one of probably the fastest scaling assassins, other than like those ones who specialize in it, like a Nolan or something like that. He can come out pretty strong, even level 3 with the quad shadows and the damage that he can dish out there.
Obvious Hayabusa.
Supermassive does favor that
Not so
Sicilian. They really
obvious
like the damage,
Sicilian.
especially that it brings into the late game.
Not all teams like Sicilian. I saw
Sicilian is,
like FNOP
interesting.
picking
Something they love to
Sicilian a lot
try
of
out, but it does
times.
take a little bit of time to pick up, and it got a little bit of a nerf as well.
Super
with the
Friends
damage, so
especially.
It takes even longer for that mid to late game to really pop off. So
Yeah,
you have
they
to be
like
very
more
passive. You cannot
Vexana,
be aggressive in the early
Aurora,
phase, or it's going to take a while for that
Barca,
training to get started.
Valentina.
When we look at Birthright, though,
Like
they're gonna
Valentina
match
is
a
not
mage for
banned.
mage. They're
No
gonna
one
pick up
picks
this
her because
Vexana.
Gato is banned.
I think it's a wise decision, right? You have a good front line when you drop down an Eternal Guard, especially
Yeah,
when
kind
you
of
have a hero like
obvious,
Phoveus, who's gonna be
bans
wrestling
right
with an
now.
Infernal Pursuit. Speaking of Phoveus, while he does scale very well, he's going to be lacking the mobility, right? So it's going to be very crucial for Papara Supermassive to make sure if he's engaging, they're right behind him, because once he goes in, he's not getting back out.
Yeah, and especially with a Matilda band, you don't really have that reassurance of the guiding winds to be able to pull your team back out of a situation.
Is this guy, this caster private dancer, is pulling out new jacket every day.
I was wondering if we were going to maybe
What is that?
on some more bands onto that. Oh, there is a Juan ban out there. Tigreal
It's a jacket with skulls.
and that was going to be one of those big things too.
I
Is
know.
you need, from bringing on to your point, is you need
Oh,
something
fashion
that can
guy.
accompany the Phoveus into that back line. Once he starts that
Vitaly, hello.
force, he's in the back line. You need something there to couple with him to kind of get that CC to maybe tank some of that damage so that the rest of your team can do their job with the Sicilian raining
Van
down his
Van
damage in
Band.
the back line, with
Yeah,
the
cancer for
Suyu
CO.
being able to kind of put in a lot of those
Suyu.
melee attacks. Taking Tigreal off the board is a good call here too. I'm expecting possibly maybe a Beleric being the next best option. Maybe even a Lolita could possibly come out there. Something that
Lolita?
has a setting
No.
potential for the entire team.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what's going to be slotted in their own position as well.
Some
Hylos
stupid
could be a good
Hylos
pickup
will
from
be,
Papara
yeah.
Supermassive, especially because they are
Or
lacking the mobility.
Tigreal.
You have the glorious pathway
Birthright
that's gonna help
likes
the Sicilian
Tigreal
and
so
promote
much,
the
but they
Phoveus,
ban Tigreal.
especially in these engagements. Even the Suyo. Now, Mark's been still being dabbled down on the bans. You're going to see the Bruno taking
Maybe
off the
some
board.
Hufra?
There's only really
Hufra.
so many options left, right? You have the Beatrix.
What about
and the
Hufra?
Irithyll, possibly the Moskov, which may come out here soon. It's a good read on the 1-1. It's a target ban, especially for Birthright, who likes
Yeah,
to
Hylos
GT returns with
ban.
it. So right now, definitely both sides doing a little bit of homework. When you're looking at Papara Supermassive, though, they have the damage checked off, right? We just need to wrap it up with a little bit more crowd control and something that can get those initial setups.
Crazy
And
bans.
I was going to kind of point out the carry, but it's not really going to be a great option with how late it scales, especially with the Hayabusa on the team, who's really going to be able to negate a lot of the damage you're going to have with that shadow kill that he can throw out there and pretty much just negate everything out there. Bruno's taken off the board, so we're kind of looking, it is going to be a Beatrix, so we're kind of sticking to these old and familiar, and of course, answered up there with a Belric on the Papara Supermassive side.
And there goes the Moskov as well. Running out of options in the gold lane. There's only really so much they could take right there. The Belric, though, will be the roamer. Now we're looking at Birthright for what they match up against it, right? Are we going to be putting this Bedang in the roam position? Are we going to be putting it in the XP lane? We know it's flexible.
Belric.
It's been more successful in the XP lane so far, but I don't know, maybe this match will be the one to turn that around. But when I'm looking at what they have so
They
far,
need some front lane.
set up with the fist crack. They have the eternal guard for a little bit of knock-up as well, but I feel like they need a little bit more.
Khalid, he's not that bad here.
The side of Papara Supermassive when they do decide to engage.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing
Edit
Khalid
Khalid,
out there right now, we haven't seen Kufra too often.
Yo, what the fuck?
So it is going to be the Bedang, I'm assuming, because
Usual.
it's Bedang in the roam position. We were kind of talking about this. It almost, I personally, I do not like it as a flex pick. It's not. It has its uses that EU and MENA have been very good at utilizing.
No, I know my lobby is playing Yuzhong.
You don't really have the
But Yuzhong versus Phovis. Oh shit.
Position, when it comes to something like this, he does have one little amount of CC when it comes out to being able to separate walls. But I mean, if you want a wall, Grok's out there too, which can kind of do the same thing, if not maybe a little bit better, to be able to run through an entire team and get some CC. We'll see how this works out for them. I don't hate the draft out there. It's just
no. Mr. Private, don't hate Badang. He's good roam.
Exactly. He's not meant as a tank. It doesn't mean he can't be played as a tank.
Do not hate Badang.
That Birthright can be.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are now jumping into the land of Dawn for the challenge season of Snapdragon Pro Series. Series number 1 for the winners match, Group A. Papara Supermassive up against Birthright in a best of 5.
I'm not gonna lie, this is what I like to see when both teams, especially with their roams, getting some help to make sure that they can take down these buffs extra quickly.
Well done. Hello.
For junglers like a Hayabusa, like a
I'm relaxed.
clear the jungle very quickly. It's nice to have that little bit of edge.
I can do a warm-up.
First one to try to rotate.
I can also make me some food.
Yeah, definitely gonna be keeping a close eye on that. You know, the Sicilian and Mohi.
I want to eat.
Focus on that damage. You're gonna have to see how this kind of plays out. The Yuzhong, I do like to pick up on that because they needed a way to get to the back line, specifically for After Dark on this Sicilian, right? Somebody that can just drop on top and pretty much get that petrify and get the quick kill. So that's going to be his main focus. Not to mention you have a lot of backline dive with the Hayabusa as well. So it's going to be a little bit of a challenge for the mid laner. Speaking of challenge, though,
Damn.
Mohi gonna shut down my lobby on the Yuzhong for first blood.
This is one of those like really expert plays when it comes to a Yuzhong who really comes into his own when he gets that level 3.
Yuzhong already lost.
But right before that, he is so susceptible to being ganked. I feel like a lot of people don't understand that sometimes when they play him because they're just playing off of like that mid game that he's going to have and that he's got a lot of regen here. I mean, he doesn't even have an escape here. Level 1 gets popped up and boom, Mohi comes in to clean up the job. It's quick, easy, and I want to say like without any fault there, able to get out very quickly.
Yeah, and I mean, like you said, Papara Supermassive going in for the damage, the double impure rage from Mohi, and After Dark, you don't want to take that lightly.
They're gonna go ahead, start up on this turtle. 2 to 3. Do have the 3, do have a little bit. Bedang goes in, looking for, doesn't have the fist crack just yet. We do come in with the demonic force. The rest of Birthright is gonna have to go out. Black
Oh, nice.
Looking for the petrify. Mohi still.
Okay, Yuzhong doing his job a little bit.
Chasing, but unable to
But Phovis killed Haya.
We did see a Spear of Vengeance come out there, but not able to capitalize. 3 down for the side of
What the hell?
Phovis
did double kill.
Yeah, Papara Supermassive off to
No,
a great
Phovis
start.
is just so much stronger than Yuzhong right now.
On the Mohi, right? He didn't really go in for the mage for the backlines. He just tried to focus on stopping the retribution on the turtle.
Useless.
Not really sure that was the wisest decision, especially when his jungler wasn't in retri distance for that 50-50 trade.
What's the point
He
of
would've been better off
you
just going in
speaking
for the
English with
backline
such
kill
an
to at least
accent? It's
find
so
something
terrible.
from
Let
that engagement.
at
Now,
least
Papara
speak your own
Supermassive
language.
leading
Bro,
the
are you
way in the
retarded or
1,000 gold lead.
something?
Yeah, then I'm kind of wondering if it was just a miscommunication on the side of Birthright.
Is it like learn accent English stream, or is just Mobile Legends stream where we enjoy the game and I want to talk with more English audience?
It wasn't going to be a successful burst or a successful game.
It doesn't matter if I have a little bit of accent. It's fine.
Into the back line where the rest of Birthright weren't going to be able to follow. So I mean, it's a good plan to be able to kind of counter what your enemy is trying to do there, especially when we were talking about
I do not care about it at all.
Like the Yuzong can be for a composition like this.
Yeah, Yuzong running the war cry as well, so he's going to have that sustained damage for those basic attacks.
Whoa.
No, nice ultimate from Balearic.
I want to say the ultimate came out from Blotsfed, followed by a Spear of Vengeance. Zhao came in, was able to clean up as well. 5-1 for Birthright. And I've talked about it before. Birthright has been known to be a little bit of a slow starter, and it's one of those, I want to say, one of their prime weaknesses that I feel like still they're able to come in at the end, they're able to hold it together. But I mean, if a team is going to be able to take advantage of you to this degree, there might be some problems with you trying to get that advantage back.
Right now, Papara outplaying Birthright.
Yeah, moving on to the next turtle and a little bit of damage in the mid lane.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and easily clean up the second turtle. Birthright is able to get their purple buff.
Fuck me, baby. Okay, Mercury, bend over.
Quadrado comes out, is not going to catch anybody, but they're going to be here to try to put some damage.
Yeah, the point is more people can understand me.
From the bottom
like
tower. Right now, Birthright just having some trouble trying to catch
everyone knows English. Like almost everyone knows English.
Yeah, just
Germans, Ukrainians, no. Italians, and they wanna see some content, but they don't have, for example, Italian or a German streamer. So what's left? Only people who speak English, Maybe some USA streamers like Mobazane, Hoon, and Gosu General. Or maybe some European streamers that is not speaking his own language. Like, would it be so good if I just spoke Ukrainian language? No. It's not exciting. I'm playing on Europe server and most of Europe can't understand me. What is this type of stream? Guys, come to my stream and I speak Ukrainian. Cool.
And we talked about this Bedang in the roam position and how it just struggles a little bit to more traditional tanks, and you're getting to see that firsthand here as we are now at the 6-minute mark, and it's a 3,000 gold lead for Papara Supermassive. Glowing Wand picked up by After Dark as well. It's gonna have that Life Bane passive on it as well to work up against this Yuzong.
And also a big part of the Mobile Legends community is Indonesians and Philippines and like whole Asia. And they also don't understand Ukrainian. They understand English, so it's kind of logical even to speak English. If I just want to show my skill.
Marking a little bit of trouble. Sanguine Claws are out as well. Demonic Force putting on the
like as well. English opens the opportunities to work with all Europe companies. Like, I wouldn't be streaming this Snapdragon tournament if I was not speaking English. That's the only reason why I do that. Because those guys from Snapdragon, they know I speak English, they know I can promote their product, whatever it is, their sponsors, the tournament. That's why they offered me to stream this tournament. Bunty, hello.
Such a high percentage of hitting those Wrath of Dryads, especially on something as mobile as a Hayabusa, and maybe that's just kind of showing the frustration from Birthright right now as they are behind 6-1 and almost a 5k gold deficit.
Yeah, doing a great job of positioning, and now my lobby may be in some trouble.
Yeah, and Wessa gonna go ahead and put on some number 2. Big pop-up comes in with the demonic force and forcing a touch there as Marco might be in a little bit of trouble coming in. Well, he finds a kill onto Mark just wide.
They lost already too much objectives. Now they're gonna suck dick.
Might have been looking at another death. Not that a 7-1 kill lead for Papara Supermassive isn't a huge deal right now.
And a 5,000 gold lead in climbing. The economy is definitely on the
Nightbot is crazy.
Birthright. Need to be careful, and this is a little alarming considering there's a Moscow.
Also, when I will make videos about like some jungle rotations or tier list or other videos, if I speak English, I guess I will have Europe people on my videos, and that's what I want. I want to promote Europe region. Not only Ukraine and certainly not Russia.
Right back, and just when Birthright seem to have a small opportunity, Papara Supermassive are
unfortunately Europe really lacks good streamers. Only few ones you can count them on fingers. Like
struggle for Wasa Star on this Phobius, right? I mean, once he engages, he has no way to get out. So you can.
I don't know, some Shino, Dark Legend died, so Shino, me, and I don't even know more Europe streamers right now. I know only Shino and me. Zedal probably. Zedal, yep.
The problem is that you go in as
do you play MLBB Rising Open? Yeah, I played it yesterday. If I'll be able to play today again, I'll play it again.
They took you down, but was it a mistake? Because it allows Papara Supermassive to find a kill of their own and a little bit of an advantage. And a kill, if a kill is answered with a death on your team as well, it's not really bringing you to an advantage. It's just kind of keeping you at a stalemate. It's the Black Dragon is getting chunked down here, searching through the air to find itself something here. My lobby in trouble as Wasa finds the killing blow. Oh, and Eternal Guardian comes out as well. The rest of Birthright gonna have to turn, heal, and run. Levi gets found out at the bush, and this is going to be the opportunity that Papara Supermassive we're looking for in this first Lord.
Yeah, Birthright tried to find an opportunity for the contest, but with that 5,000, now 6,000 gold lead from Papara Supermassive, you see how much of a difference it makes. They're zoning them out of these objectives, not even able to step into the Lord Pit for the contest play, as we are seeing just the gold difference between the marksmen. 1,000 gold lead in Zhao's favor, well ahead of
Zhao.
Wicked. He already picked up that Demon Hunter sword we were looking for.
Check Jim, hello, Oberon, hello. Zedal doesn't stream anymore? Why he's not streaming?
We'll be shifting focus toward this mid lane as they have
I know, like, as a streamer, I know videos, just posting videos gives you more money than streaming. But I just like the process of streaming. Talking with people live, like music playing, everyone talking. It doesn't give much money. Like, if Zedal posts one video, he's gonna get like $100, you know. For one stream, I get $4.
That they're hitting, and they're not actually able to actively find some of these squishiers from the back line, even though they have a Yuzong on their team, which is just, I want to say, a massive handoff for how Papara Supermassive are.
He's on exam period at the moment. Oh, okay.
They have the advantage when it comes to diving into those back lines.
Legend, hello.
Question before we jump into this game: how do these teams delay this from going to the late game? How do they make it so where they can win?
Wait, guys, 2 seconds.
And that's what we're seeing today from Papara Supermassive.
My lobby gets gunned down, tries to dive in for a jump, misses, and the rest of Papara Supermassive punishes him for it. And another thing here too is the clear speed that we have on the side of Birthright. A little bit of security security there that we do have the Benedetta, we do have that ultimate, we do have the ability to clear out waves very quickly, along with Danny on the Vexana, who's going to have a huge amount of CC, the Cursed Blast that she can lay down, which is just a huge AoE that she can lay down to kind of defend those lanes. So they have a little security when it comes to defending the base. It's just how long before Papar Supermassive is going to be able to just turn the tide on you, especially with a 9K about to reach a 10K gold lead.
And this is Birthright, right? They're a team that were very confident and believe they can pretty much take down anybody in the Snapdragon Pro Series, but you're starting to see, as we rise higher in the challenge season, these teams are evolving, and Birthright looks like they're falling a little bit behind against the Papar Supermassive for game number 1. It's an 8,000, almost 9,000 gold lead now. Look at the gold leaderboard. Xiao sitting at 10K, right behind him Mohi, both on the side of Papar Supermassive, and then right behind him is Wicked, but then everybody else is trailing far behind, and that just showcases, by stacking up these objectives, how big that snowball can form if you're not careful. But now a possible counter plan the right way. Look at Birthright stacking up in that bush, waiting for an opportunity.
Ooh, they do catch a Petrify and a pop-up, but that's going to be a Phobius. Black Dragon is out looking for an angle. Blindside in a little bit of trouble there, taking a heap of damage. Mark is going to have to flicker himself out. Mohi finds a kill onto Mark. My Lobby next, and Wicked falls next to his teammates. A triple kill for Mohi for the side of Papara Supermassive, as they also grab themselves a Lord. Levi in trouble, uses the quad shadows to escape. Mohi hot on his trail. Levi comes back on that quad shadows. Looks like he might survive another day. Have I spoken too quickly?
No.
Mohi with a little bit of a taunt there. An emote, but Zhao looking for the finish. No minions here for him as they take a heap of damage from the core. And man, Birthright on the edge of a loss here.
Wow, what a play. He almost was able to end that game. Definitely eyes on the prize, but you got to give credit over there to Levi. Even though he was very low, even though he had the hot pursuit on his tail, he was able to quad shadow in and clear out those minions last second, leaving the base crystal at about 5% HP, buying his team enough time to be able to spawn in for a second chance. But now, what do they make of this opportunity?
I mean, you're still down about 10K right now, so there's not much you can do. You go back to the base, you turtle up, and you have to wait for another Lord to come through. And you can't even contest this next Lord. You have to hope that there is some type of a mistake that Papara Supermassive make at your base when they try to push in, especially with the amount of clear that you have. But that's if you even make it that far, because you do have a Luminous Lord coming down at the bottom lane. Look at how they're syncing up the lanes. All lanes are going to crash at the same time, so Birthright is going to have to deal with all 3 lanes, split up their defenses. Spear of Vengeance is out as Wasao on the bottom end, dealing with My Lobby. Down goes My Lobby. Mohi with the kill there. Core at 45%. Wrath of Dryad is out. Zhao finds a kill onto Mark and one onto Levi. This might be it. Last and finishing touches onto the core. Oh, Mohi tried to drag them away, and they're following. I think Danny's the only one who's like, oh, wait a minute, guys. I think we might have ourselves a little bit of an advantage here, so let's not chase after them. And a Birthright might be going down here. Minions starting to come out. I'm not even sure what the death timers are looking like here, as Danny actually able to, I mean, they were able to defend. They took down 4, and this is what we were talking about when it comes to the defenses that these guys can put on and kind of closing up at the end of some of these games.
Yeah, to be able to turn that back around and make it work in their favor. A very close call. You don't get to see that too often. A base crystal going down to about 5% HP twice and still being able to hold on. Just sheer will at its finest from the side of Birthright. And now another window of opportunity. I feel like if this happens for a 3rd time, Papara Supermassive will be the one on the back end. As you mentioned, the respawn timers are climbing, now passing that 17-minute threshold, and the lead is still pretty heavily on the side of Papara Supermassive, but both teams now getting close to that 50K mark threshold. Everybody's going to be full build, so you're not really going to have to worry too much about that deficit that we've seen in the beginning, and this is where you're going to see Birthright catch up on items and start being able to put on a better fight.
Yeah, and I want to say Papar Supermassive have to be just a little bit smarter when they're trying to close up these this end game on a team that has such a huge amount of clear. You have to call out those targets, get that target down, and then disengage from the core, because no matter who your target is, you've still got Wicked on a Beatrix, you've got Danny on the Vexana, you've got an amazing amount of clear from just those two characters alone to be able to clear out all of the minions that you're going to have. And then before you know it, you're underneath their core taking core shots from them, and that's basically what wiped out the most of Papar's Supermassive.
In double window nature from both sides, you're going to be looking at Wicked and Zhao having that, so it's going to really be on who uses it first. It'll work in Zhao's favor though, especially when you have Levi rushing in, or my lobby with the Petrify play. Pop that window nature just in time, and you may be able to save yourself some trouble and get back to safety. If the ADCs fall here, it could be the difference in who takes this next neutral objective. I mean, look at Levi, look at lobby, just holding on to these bushes, waiting for a misstep from Papar.
Yeah, they're trying to get an angle. They want to know where the squishies are. And I want to say Papar Supermassive is doing such a great job of keeping themselves at an angle. Their squishier heroes are at the most distance that they can be. Levi looking for an opportunity. He doesn't yet see where Zhao is, where After Dark is just yet. And it does look like they're actually going to have to disengage now. And that's going to be an opportunity that Papara needs. Oh, Spear of Vengeance at the top. They do have a Winter Crown. Is that going to be enough? Fist Crack is out, followed by an Eternal Guardian, putting the damage onto Zhao, and just like that, Birthright able to turn it around. 3 down for the side of Papara Supermassive. Shadow Kill takes down After Dark, and Birthright might have the momentum that they need. Are they confused? Where are they going? Are they going for the push? Are they going for the Lord right now? You can see right there. Ooh, in a little bit of trouble. Mark gonna go ahead, land onto Wasau, just trying to keep that CC on to the XP laner of Papara Supermassive. It does look like Birthright is going to go ahead, start on this Luminous Lord. You've got the Marksman there. You've got the Hayabusa there, so you're going to have more than enough damage. This could be what they are looking for to turn this around and have narrowed down the deficit to a 1K gold lead now.
What a turnaround from Birthright, and the big mistake from Papar Supermassive. Zhao, he saw the low HP of my lobby in the top side and decided to fully engage on it. And not only just him, Mohi joined the party right there. And without the rest of their team to be able to help them because how far they were overextended, the numbers from Birthright is what made the difference. And losing your ADC and also losing your jungler while there's a Luminous Lord in play is not the move you want to make, especially just for the XP laner. And now with Birthright having this advantage of Luminous Lord on their side, this is going to be the first time in this game that they're in the driver's seat.
Yeah, you can see on Zhao going ahead and switching out one of his items, looking to build up a little bit of defense there. Wicked carrying the side of Birthright right now, 6-1 and 2, and just hungry for more. It was just an enormously great fight for the side of Birthright, especially because of the angles that Papara Supermassive had. Levi goes in, quad shadows, not able to find the angle he wants. Wasau is right there to protect. Black Dragon is out, trying to zone out the rest of the members to try to pick up this tower on the backside. Blotsfet with a Wrath of Dryad. Is that going to be enough? He gets popped up. Damage is down. Immortality has been proc, but Wicked is right there to claim another for his pocket. Now sitting at 7-1 and 2. The rest of Birthright turn their attention to the rest of these towers, but they're going to back up as they don't see an opportunity just yet. But why even risk it? You're up by 3K. They're rebounding into the jungle to reset.
A noble sacrifice from Blotchfet though, right? He understood the assignment. He purposely went out there to distract the team of Birthright from not allowing them to enter not only the base, but not allowing 2 lanes of minions to enter as well, which bought Papar Massive some time. And Blotchfet should be back before this next siege on the bot side. They don't even have the lane synced in the top and mid, so if they go for this push,
oh, you do have Levi finds a kill onto After Dark, the rest of the team. You do have that Winter Crown. Mo, he finds a kill on the My Lobby. Mark finds one on the Wasau. And just like that, Birthright turned this around into a first victory.
What a game for our first series of the day. Group A is full of excitement, and Birthright able to rise to the occasion yet again. Just an amazing time to be able to see these teams fight it out. And man, Private, who would have thought?
I'm back, guys. I saw this comeback. I was watching all the stream.
The back seat the entire time, but just the resilience, their defense.
Damn. I wanna see. They will show right now moments from game. I wanna see the defense.
I have been hawking on this detail. When it comes to a team like Birthright, they get stronger and stronger and stronger as the game goes on.
Hello, Redline.
The biggest mistake that you can make as an opponent is hit them at their core and think that these are a group of
Nice,
people whose
easy.
spirits
Hello.
are broken. If anything,
Dazai, I don't wanna continue my life. Not end it, but I just don't wanna exist anymore. It's fine, just go sleep. Go eat and sleep, and then everything will be fine. You just need to sleep a little bit. And eat. And don't forget to drink water.
Yeah, just able to stay in the back line and get the job done.
Trust
And
the
they didn't really
process.
have too many heroes that could get back to him. Most of it
Cold
really would be
Obscura,
Xiao
hello.
with the Spear Destruction to be able to go back and possibly
Come
go
on,
for
show
it.
moments. They show moments, right?
Most he could do is run in with the Wrath of the Dryad for those setups, but he's just not the most mobile backline dive.
My lobby, play CC, please. You wrong,
Some
not
great
for you.
positioning to be able to close this game
Kali
out
Svaran, hello.
From the side of Birthright, but not
And
the
Denji, hello.
easiest match they've had so far. Definitely a challenge. A lot of mistakes, I would say.
I'm so lazy to play
Birthright
this.
in the
Oh,
beginning of
yeah.
the game, but toward the later end,
I will see this
that's where they
moment
found
right
their
now.
synergy. That's where they found their composure, and that's where they found victory.
Yeah, and it's amazing here as we're going to take a look. I want to say this is the first half of this. There's probably going to be no clips of anything successful from Birthright, as they were just having a heck of a time trying to deal with their opponents here. Just so much. I mean, when it comes to getting those Wrath of the Dryads, catching their opponents, there's another one there where they just take so much damage to the point that they get picked off and put behind so well. But the one outstanding figure there was Wicked. He took a death there, but when it comes
Why
to
he didn't lock the
such a
tower?
huge
Holy shit.
job. Oh my god. And
Like,
this
why?
up They're punching themselves in the head right now for that, as they just didn't have the minions to be able to take those last few hits onto the core, and this is where it all turned around for the side of Birthright. An unsuccessful push onto there, and Wicked on the side. Look at the damage. He's dishing out, finds 3 more, and this was the start of the end for the side of Papara Supermassive, as Wicked just taking names for his team.
Yeah, and this is where you get to see them close it out. The turnaround, the counterplay, the resilience, it all paid off in the end, and Birthright was able to reign supreme. Now, I was taking a look at both of those pushes, right, toward Par Supermassive's favor before it was turned around, and there's Wicked, the MVP, 7-1-4, only 1 death that entire game, which is very impressive considering they're in the back end of the game, majority of that match. And yeah, back to what we were saying about the push, right, from Papara Supermassive onto the base crystal. It kind of seemed like they were more focused on the enemy and not the base crystal, and they had a Lord in proximity to be able to deal damage to the base crystal. When it's only 5% left, it would have took just a basic attack, even from your XP laner, to be able to scratch that surface and knock it down. So I would say maybe even just a little bit more objective prio is where they need to kind of focus in on for game number 2, because that one was pretty much in the bag. You don't see that too often, where you have 4 members on a team, a Lord in proximity of a base, and you don't take it down at 5% HP.
Well, and that kind of comes down to how you prioritize it, because I've heard 2 schools of thought when it comes to it. I mean, when you have something like that happen, of course, we're going to harp on, why didn't you just aim for the core? If they were all aiming for the core and they immediately got wiped out by Wicked, it'd been like, why weren't you aiming for the opponents? It's just, it comes to just kind of understanding, especially because, I mean, one thing that I've always been told is that win or lose, games are decided at the core. It might be your core, core, might be the enemy's core, where they start getting where you guys start getting a little bit lax, and they end up pushing back. But you need to be on your P's and Q's, and that's when the communication needs to be the crispest. That's when everybody needs to be on the same page. Are we going for the core? Are we trying to get some of these guys down? What's the game plan here? And I'm wondering, if the call was to take down the enemy, then maybe we need to get even more specific and be like, this guy specifically needs to go down, so that we can go boom, this one's down, boom, this one's down. So you have something that's very quick. There, they were kind of spreading the damage all over. Wrath of Dryad was out there, but they started losing minions very quickly, and nobody was really going down for the side of Birthright, and they were able to flip it over. Maybe some of that frustration too from actually having to deal where they had a wide open base, and unfortunately Hayabusa able to back end and clear out those minions to save the game for him. Whatever it is, one thing is for sure, Birthright has shown time and time again, they just have the sustain. Like I've said before, this could be one of their faults too, where they have these not pristine openings to game, especially their first game. Last week, didn't they lose like 0-11 to S2G to open up that series? And then were able to come back. And I was getting ready for a speech like that for this game. You're like, well, they lost the first game last week, but they didn't even lose that one. Now they were able to find the comeback during the game here, which at the very least shows that they're starting to kind of close that gap during the same game. It's not where they're getting completely outshined the game and they don't know what to do. No, now they're showing we're able to find out what we need to do during the game and come back faster.
Yeah, I think it's a situation where
when it comes to
I'm back,
guys.
Massive, as we are now
I was not talking to my girlfriend. I was talking to my mom.
Because of them. I don't think the game was lost because of Birthright. Birthright, they lost the entire early game. They lost every single neutral objective.
I'm a lip leader.
And then you start
A reader.
Mistakes.
It was a lot of blood, because my mother had bad network connection and she was disappearing every 1 minute.
The rest of their team is halfway across the map and they're rushing toward the enemy base for a kill on an XP laner. And what happens when you do that? The whole team from the enemy team rushes in for backup, and you take down your ADC, you take down your gold laner, and you don't have that push potential for Luminous Lord, who's already spawned in. I think it starts with those mistakes, and then again, just harping on the objective focus.
I was thinking you talking to your boss.
On the core, right? That's how you mentioned they're spreading the damage, but also not paying attention to how many minions are left. If you know the minions are about to fall, if you know this Lord only has so much HP and it's about to be bursted out, once those are gone,
Beatrix carries that game.
Fighting this team, they're gonna overpower you because you're in their base and you're taking shots as well.
Why you Zhong? I don't know why you Zhong.
And come right back. So jumping in the game.
Yeah, it was Putin. I was telling him to kill himself.
Supermassive, not too much has to change. It's just don't be overly aggressive when you already have the advantage.
Okay, the draft phase is here.
And close it out.
I really want to eat something because I feel like I'm losing energy, so I will go do something and come back. Okay, don't run away, guys. I'll be right back right now. Watch this black and white guy.
I mean, as soon as we went into the game, we were kind of like, oh, it's gonna be kind of rough for Birthright to kind of make it happen. One being the
They're talking something really interesting.
The Yuzong, which had a little bit of trouble in the XP lane right from the get-go. First minute, level 1, Yuzong took a death, and that's to be
My
expected.
grandmom died yesterday, bro. I'm really sorry for that.
Like,
I mean,
if you're playing a Yuzong,
I will
it's
not
one of
ask why
those
you
things
tell
that
this
you
on my
have to
stream,
expect in
but
pro
if you
play,
need support,
is the
I'm here.
level 1 rush, just because that is when a Yuzong is most susceptible to getting ganked before he gets any type of movement or abilities that he can use to dodge. So it's just very interesting picks from them. Honestly, I would love to say we need to get to a point where we just throw Bedang away and kind of have another composition to go for, but we like Bedang here in Europe and MENA for some reason, so we have to have some assurance for our early game.
And speaking of early game, Papar Supermassive going to bite the bullet. They're going to go ahead and pick up this Joy. The Suyo was banned out from Birthright to not allow that to walk. Looks like they have a plan for the Joy. There's still some options on the table. I mean, the Belleric is a wise decision. It can use the Wrath of the Dryad. It can slow down this Joy when you rush in with the electrifying beats. Another thing, I love how you kind of harped in on EUR&MENA and their playstyle and kind of like the Bedang aspect. But there's another aspect when it comes to the Joy that I tend to see more, for the MENA region and the Europe region, is they like to flex pick it. Not specifically Papar Supermassive maybe, but just what we've seen so far in the challenge season. It's not only traditionally in the jungle. A lot of teams like to kind of run it in that mid lane as well. And there goes this Bedang you talked about alongside the Katat.
Yeah, Gatat's going to be a great pick for the Joy to be able to kind of get a lot of that, hopefully aggro. I kind of prefer Belleric over a Gatakacha when it comes to a Joy, just specifically because Gatakacha, you still have to hit the ability on a Joy who's basically dashing all around the map for you. With that, it does look like the side of Supermassive going to go ahead and lock in Lucas and Valentina to be able to kind of get some of those ultimates on their side as well. And I'm actually kind of confused. I'm assuming Gatakacha is going to be the roam. I'm assuming Bedang is going to be in the XP lane, which is hopeful, because I want to say, we've said before, Bedang has worked a lot better in the XP lane than he has in the roam position, despite the fact that Birthright was actually able to get a win in the last game with him as a roam.
Now, the Bruno's still on the table. We know it took a little bit of hits. We know it took a nerf on the range alongside the Malefic Gun, which extended that nerf a little bit further, personally, for him. But in this situation, it might not be the worst hero to pull out, right? You have these heroes that like to rush in up close and personal. You already know the Granger's taken off the table, but they're going to go in for the Hayabusa play instead. And that's okay. I don't really mind this that bad, because I feel like the Hayabusa is really good here, considering if you wanted to ban a Hilda, you still could. Do they pull out the Hilda when they already have the Lucas? Maybe not, but the Hayabusa definitely can work here. Now, the Bedang, with the Katat on its side, now you raise the question, are we going to see this Bedang in the XP lane now, and the Katat is the roamer, or vice versa?
I'm assuming Bedang's going to be in the XP lane. I'm assuming we're probably going to go the same way we did last time with a Tigreal ban to set the tone for the second banning phase from the side of Birthright. And then probably, I guess, we're honing back in on some of those marksman picks. But, I mean, with all the bans that we saw last time, Wicked was still able to just have such a huge value of that Beatrix. Yep, but we're going to go ahead and go back to Old Faithful. I kind of want to say I kind of agree, especially because we don't want to make too many changes to what we did with last game, because there were some playstyle differences. There were some mistakes that you could actually clean up that would have made it very successful game for Papar Supermassive. It was just when it came to those certain closes. Are we going to have some answer like that on the side of Birthright here in these second picks here? When we start looking for
when I will start to stream again, like, I mean, I will end watching these games and I will go play Ranked, and then I will turn on music. Okay?
Do we also see the Birthright special of the Sicilian getting picked up here again? I mean, it's not banned out from Papar Supermassive. I wonder if that's still going to go over to their side.
Nothing happened. I just want to eat. I will eat right now.
Tig banned out as well.
I mean, I don't have much time to stream.
Lucas to be slotted in the XP lane instead of that roam position. Lucas, who is a little bit interesting as well. I kind of feel like he falls into the same category.
I want to eat as well. I'm a
at least for me personally, is teams are still trying to figure out, is it better as an XP? Is it better in that roam position?
Hayabusa again.
Time will tell. And there goes the Bruno.
Why is he don't pick Hayabusa? So good hero.
For Birthright, and I still think it's a good decision, considering how much of these heroes are up close and personal for Papara.
Yeah, my only thing is we still don't have any good clears, so we're going to need that answer in the early game for Birthright, because we're not going to be able to put on that solid defense that we were from the last game. I'm sure we're going to be looking at Sicilian here. He's still not banned out. Carry is a very interesting pick, and I like the change here for Papar Supermassive because of how much they struggled in the late game. So it's nice to have some type of assurance in the late game that can kind of still keep you propped up. It's just like how we're going to be able to reach that comfortably. And they're trying to make it successful. You're going to have the Hylos, you're going to have the Joy in the early game to hopefully be able to keep this carry safe for it to reach that late.
Now, do we see the Sicilian to wrap this up from Birthright? Could be a possibility. There it goes, Sicilian being picked up to finalize the draft. Now, you mentioned the carry, and I kind of have the same reaction with it. The carry is a little interesting. Maybe something like an Irithel, maybe something a little bit more mobile could have been a wiser decision. And the only reason I'm saying that is there's a lot of backline potential, right? You have this Hayabusa, you have this Gatot who can rush in on you, and you also have the Sicilian who's going to be shooting from afar, who has a lot of range. A carry, the most you're going to really be able to do is pull out that flicker to expand that distance. I guess you have the Hylos for a little bit of mobility, but is it enough? Traditionally, we see it paired more with the Mathilda. That's where I'm more of a fan of it, but I feel like the Hylos could be a close second, but we'll be able to see this. Papar Supermassive up against Birthright, jumping into game number 2. About to see how it goes.
Yeah, for me, the Hylos and
It's,
Joy is going to be a winning combination,
almost
especially
7
in the early
PM right
game
now.
that Birthright's going to have some type of plan for if they have hopes of reaching this mid and late game. But we're about to start up on game 2.
That's right, game number 2, Papar Supermassive up against Birthright. Now a 1-0 lead in Birthright's favor for the winner's match of Group A.
Yeah, and actually, I want to say nobody helping the junglers here, so Levi's going to take a little bit of a head start getting to
Sperma
his
Massive
red
is
buff, or
throwing
his
better
orange buff,
than
just
Birthright.
a little bit faster than Mohi did on the Joy, but I'm expecting to see probably a few more even fights. We're absolutely wrong. Mark is going to be on that Badang in the roam position again, so it looks like they're not really sold on the XP lane Badang just yet.
Yeah, not sold on it just yet, but we'll see how well this kind of plays out for them. Yeah, I was wondering, was it going to be the Katat inside of the XP lane? And it's going up against the Lucas, so that's not a matchup you see every day. But, you know, something we have seen, at least for match 1, and it trickled into match 2. Birthright still on the red side. Papar Supermassive on the blue. Now, when it came to both of these matchups, Papar Supermassive did a great job with After Dark and Blastfed finding the opportunity first.
Yesterday.
Ooh, big stun there. Lands on the My Lobby, who actually might be in trouble. Is going to have to proc himself some healing to get away, and is able to get away. He's going to have a 3v1 potentially in that lane in a few moments, but you can see Birthright lining up, looking for an angle that if they can find one.
Yeah, trying to find an angle. And we were just talking about that. Blotchfet and After Dark, they're able to be a little bit faster with the tank mage synergy up against Birthright's tank and mage. And that's what kind of helped them, especially toward that early game. And we may be seeing the same thing for game number 2. Birthright definitely need to be a little bit tighter on these objectives jumping into this match to have a better chance.
Ooh, Blotsfet and Mark still at level 3 here. Mohi going into the back lines, looking for that electrifying beats. Finds himself a turtle. Now looking to put the ends meet onto Levi with a shadow kill. Is out. Levi disappears like a ghost in the night, but costs his teammate a death. Mark the roam position. Oh, but Blotsfet coming in with the glorious pathway.
I have
and Wausau going to find a kill as After Dark finds another one. That is 3-0 for Papara Supermassive.
Right.
Yeah, but now you're looking at My Lobby and Mark wrapping around, trying to get a possible counterplay.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to find one. It is a 2v3 right now. Birthright hurting for that fight, just was not it for them.
No, my voice is too quiet because my microphone is far away. This microphone, you should put it in your fucking mouth so you are loud. But yeah, thank you. I will eat.
Blotsfet got his level 4 as they were up there in the tower, threw down the glorious pathway, and was able to lead his team to get 2 more kills.
And that's the thing about
I will visit your mom. I will visit your mom.
When it came to the objectives, they nailed everything down, right? They were able to get every single thing in game number 1 and didn't have a problem doing so. And I mean, you just got to see a flawless play onto the turtle as well. It's Birthright that really we got to keep a close eye on, right? They got to play a little bit tighter. It seems like when they don't have to be objective focused and they can only worry about the team fights, that's where they
I will
shine.
cut my hair
when it
soon.
comes to trying to take these turtles,
In 1 month,
trying to take these
I will do
lures,
that.
that's when you see Papar Supermassive.
First, I will make it black,
a higher IQ.
like the caster.
in order to beat them at that, they just gotta play a little bit smarter, right? Wait,
Rita?
or try and find
Yeah,
the
that
back line,
is
or
Rita,
try and
yeah.
disrupt the synergy from Papara Supermassive, especially after dark, and Blotchfet, the opportunity creators.
Yeah, it kind of feels like Birthright when they're drafting, when they're creating these compositions in their head, all they're thinking about is like max level and how strong is max level. And we don't actually consider when some of these compositions actually come online. Blotchfet with the Glorious Pathway now going to be looking for an escape, allowing Mohi the time he needs to scoop up the second objective of the game at the 4:30 mark. Another turtle for them, and they're going to go ahead and invade to try to take away that orange buff from Birthright.
And no trade back from Birthright as well. They have not gained anything since this match has started. Now getting to that 5-minute mark and a 2,600 gold lead from Papara Supermassive. We know they have this carry. We know it's going to start scaling as we get later in the game.
22 online because this is tournament. Like, people never come to my tournament, and people only watch when I play. When I tell I end stream, like I tell it, I end stream, I'll not play anymore. 50 people are going somewhere.
Well, in the late game, I don't like how Birthright. I mean, it's kind of weird to say, like, because this style of play for them is winning. They put all of their cards into that mid and late game, and they just tough. They grit their teeth and they just rough it through those first 16 minutes of the game. And once they get just the littlest bit of an advantage, they're able to flip it around and keep that that momentum on their side. I don't feel like that is something you can always depend on. I mean, they've got a great composition here. Once they all get going, once they all have all the items that they need to actually really be successful, these team fights are going to be great for them. It's just here at the 6-minute mark, when you're 3-0, when you're losing 2 objectives, that's just a rough place to be.
Yeah, it's definitely a hard thing to kind of catch up on. Glorious Pathway going down.
Yeah, catches 2 members of Birthright. They're able to kind of coordinate around very quickly, find the synergy to group up, but they're gonna lose that bottom tower. You see Wicked goes down there to check on it, loses it immediately. 6 seconds left on the next turtle. Looks like Birthright is actually in a decent position to actually be able to get up there, as Mohi's kind of cleaning up buffs just again. They're gonna go ahead and start on it. Papara Supermassive, you see Waso taking the turtle to his side. 3 members of Birthright at mid, looking for an angle to go in. MLBB gets some information for his team. Mark and Danny on the side, looking to see if they can kind of come in. MLBB's out. Sanguine Claws come up there. Wasau diving onto Danny, and look at the Bats Feast is out for him on that Sicilian, but unable to pierce the front line of Papara Supermassive. That's going to be the 3rd turtle for their team.
And just a checkmate play from them as well. Now 4,700 gold above Birthright and climbing, and that's what happens when you take these objectives one by one and don't find a trade. That is 3 objectives and not a single trade in Birthright's favor. If I even count the turrets, technically that's 5 objectives, as they took the top and bottom turret as well. And not to find a trade, that's a little scary.
Yeah, but I mean, I hate to sound like the dead horse here, but like, we were in this position before. It's like, if you're on the side of Birthright, you're basically just here, hold the line. This isn't as bad as it was in the first game, because I want to say they were down by like 9 or 11 here. They're going to go ahead and dodge. Ooh, we do have a shadow kill. Levi in trouble, takes a heap of damage. Zao with the kill onto the back line. You see, Danny's going to have to let loose with the Bats Feast. Blotchfet able to tank all the damage. MLBB in trouble as Wasau creates that distance. The rest of the team going to go ahead, group up at the mid. They don't want to lose these towers just yet, as that opens up the entirety of the map, and Birthright still want to maintain just that little bit of control here at the 8-minute. They're going to go on. Mohi does clean up that orange buff and gets away.
He cleans it up on a 2v1. as well. Very impressive, but I mean, they are up in the economy. It's almost a 6,000 gold lead. Malefic Roar picked up from the Hayabusa for some initial pin, and there was the glorious pathway in the mid lane.
Oh, Danny goes into the security of his teammate with that Bats Feast. They are still able to maintain control of this mid tower, but they are spread across the map. 7 seconds left on this first Lord about to pop up.
Yeah, and man, like you said, similar to game number 1. I mean, yes, this technique did overall win for Birthright, but I don't know if it was a fluke, right? I feel like it was just a couple of mistakes from Papar Supermassive, which really put Birthright on the map for game number 1, and I don't expect the same thing to happen twice, but we'll see as we are seeing the Luminous Lord play.
Oh, they do see a lot of damage coming out there. Mohi able to get it. The rest of the team trying to disengage. Avatar the Guardian catches my lobby. Azal finds a kill onto Wicked. Fistcrack is out. Danny finds a kill onto Mohi, but they immediately return the favor. 2 down for the side of Birthright, but at the bottom lane, it does look like Levi able to find a tower for his team, but that's 1 tower of the 3 that is down for the side of Papara Supermassive. 6-1 lead for them, 5k gold lead.
Yeah, definitely having a lead, but now the stun on the mark, forced to disengage from that orange buff. Needs to be careful while the Lord marching on the bottom side. This is going to create an opportunity for Papar Supermassive to claim even more turrets, but Birthright looks like they're going to be putting on a little bit of a fight with the 5-man stack toward that orange buff.
Yeah, they're going to be able to clean up this orange buff. I'm kind of wondering where Wicked is right now when it comes to the damage, when it comes to the items.
New Dazai outfit.
Be able to take down this front line, because Blotzvet has been a huge problem for him, especially a Bruno that he does a huge amount of damage, but Blotzvet, he's just made to tank a ton of that. Glorious Pathway is out, slows down the rest of Birthright. In comes Mohi looking for some damage. Electrifying Beats is out. Zal finds a kill, or does find a tower take down, as both AoEs proc on Birthright's high ground towers. Mohi finds another kill. We are just left to the base defense for Birthright at the 11-minute mark, and we're looking at about a 5k gold lead for Papara Supermassive.
That's right, stripped down to their inhibitor turrets, and Papar Supermassive in full control of this game. Literally a snapshot from game number 1, but something that happened in game number 1 is right when they got to this moment, right when it came down to taking a Luminous Lord and pushing through the base, that's where the mistakes started to happen, right? Having the advantage, having the confidence led to the arrogant plays that was turned around and countered by Birthright to put them in a position to close it out and claim that victory. So game number 2, being here again, do we see that aggressive nature come out from Papara Supermassive? You're already seeing the winner crown picked up from Mohi, so he is going to have a little bit of that insurance when it comes to these team fights to be able to become invulnerable. You see the DHS picked up with the corrosion sight from Carry as well, Zhao, and he's going to go ahead and have a lot of damage and some insurance from that Wind of Nature.
Yeah, and I mean, it all kind of comes down to how some of these final pushes go for the side of Papara Supermassive. Unfortunately, for the side of Birthright, they don't have the same type of clear that they had in the first game. They still sure have Sicilian there, but without the AoE ultimates that you have from Beatrix, Wicked isn't going to be able to do the same amount of damage. I mean, he's got the worldy, I guess. I'm not sure how if you want to call that like an AoE clear for your team when they're trying to defend, but I mean, it's something. I guess,
eat small Russian kids.
How well it comes when it comes to some of these defense. Ooh, we're gonna go ahead, dive back on the Danny, and the rest of the team getting zoned out by Wasau. So doing a great job there. That's gonna be another Lord picked up for Papara Supermassive. 6-1 on the board and a 6k gold lead for Supermassive.
Yeah, just doing a really great job on staying ahead and beating Birthright to these objectives. Zhao with the highest amount of gold as well. He's over about 1,500 above Wicked on this Bruno. Both of them have the damage though. Bruno has the crit and Carry does as well. But with Carry being ahead, it could be a problem.
Ooh, they're gonna go in. Glorious Pathway. Lance out there trying to lock on to Wicked to take him down. He's trying to create some distance here on the back.
To be honest, I don't know why a Birthright are doing so much mistakes today.
Ooh, Levi able to find the kill.
Usually they are better.
Assistance of Wicked. That's gonna be one down for the side of Papara Supermassive as they
Italian
try
breakfast.
to defend
Terry, hello.
against this Lord. I'm not sure they're gonna be able to save this high ground tower. They do lose one. Levi comes in, doesn't get the shadow kill out there. Wicked finds himself.
But Birthright is really good at defending, though.
For the side of Papara
If it's gonna be come back again, Papara Supermassive will go tilt.
But I'm gonna go ahead and have to put that as a successful defense for Birthright.
Yeah, and the Windtalker picked up as well from Wicked. Now going to have that splash damage and attack speed. Not to mention the crit to work in his favor. He's got those last 2 kills, and you're starting to see that damage stack up. A lot of people underlook the Bruno nowadays, right? But I mean, the only thing that was nerfed was the range. He's still as that same heavy hitter. He just has to be a little bit closer.
Well, yeah, and then plus you've got some CC. You've got the Gatakacha. You've got Mark on the Badang there. So when they come running at you from the front, Badang's going to be able to create some of that distance. Look at how much he's chunking down those towers. Like 1, 2, 3 down, 1, 2, 3 down, and now he's going to try to dive into the back line. He's going to be able to find it. Wicked finds a kill.
Really, they're gonna pull out the comeback right now.
Papara Supermassive.
Yeah, I saw Johnson new skin. It's crazy good.
Begins to fall apart for them. Now trying to disengage from there. Wasso looking for an escape. Blitzfeld gets trapped behind a Badang wall. Danny with the kill. Wasso looking for the escape. Has to flicker out. Zhao with some damage out of his own. My lobby on the back end. Gonna go ahead. Zone out Papara Supermassive as Birthright finds another tower. Not again. Not like this. On the back end, we have a shadow kill. Out the rest of Supermassive. Another tower taken down for the side of Birthright. 6.
I mean, Papara will contest Lord right now.
For was a 15-minute mark of that game.
What a turnaround. The European comeback kings, Birthright, finding the needle in the haystack not once, but twice today in this series.
I told you.
When it comes to
I'm eating
massive, I guess we can check them off the board as an early game
chicken
team.
strips,
And we're gonna have to give the late
Thai
game
meat,
team title to Birthright.
rice,
as soon as you get around the 16
and pickles.
mark, and they don't have to worry
And
about
all
the
this with
turtles and these
tartar
objectives,
sauce.
But they mainly just have to focus on the team fights and having the late game damage from being around that 50k threshold of gold. That's
Lel, Valentina died.
Oh man, we do have a glorious.
But Wicked don't die. Wicked will die from Lord right now. Oh. Nice. I come back. 1v1, Hayabusa, 1v1.
It is just 2 junglers out there. Does Levi see him? Doesn't see him in the bush. Mohi wants to get back so that he can take down this core. Levi is going to decide against it. Ooh, gets caught with the electrifying beats. Mohi trying to catch up to him. Oh, coming in there. Does miss.
Haya has ultimate in 2 seconds.
There are enemies.
Oh, shit.
Gets taken down by Mohi, and that is
readable. I just didn't see her items.
Alone there, but Mohi's not going to be able to. I was wondering, I'm like, is he going to try to take this by himself with 10% health, and he decides against it?
Yeah, but was that the right choice from Birthright? Why waste your jungler just to prove you can win a 1v1 when you know your team spawning in and the Luminous Lord is what's on the table? And this time it'll go to Papara Supermassive, and a major mistake from Birthright.
Yeah, I mean, in hindsight, if you're gonna be safe, safety would have been the call there, just to make sure that you have somebody there for that first.
Imagine
Lord.
Birthright win anyway.
However, I mean, they were both very low. Why not, just for the excitement of the arena, just kind of throw down, point to the ground and be like, all right, let's go. Best man wins. And they both threw it out there. Unfortunately for Birthright, it does seem like Levi did get taken down by the better Mohi.
Hey, to be fair, It was a jungler versus a jungler, so somebody was losing that retribution play for the Lord, but it wasn't Papara Supermassive, and now the push to Birthright's base.
Yeah, and with that said, we do have a big glorious pathway laid out up at the top. Ooh, going in with a shadow.
Whoa!
For an advantage. Ooh, comes in.
Oh shit!
Fist crack. Mark finds it. My lobby finds a kill onto After Dark. Wasso.
Nah, Papara just can't win. Nah.
Shockwave blast to the rest of Birthright, as the rest of Papara going to have to disengage from this after losing After Dark right now. So another successful defense for the side of Birthright. Though I want to say that that bottom tower there is just kind of being held up there by chopsticks.
Yeah, it's gonna definitely fall soon. Birthright, some great defense, and this is similar to game number 1. When the later the game goes, it's like the stronger they get. They're just scaling, and now the glorious pathway for some slow, trying to delay Birthright from pushing into the base.
Yeah, and look at Wicked. Look at the amount of damage he's able to do on that tower for those few seconds that they had a tiny little advantage at the high grounds now. Levi's going to start cleaning up this orange buff, and they no longer... So Papara Supermassive needs to be careful, because one of the big, like, crazy things when it comes to this, when you're leading the entire game by, like, 6 or 7K, it can be hard
Okay, now I'm not hungry.
to adjust to the fact that now you're
Just a
dealing
little
with a
bit.
team that's on exactly the same level as you are. You don't have those same advantages. You can't just
Dazai, can I know which server do you play in the game? I play Europe server.
Glorious pathway. You have to be very careful and pick your fights, because if you don't catch Wicked, if you're not able to get the CC on him immediately, he's going to be in the back of the line, absolutely chunking your whole team.
The only other problem is the Danny on the Sicilian, right? If Wicked can't get to them, Danny definitely has those stacks, as we are now past the 20-minute mark. Whereas After Dark on the Valentina, he's not going to hit as hard as the Sicilian in the late game. So it puts a lot of pressure over to Zhao. But Levi maybe caught out of position.
He might be a little bit out of position.
But
Mark
he retreat.
very quickly onto the flank.
They both
saw him
retreat.
coming up. They decide to disengage from that. Levi lives to fight another day. Still has the immortality too. So he's still got some life left in him. He's going to go ahead, try for this attack again. The rest of the team looking to get some angles on to this Lord Glorious pathway. Catches 2 members. Danny is going to go ahead and back up. Mark's there. Right
looks
now.
like
Nice
bullshit
little fist
fight.
crack there. Does find itself a target. Wasau is down. Mark finds himself a flicker.
Moji there.
Wicked laying down the damage for his teammates again. Mohi and
Valentine
Wasau are
bye.
down. Birthright trying to put on the damage.
Nah,
Danny's
GG's,
gonna
that's
find
GG's.
the immortality procced for Blotsfed.
But it was
He's
Steven
tried
Z5.
his hardest, but he gets taken down. This looks like another game for Birthright, able to turn things around at the 16-minute mark. 11 to 15. Don't call it a comeback. It's just a strategy for Birthright. Game 2.
All right, look.
Yeah,
I've seen
Wicked
him
is
get out of
really
jail
good.
free card before, but not twice in a row. Able to find victory again in the winners match for Group
2-0.
A. Birthright playing for
I
the
blocked
late
Wicked
game
'cause he's black.
and keeping everybody on edge.
This is just amazing to me to see how it's got to be tough to be a Birthright fan, just because like the entire beginning of the game you're just like, oh my god, pull it together, guys. We're just waiting for Wicked to come online, and it's just such a huge surprise to the opponents once he starts getting that
What is this
damage on
Joy build?
to
Holy
how
shit.
well he can do a chunk. I mean,
Bruh.
it's both games here as we take a look at some of these
Wishing
stats
lantern.
here. 6-2 and 6 for
Crazy.
Wicked. And I mean, not a bad job done by the
Lucas
Bedang.
with War X.
The glorious pathway comes out. Bedang comes in with the fist break to separate his team from the front line that's charging for him. and
Who's MVP
gives
for
them
this match?
enough room to unleash that damage. I mean, you can point at Wicked. He's going to have that MVP here. But Mark, we've been hounding on that Bedang pick. But when it comes to something, especially like a Hylos, that's going to run straight at you. That fist crack is so important to create that distance from his back line.
Yeah, it's It's interesting with the Bedang aspect because I feel when it came to the objectives, when it came to fighting for these turtles, fighting for these lords, and just the overall turret plays, we didn't really see the Bedang shine. But once it got to that 15-minute mark, that's when they didn't really have to worry about these things. They just could go all out for a brutal battle between both sides. And I feel like that's when the Bedang starts to be a little bit overwhelming. When you have a Gatot with the Avatar the Guardian dropping down on a Bedang with a fist crack. I mean, I don't know about you, Private, but that's a combination I would not like to be a part of if I'm the enemy side. And overall, just working really well. And then Wicked doing great on his positioning, staying separated from all the damage and scaling, getting the items necessary to be able to hit like a truck. You have the Hawes Claws, you have the Berserker's Fury, you have the, well, he probably did go for the Malefic gun as well, just for a little bit more range. And he was able to make the difference toward the end.
Yeah, I mean, most of this, I mean, Blotzfeld, this is where Wicked was actually doing.
Why can't they just zone enemies and push tower? Why does I really want to fight in the backline? Hyla's running.
The damage. Another glorious pathway comes out here, but Wicked is able to dash away. Look at how low he is, but the great angles he's able to find back and forth. And this was that 1v1. I think we saw both junglers alone on there. Mohi comes in, finds himself a kill onto Mark because he teleported outside of the bush. That's gotta be that's gonna be one of those things where you're like, ah, man, just these little mistakes. And this is where it all fell apart for them. Wicked on the back end just putting on the damage. Fist crack is out. Wicked able to take down Wasau, and then the rest of the dominoes kept on falling for the side of Supermassive.
Yeah, and then Danny, you know, on the Sicilian, it's comfort pick. Playing from afar, he's also a major piece to this puzzle. When put together, has helped their team push on forward through the base crystal for victory. And this is not once, this is twice now that we got to see Birthright win with the late game finesse when the early game did not look in their favor.
Man, I kind of like wondering what you do here. Maybe we take Danny off of Sicilian. Like, I know that Wicked is the problem, but you're not going to be able to ban him out. He's shown already, he's got a deeper hero pool than a lot of people on, well, not than a lot of marksmen. It's just he's got a deep hero pool. There's not enough bans on this game to get to him something that he's going to be uncomfortable
Birthright strat is giving hopes to crush them later.
Go and try to focus on Danny. Get him off of that comfort pick.
Is it KSI? Yeah, it is KSI.
Once you get him off,
my sugar mommy? Oh, you're my sugar mommy? Send me money, please.
When it comes to trying to defend, you've got a little
bit of money.
What is it? The Bat's impact that can clear out the lane so quickly when you're trying to defend. Take out those minions that provide you the extra damage on the core and stuff like that, and then you've got something that isn't as effective and is potentially feeding your team. I don't know where you go from here, but I mean, we've talked.
Yeah, Birthright are Spanish. Wicked is
still trying to say
native Spanish.
Needs to make no changes.
It's hard because, again, they're not losing on objectives. They're winning everything. They're losing toward the late game when it's a 5v5 skirmish. And it's hard to really say because I feel like at that point it's just a 50-50. Yeah, sometimes it's like having a quarter and you flip it and you do heads or tails, right? Sometimes it lands on heads twice. Doesn't mean it's always going to land on heads. Eventually it'll land on tails, but it's not a true 50-50. But it just starts to work in the favor for Birthright at least 2 times in a row. So honestly, it's a very hard situation because it's not the draft.
Oh, I will have money bar?
The objectives. Okay. It's just the 50-50 late game when both teams have equal footing, and just slight challenges or mistakes makes the difference in what helps Birthright push on forward.
I don't want to sleep right now.
So my question is,
it's 2-0 right now.
Times does that coin have to land on heads for you to say which before you're like before we could keep it on to that luck phase, because I mean I'm starting to become a believer. I know that first game I was like, it was pretty rough, and they were able to take advantage of some things, but man, the second game, the same thing happened there, and with the same story, we're waiting for Wicked to come online. As soon as he does, he's just dishing out damage to the level that Papara Supermassive is not able to compete with. And it's almost to the point where I almost feel like Birthright has a point in the game where they're like, this is when we know that he can deal out the damage. And I almost feel like if Birthright moves that slider over a bit to be like, instead of 15 minutes, let's make it 12 minutes where we come back.
Okay, mommy.
I feel like they could still be able to be successful with it, because
see you later.
I feel like it's almost like a different team. You're always
Oberon last season you top 1 Portugal Roger. Oberon is quite popular on Europe server. I mean, he's one of good players, not some bullshit.
From the back line, Wicked is gunning you down. I don't even know how to explain it when it
You
comes
ever
to
watched
just
solo
how well
leveling?
the strategy
Of
has
course.
been working for Birthright.
I was watching solo leveling.
It's a hard pill to swallow.
I didn't watch second season though, but I'm waiting for more episodes.
The Sicilian actually is not just a Birthright special. The Sicilian initially came out from Papara Supermassive. And this time around, it's been taken from Birthright this entire series to not allow them to use it. So maybe just taking the Sicilian out entirely, because it seems like it's a secret weapon for both sides.
How old are you? I'm 22.
Maybe trying to go in for more of a specific role and make them uncomfortable could make a drastic
Europe server is easier than Asian server.
More of a stronger targeted ban
Whatever.
toward a specific hero. But then you got to look at what hero.
Wicked is Spanish, not French. No. He's French. He's French.
Do we focus on the gold laner,
or
do we focus on the jungler?
No.
Well, then I'm trying to
I don't know where.
What have we had
Probably he's French. No, I forgot.
Supermassive that we have had instead of the Sicilian here. That doesn't
Why?
seem to be working as well for them. We've had Valentina out there.
I don't know. Did you play Asian server?
I don't.
And you played Europe server? Your name is Free Palestine Movement. I don't think you played either of these servers.
I mean,
so
it's interesting if that's
and I didn't play Asian server, so I can't tell you.
From the side of Papara Supermassive has kind of put them on the back foot.
Wicked is from Sweden. Yeah, he's from Sweden.
Maybe even having Vexana, or not a Vexana, having a Farza on your team.
Yeah, Wicked is Europe server.
Provide that air support, to provide that
Japan server is more easier.
When you're trying to take the top.
When I will be in Japan, I will play Japan server. I don't care.
Raining down damage that is pushing the enemy away. To the point where you're going to be able to close it on the 12-minute mark.
Show me draft.
On the 15-minute mark. And then especially because
Show me
like
draft.
does a very good job of suppressing a lot of marks.
Nah, I don't like playing with VPN. I can play any server, I know, but I don't want to play with 100 ms on Japanese server. Nah.
I don't know, just because Farza herself could be super susceptible because she has to stand still for that ultimate, that feathered airstrike to go off. So you leave her as a target. So I mean, I don't know where you go from here.
Well, you know, you mentioned the Fars, and I'm right there with you. With her being a little bit more stationary with those feathered airstrikes, we know Birthright likes to go in for these backline dive heroes, right? The Hayabusa, the Gatot. So then there goes another challenge alongside the benefit that the Fars could provide. As we are now jumping into the drafting phase, we have a lot of questions, and we're definitely going to be getting a lot of answers here momentarily. So yeah, if you take out the Sicilian entirely, that could be a start toward the right direction. And you know why I'm starting to think that it could be that is because Papara Supermassive was forced to run on this Valentina, right? The Valentina's great.
Stop shitting in my chat, Carlo.
These turtles, you're going for these lords. You have this Avatar the Guardian that you're taking
I play in Asian server. I'm from India, but I played in Europe server before many times. That server feels much easier than Asia. Probably because Asians are really into this game.
are going to struggle against that.
Mobile Legends for Asians is like football for Europeans.
Is going to hit hard as well.
And they watch a lot of pro games, they learn a lot.
In their crosshairs. So that's where the
Wicked looks like hobby lame from AliExpress. Okay. I'll tell him.
Maybe going in for a mage late game damage purely could be the focus for Papar Supermassive if they want a chance to stay in this.
Did you take off the branding on the bottle? Yeah.
It just depends to me. There's that school of thought, and then if I'm trying to play a devil's advocate here, maybe
it's a must, bro.
That's more early game so that you really steamroll. Because I mean, I almost feel like trying to set something up for a late game is setting something up for our weakest. Our
three best players from CS and Dota 2 respectively.
As effective than building more strength where we're the strongest, which is in that early game that we've been seeing from the side of Papar. Something that shuts them down early, that really ensures security. Because I mean, ideally, you kind of want to shut these games down very quickly. I mean, we've seen that, especially when it comes to like C regions. It's very low kill games. Immediate objectives and then core, and it's done. Game is over. Usually very decisively. Even when it comes to two, like I want to say, like first and second.
Nice talking to ya. Bye.
It just comes down to whoever has that advantage. They're just so precise with it.
Mark Moscow user? No, Mark is Tigreal user. He's.
If I'm playing devil's advocate, because I do agree.
He's Rome.
Something in the back end needs to be. There needs to be something done when it
it's
comes
not
to
that Mark you think about. No.
That Papara is having just loads of trouble with here.
Okay, GYP bish, bye.
Right now for Birthright.
See you later.
Ooh, good read. I would definitely first pick it. I'm a fan of the Matilda, but they're gonna go the Bedang instead. Wait a second. So do we get the Matilda and the the Matilda and the carry here, the Matilda and the Phobius here for first pick of Papar Supermassive? I mean, those could be wise decisions, or they can go the Hayabusa and the Matilda. I feel like no matter which way this plays out, Papar Supermassive will win from this initial trade-off. The only thing I will say though, this is the first game of this series where Birthright is on the blue side and Papar Supermassive is on the red.
Yes.
Right.
No matter what's open, what's out there, I was just like, of course it's going to be Bedang. I don't know why I thought any different there, but they don't go with the Matilda. They go with Hayabusa and Gadakacha. So taking away one of the picks that has been
now Bedang will go explain and they're gonna pick Matilda.
So I want to say the Hayabusa hasn't really been the
why not? Why
game
not?
changer for Birthright. So now
but Hylo's Gato combo is too strong.
Matilda out there open. Or maybe they just don't want it. You're absolutely right when you were calling out some of those picks out there. The Carry in Matilda, the Phobius in Matilda.
What is Ukraine?
Even Ixia in Matilda.
It's Finland, Sweden.
You add mobility to a lot of those immobile heroes, but does look like they're kind of going another route here. They've got the Hylos picked up, so I'm assuming, are we going to be... Okay, so that's going to be... I was about to say, is that another fighter? No, that's going to be the jungler. Hylos is potentially going to be the XP laner if Birthright sticks with what they've been doing, which is keeping Bedang in that roam possession. They seem to be very comfortable with it. They like it. And we're basically flipping some of these compositions with who had it.
Yeah, now Sicilian will be on Papar Supermassive, and this is a comfort pick that we saw the debut from them as we open the doors for the challenge season day 1. This time, Birthright will not have the Sicilian. Papar Supermassive, though...
As he took Hylos not to let Gato Hylos combo.
Struggled. Is the Sicilian the difference, though? When they have the Sicilian, they have the damage. So it looks like, we raised the question. You kind of mentioned for Papar Supermassive, maybe focusing on what they're good at.
We get change team, right? Yeah.
To win in the early game is definitely a style. But I think they're going to go in and try and sharpen the late game instead with the Sicilians. So they're going to be looking to hold out on this match.
It's more like Kazakhstan. What the fuck is economic reforms? What the fuck is taxes reforms? No. I'm from Kazakhstan. I pay a lot of taxes.
Compared to that Valentina that we've seen him use before. The
oh my god.
Alpha being pulled out here too. This is a little different. I'm not against it though. I feel like against the Hayabusa, against an aggressive composition, you're able to have a little bit of an easier time in that early game because he's pretty much a jack of all trades. He has the range, and he also has some crowd control and mobility at his side.
And I want to say Birthright,
fuck you.
A much more successful early game for them, I feel like. Just
they heard me.
Alpha and the Hylos, and especially if the Hylos is in the XP lane, that means he's going to have his ultimate for the first objective, which just comes in huge handy from zoning out the rest of the enemy team from that objective for an Alpha that can hold the objective rather than a Hayabusa who has to bide his time, have the vision from his teammates.
What the fuck is anti-corruption? It's relatable to Ukraine as well.
In the early game for him to be able to get that turtle successfully here, whereas Birthright can just kind of hang out.
Guys, Alpha is not good because he's like
I am expecting
immortal or something. No, Alpha is really good because
really kind of ride this one home, especially
he's farming really fast and usually he's ahead of level, and he has a lot of heal spell bomb, so it doesn't matter how much you stun him with War X and Queen Wings, he will still heal. He can take a lot of damage.
They do great.
Smetana have team? Not really. He told like on his streams that he doesn't want to be a pro player. He wants to be more like a pro, pro content creator. I know how to tell this. Like he wants to create content about pro teams, pro scene, getting some interviews with some pro players. He doesn't want to become a pro player.
Yeah, and that's something that's like.
Do you play World of Warcraft? No, I don't.
Region-wide, when it comes to EU, when it comes to Turkey, like I feel like it's something that we've kind of discussed a lot, not just on screen, but even in the back.
Shotcaster and region ambassador.
They tend to
he won't be region ambassador.
And whoever sets up better for the late game usually is more.
Come on, everyone is watching Wizard in Russia and Dixon.
We've just watched, even when you have that successful early game, it's hard for them to maintain that hold on the game.
But what the fuck is Shotcaster? I don't know.
Hitting those power spikes, they've got all their items, they're starting to get kills, and they turn around the momentum. So this could be the biggest test for Birthright, just because it's a different style from them when it comes to, I want to say, being able to
is Beatrix good everywhere? Yeah.
Early game. Interesting thing here is they give away a lot.
Just ban Harris because he's cancer.
For in the first two drafts, Tigreal's out there.
Community caster, yeah.
Team. They no longer have Hayabusa.
Community caster, Smetana.
And I've said this, the last two things too.
Like he's a good player, yeah, but he's really interesting to watch because he talks a lot. He opens his mouth a lot. And he wants to use it to build a community about MLBB, not be a pro player.
They're going to be first pick and they're on the blue side. Let's see if Papara Supermassive finally have a reply.
That's right. Is the third time the charm for
come back again. Birthright.
Dominating in the early phase, but struggling.
What is Shotcaster though?
Keep in mind, if they
Community caster, understandable. What is Shotcaster?
To being qualified, and we'll have to fight it out in the lower bracket for
I have so many memories with Lich King. I have 0 memories with Lich King. I never played World of Warcraft.
Birthright against Papara Supermassive.
Yeah, Birthright is on the eve.
Really? I know all these names. I know Arthas, I know Lich King, but I never played World of Warcraft. Wow. World of Warcraft.
Series that they had against S2G Esports went the entire distance. 5 games. Here, they've cleaned things up a bit in the late game to be very successful. Ooh, nice little
Shot caller been fucked by community caster.
What
are you talking about?
4 members of Papara. My lobby. with the revitalize there, it's going to keep.
I don't understand you.
A nice tanky front line from the side of Birthright. It's going to get them out of harm's way. And speaking of which, Danny actually in trouble, gets pushed. Pop up there after dark, looking for it. Matt, they do have the passive proc for Danny, and unfortunate for after dark, not able to get those sanguine claws out early enough, and even coming in with the shadow.
What is Hayabusa doing?
Not able to find the target he wanted.
What is Hayabusa doing?
See, a lot of things different from game 1 and game 2. First of all, Danny.
You know what else is massive? My balls.
He has to play a little bit closer with a hero like the Aurora, and you're already seeing how that aggressive style is not really in his favor, right? He has to be careful. If he was any bit closer than that, he would have fell before the first of this game. Turtle now spawning in, both sides ready to go for this objective, and Blotchfet, he's going to be the one we keep our eyes on this Tig, right? When he gets his level 4, those implosion plays, he's going to be the one to get those setups to stop this early game composition from Birthright.
Ooh, Mark comes in with himself a little bit of a fist break there, going to push away the rest of the enemy, coming in with a quad shadow. I'm not sure that Mohi, oh, he does have
You see Alpha is level 5, I is level 4, just because of Alpha is fucking fat bullshit with that level. He's OP.
Coming from Supermassive, and definitely a flip from what we've seen from the first 2 games of this series.
He's not really useful in team fights, I mean. Can stun one time and then just heal and deal damage. Easy to escape from him. He's just cancer with fast farming.
Needed to do, just shake up the entire scene to be able to keep this game working on their side. Because, I mean, they won the first 2 games, and now Papara Supermassive, they're forcing them to try and play for a late game comp instead.
Yeah, the one thing though is I want to start seeing, especially when it comes to this next turtle, I want to start seeing more objectives seized here, some ganks coming on there. So,
why do I want to sleep already? Holy shit.
I want to say by about the 13, 14 minute mark to start actually putting on the real pressure that we need. No kills just yet for any of these teams. And honestly, at this level, I don't really care too much for the kills. I want to see those objectives starting taking that gold plating starting to go down for some of these towers and stuff like that. Ooh, actually to come in there, they're going to block out Blotsfed, taking a heap of damage there, and he gets the first blood. Levi putting that in his pocket for Birthright.
See, this is the problem. We have yet to see Papara Supermassive play from behind. They've always played from ahead with the early game, and when they did get the turnaround from Birthright, they were not able to turn it back around, and this is a little bit of something we're going to be watching for when it comes to the early phase. It's now a 1,400 gold lead for Birthright. They're now not just winning in the late game matchups, but gaining the objectives and winning in the economy.
Ooh, I did see a little bit of a push go there on to the Badang. Wicked, or not Wicked, I believe that was Mark over there, got pushed there. They're setting up for this next. My Lobby does put some damage onto Blotsfed, checks that push there, takes a heap. 3 members from Papara Supermassive, Sanguine Claws, land onto My Lobby, while Danny is going to go ahead and push away the rest of Papara Supermassive. And they're looking for some kind of, I want to say they're looking for an advantage on this turtle. Birthright definitely wants the fight here, if they can. So Papara Supermassive need to be very careful. Are you going to be able to get this turtle? Or yeah, they're going to go ahead and disengage from it. You can already see the quad shadows. Papara is going to go ahead and looking for that bottom lane very quickly.
So much level diff will be right now.
Yeah, it's just not much.
They're going to win fights just because of level diff.
There. And I mean, we kind of hinted this in the draft, right? With the Alpha, with the high-lows, you have an Aurora as well. And a Badang, all these heroes provide a good synergy.
I hate when you're about to say something, but ads pop up.
Oh, and
crazy.
Kill onto Blotsfed.
I get money for that though. So thank you for watching the ad. Dazai, do you like me? Yeah, I like you, but I'm top, okay?
How much that they can punish some of these perhaps lackadaisical rotations. And I mean, this is a completely different team that we see from the first 2. This is basically exactly what Papara Supermassive was doing to Birthright in the first 2 games in the early games. The only thing we're waiting for to see if Papara Supermassive can match up and turn this around at the 15-minute
I'm top
mark,
2.
because so far
no.
it has been 100%
From now on, you are bottom, okay?
And I thought it was a fluke in game number 1 with just how well Papara Supermassive won in the early game and almost closed it out. I thought it was a fluke on how Birthright was able to win that. But then you see it in game number 2 and you start scratching your head. Was this a fluke?
0.5 groszy per hour.
And now in game number 3 to see a totally different team taking advantage of the early game.
So
I'm starting to think this was all calculated in a match
maybe a little bit more.
Ooh, now look at a great, glorious pathway to separate out the rest of Papara from Wasau. They're going to get themselves a tower, possibly a kill here as, well, dang, they had to waste a lot of abilities there. And Papara could do nothing but watch as they were separated.
What the
great plan there
fuck?
from Birthright. I love glorious pathways like that just separate the entire team. Tower goes down, a kill goes down, and that is unfortunate for Wasau. They're starting to look, they're starting to see that tunnel vision, looking for that mid lane.
Yeah, trying to find a opportunity, but yet to get one. Birthright is going to be able to take this turtle. That's all the turtles gone into Birthright's favor. They've only gotten 3 turtles in 3 matches, and all of them have been in this game alone. And now with a 4,000 gold lead on their side, when it comes to these engagements, they're going to be the ones that kind of topple over, even though the damage is more in favor for Papara Supermassive.
Moscow missed everywhere.
The items are going to be the difference on them trailing behind, taking the turret on the top side, taking the turret on the bot side, and taking a pause for a brief intermission. Yeah, I heard that breath. I got to take one too. Man, what is going on? This is a totally different game from match number 1 and 2.
I'm not gonna lie, I really like that Birthright went with this instead of continually going for these late game compositions, because it's showing some flexibility, some fluidity in their strategies. They're showing, no, we don't have to let you absolutely demolish us in the first game. We can come up with something that can do well in the early game too. But like I said, the big thing for me when it comes to Europe, when it comes to MENA, when it comes to Turkey, is can we close out these games with the decisiveness that we show in the early game? And that's what we're really kind of waiting to see from a team like Birthright.
What happened? Why so much?
To be able to give them a taste of their own medicine, because we're still waiting for a few items. Bruno has yet to come online, and that's where things really shook up when it came to game 2 of Papara Supermassive and Birthright. And that's where, like, they were able to create that distance. They were able to hold them down with that amount of CC. You've got a Tigreal on your team as well, a huge amount of CC.
I feel offended by Private.
To push there.
Why he's so aggressive?
Have the tools. It's just, can we get them working precisely that we need, like the way we need them?
You're going to stream later? I mean, play. Yeah, I'll play a few games.
This is going to be a big challenge for Papara.
We'll see, actually, because I really want to sleep for some reason.
Specialty. But the late game,
but I don't want to sleep too early. If I'll go sleep, I'll do this like,
when they don't have to worry about these neutral objectives and turrets. So
10, 11 p.m.
We have to watch out for as we progress through this match. Not to mention the draft for the side of Birthright is way different than what we've traditionally seen. They didn't optimize the Sicilian. They allowed it to go to the.
I don't know why they need a pause, to be honest.
Like a mental game, right?
Anything can happen there.
And still get the victory over you. I mean, it's just, it gets really high in that that power check as you get through the challenge season.
Dazai, like my big brother, always like to smoke. Sorry, I'm addicted.
Aurora,
I'm not hiding it, but I'm addicted. It's really bad.
These heroes, when they stick together,
whatever.
Guaranteed turtle or lord, because they have so much crowd
World
control,
is cruel.
it's overwhelming. You have to
and I am retarded.
Hero who can dive in and stop that from happening. Even a Tig, who
quoted,
he has to watch out. If he gets caught with just one of those crowd control effects, the damage is gonna follow through, especially with Wicked, and we know how Wicked gets down when it comes to the gold lane. It's gonna be a major threat.
The thing for me too is Aurora. They don't even have Purify on the Aurora. They just have a Flicker. And that kind of, I'm like looking at that and I'm like, man, this should be easy money for Tigreal to kind of get in there in an implosion once we get out of the laning phase. That has been the difference when it comes. Once we get out of the laning phase, how well are our compositions doing? Blotsvet actually getting caught up there. The damage coming out from Levi. Avatar, the Guardian out there. Mo, he comes in. They are turning this around. Shadow kill on the back end and the disengage.
Okay, 1 for 1.
From the side of Birthright, 1 down but answered with one of their own as well. 4-1.
Why Bruno is playing without skin? My god. Take hero skin, take downing skin. It's really good for Bruno.
From Wasa as well, to be able to stop the initial push from Birthright for the siege of that turret in the mid lane to buy them some time. That's also their first kill on the board, and that's Mohi to be able to take that one. But the turtle that did go over to Birthright, so they do have 3 turtles on their side for a major advantage. And now, speaking of advantage,
again, they're doing such a great job with some of these catches. I mean, it's the usefulness of having a Badang. We do have themselves a little bit of an implosion coming out. Avatar the Guardian is down.
Nice stuff.
Birthright answer back
Souls, they throwing too much. It's GG's, it's GG's.
Back up as Birthright come bursting through the mid lane. Wicked with another dash and that attack speed that he needs to take down another tower. We're looking at 7-1 lead for Birthright and a 6K gold lead.
Yeah, a major advantage, and a Lord now spawned in, which should be their next focus, to be able to take that down and then go in for the inhibitor push. Birthright now rides with that 8,000 gold lead, is well ahead of Papara Supermassive, and we have not seen this entire series. This is the biggest gold lead Birthright has had so far today. And just looking at the ADCs, Bruno just now
Alpha Winter Crown,
while on the other side Wicked is almost at 8,000.
Haya with War X, really, man?
Has the corrosion side, the core trinity, while Bruno really only has the crit of the Berserker's Fury. Yeah, he has.
Why is he all built War X for Haya?
One thing that has always been something that I can look forward to.
War X for Haya.
No matter how bad they've been doing in the early game, Wicked has found the ability to continually farm and keep pace with the enemy marksman, if not outright start passing him up in the late game, which has just been one of those things that
Jita,
really
hello.
them into that late game. Here, we're not seeing
Zenos,
that so
hello as well.
much from the side of Papara Supermassive. Zhao just having some real trouble. He's not taking deaths. He's being safe, but he's also not
interesting Hayabusa build.
Like to have, this is your
but Snapdragon didn't ask me to be polite, so fuck you, Hayabusa. Why you built fucking War X for Hayabusa? Do you think you're Dyrus or Alpha or what?
Turrets, but they still have to go through the inhibitors, and the Lord has been bursted down. Papara Supermassive now at the back end, forced to play defense and down in the economy by 10,000 gold. They have yet to be this far behind this entire series, and now we have to see, are they a team that can do the same thing Birthright accomplished? Can they play from behind? Can they turn it around? They do have a late game composition, especially with the Bruno, especially with the Sicilian.
Danny putting on the damage on the Mo. Ooh, a little bit of a lackadaisical frigid glacier there, but the rest of Birthright comes in, and Wicked gonna pick up a clean kill onto Mohi, expanding their kill lead to 8-1.
Prolific gun picked up by Wicked as well, so now he has a little bit of that extension on range.
Yeah, we do have a glorious pathway. Wassaw, separated from his team, is going to dash across. They're doing such a great job of keeping this zoning out there to push away. Ooh, look at him. I know Blotset's looking for an... can he get in there with a flicker? He has the flicker, but he doesn't find the angle that he wants. And that's going to be the mid-high ground tower down.
Pure surgical procedures from Birthright right now.
It's to sustain, you know, since Haya lasts long during the fights, yeah.
Against Papara Supermassive.
Fighter assassin. I missed, sorry.
As well through the mid lane, and now needing to wait for this Lord. Now,
I was always finding Haya in fighter section.
See too many mistakes from them. It's really just the initial early objectives from game number 1 and 2.
I don't know.
They weren't as aggressive, and they just let Papara Supermassive take it. But
Papara were playing so much better yesterday. I mean, last week.
And, I mean, look at that gold lead, and look. I feel like those recall spams is part of the reason.
Now they just do some crazy stuff.
Pull the stats behind the scenes on that one, but
I don't know what is that.
Look at Wicked. He is full build right now, and we're still looking at Zhao. He has yet to pick up his 3rd item. He's still holding on to the Berserker's Fury and the Hoss Claws.
Yeah, and one of the big differences too, when Birthright gets the advantage, when they pull away from the base, you saw how they froze all the lanes. That forces Papara Supermassive to try to come out here, try to see if there's anything in the jungle for them to pick up. They can't clean up minions because the minions are frozen in the middle of these lanes. Supermassive is not able to get any gold. None of the minions are coming to their base for them to hit, so they're just locked down there, turtled, without any way to get that farm up. And that's exactly why Zhao.
I always stream on the. I always sleep on these streams. I swear.
About almost 3K gold behind Wicked. So I mean, they're doing everything by the book. You see lanes on here now. They're going to start pushing in these lanes, so all lanes come.
It's all because this Hayabusa has Russian flag.
Split up Papara
Karma.
Supermassive, so they have to defend. Oh, they actually missed the bottom lane. I spoke too quickly. So it's going to be crashing in a little bit later, but still with enough time for them to kind of split up their priority. Now, Glorious Pathway is out. We're zoning out the rest of the team while we take on this tower.
Yeah, both sides still fighting it out. After Dark getting a kill.
Ooh, Levi finds a kill on the Wasa. Blotzvet is taken down on the other side. Mohi, Wicked with the kill. This could be
Wicked died.
Difference maker. Oh, 2v2 right now.
Whoa!
Levi comes in with the alpha charge, takes down After Dark. It is just Danny against the marksman, and is this shades of what we saw from Birthright?
I didn't see how Wicked died.
1-1, so both teams took equal damage there when it came to the kills. 4 down for Birthright, 4 down for Papara Supermassive, but you see Papara gonna try their best. They're looking to put some pressure onto this mid tower.
They got a lot of things to clean up, though. We're not even past the 15-minute threshold. We're not even at that 16-minute power spike where Birthright really starts to come alive, at least from game number 1 and 2. But the difference with this one is they don't have as many late-game damage hitters, right? Specifically because they let Danny run on this Aurora instead of having that Sicilian, which puts a lot of the damage into Wicked's hands, whereas the rest of the team's main focus is to create that setup with the crowd control. Now, Papara Supermassive, they had a little bit of a second chance right there to be able to burst them down and not allow them to finish. They can possibly contest this lure, but they are down by almost 7,000 gold. And last time we checked the items, you got to see Zhao. He only had the Berserker's Fury and the Hawes Claws. Now he's starting to catch up. He has the Malefic gun and he has the Windtalker. So he has the splash damage with Typhoon. He has additional crit. He has additional attack speed. And then he also has the range to work in his favor, not to mention the sustainability from the Hawes Claws. This is a way better kit than just a Berserker's Fury and a Hawes Claws. This could be the difference.
Ooh, Danny almost gets caught.
Hayabusa, you know why you didn't kill Aurora right now? Because you gave her War X.
Amazing from Zhao too. Went from being 3 items down to his opponents to now only being 1 item away from a full build. Just with that, the advantage that they took in that defense alone. Ooh, a little bit of a conceal play. They're looking for the Alpha. Levi in trouble here. 4 members. He gets packed up. Still has the immortality procced out there. Takes down the marksman. Zhao is down.
Just fuck it, guys. Just
man army. They had a 4v1 on that man, and still he didn't even proc his immortality.
What X, Hayabusa, what X, please.
This is
stuck.
where the
What
alpha
X?
shines. He's better against more numbers because he gets more regen. And I don't think they had the anti-heal to cut
What
it
X,
down
what
by
X?
50%.
Woo! Down goes Mo. He got caught trying to latch onto Danny. In comes the Alpha Charge. Levi trying to back up After Dark. On the backside, Wasso getting caught by Mark with that fist bump there. Levi finds a kill on the After Dark. And down goes the rest of Papara. Supermassive Birthright.
Now, what the fuck was that even?
Finals.
Control, Alt, Delete.
What the bullshit.
A download and an installation is what we've seen today from Birthright. Rising to the occasion time and time again, even when the odds did not look in their favor, taking down Papara Supermassive and earning a spot as the first team to be qualified to the Challenge Finals.
What a clean game by them. A few little hiccups when it came to the defense, but definitely not in the same way that we saw from their opponents. They were able to clean it up very quickly, and then I don't know if you can call it a bad decision to try to conceal play and go.
Oh, maybe I play one game. Wait, I will check if Miron is online.
Stood his ground with the help of that glorious pathway to keep him with a little bit more of the healing that he needed, and then my lobby came in with the aid, with the revitalize to help him out, and able to turn that around on the team. Here, MVP
Miron is not
going
playing
to
right now.
Danny.
Yeah, able to get that MVP.
Yeah.
Well deserved on Danny, switching things up. I mean, it was this whole Aurora that really shook the scene and switched the way even Par Supermassive played, as they fell in for the bait with the Sicilian pickup and forced them to not be
I'll ask Miron if he'll play.
team like we've seen in match number 1 and 2. And with that being said, that's a one-sided story, a clean sweep for Birthright, and a well-deserved victory at that.
I'm just so shocked, and I'm almost kind of sad, because when you're gonna look back over this tape, it's gonna be like, all right, you see Dazai is open, what do? Conceal play, go for him with almost your whole team, but they failed. So something happened there in that micro that stopped them from being able to burst him down. It's just a crazy and really kind of stands
Time
as
to
a
play one game
testament
with
for the
Elise.
skill that Levi has on that alpha.
And it's interesting because, you know, if we didn't see game number 3 and I only watched game number 1 and 2 of Birthright, I would have said this team's not really good early game. They're just a late game comp team. But now to be able to see in game number 3 that they can dominate in the early phase, the mid phase, and claim a fancy finish at the end with little to no problem means they have an overall package and a team to watch out for, especially inside of the challenge finals. They're full of surprises.
Man, I just amazing and a very, like you said,
online.
whether it comes from the early game, whether it comes from the late game, they show that they just have the complete package when it comes to this, especially for the drafting that kind of comes out.
Look,
here.
Boro profile picture. What the fuck?
Here's that pick off there. You see the glorious pathway out there, keeping him topped up. The rest of the team, it's just like, bro, first goes down the marksman. Maybe that was a little something to talk about. The marksman getting
that is Boro, by the way.
Close on that, and he had the malefic gun too, right? So he had the distance he could go, but maybe it's something that Supermassive needs to understand, is that
rank. Yeah, I'll play rank right now.
It's those first 2 games where they get super overconfident with the pushing into the core and they get things turned around on them.
Fuck you, Smetana.
It's a fight like that where, as a Moskov, as a marksman, you want to still maintain that distance, especially
need
from
one
something
game.
like an alpha. But the marksman was the first to go down, and that really upset the tempo for that gank.
And speaking of confidence, the MVP does go over to Danny on this Aurora. And like I said, we had the pleasure of interviewing Danny. And confidence is a word to describe him down to the T, right? He said not too many teams are worried about. We know the objective, we know the focus, and we're going to get the job done. And that's what we've seen today from Birthright, the first team to be able to qualify for the challenge finals from Group A, and well-deserved with a 3-0 clean sweep.
By the way, Birthright, last time, I mean, they won. I forgot who they won, but they come back from 2-0 to 3-2. So Birthright a really comeback team. No, it's not really a good idea to climb up solo. Better to go find your, like, find trio at least. Oh shit, everything is falling. Damn. Daddy Miron still cooking at his age? Bro, he's younger than me. What do you mean cooking at his age? Oh, we can see that Birthright is qualified, huh? What? We're gonna see Supermassive versus S2G right now, or we're gonna see Group B? Supermassive will be out of this tournament. For sure. You lost me. Oh, I like this girl on the picture. It's not a girl. I thought it's Aris from Mushoku Tensei. What the fuck? 43% win rate, bro. 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 Wait, is it a knockout stage? It's not a knockout stage. It's I mean, yes, but there are two groups, A and B, and only 4 teams will go to challenge finals, and then from challenge finals, they will go to some challenge masters. What the fuck is that? So yeah, and this master is gonna be in Indonesia, Jakarta. I'm just gonna play one game, so Cristiano, Nazardo, sniping. Even when I play tournament, I mean stream tournament, bruh. I can't get rid of Cristiano, Nazardo.
Please ban a hero.
Make it interesting, play gold. But I have Miron, why? No. Interesting is to play jungle. Yeah.
Your team is banning.
Bedenk. Bedenk bent. Why do you stream in shorts, bro? I stream as well in horizontal. Just go to my channel, find another stream. I have 2
Your
streams.
team is picking.
Damn, what the hell? Fanny open. Great. Suyo band. Miron, 100 IQ. Best player in the world. Still can't remember to ban one hero. Okay.
The enemy is picking.
Fanny, Granger open, you banning
Your
Suyo.
team is
Okay.
picking.
Let me think about it. Angela is bullshit here. If this Angela is bad, like, yeah.
The enemy is picking.
Yo, streaming boss is smart as fuck. Oh yeah, it is. Because someone may like horizontal, someone is more compatible with shorts. So yeah. I don't know. Our draft in rank is always bullshit. Banning some
Your
bullshit.
team is picking.
Like, to be honest, I can handle Matilda. No one even knows how to play Matilda in rank, only few good players. They usually just do nothing. What the fuck? I can't hear background music. Oh, because I turned it off. I don't want copyright on this stream. Because that's like you see Snapdragon stream, eh? I will turn it on later. I hope he's AFK, to be honest. No! Why you're not AFK, man? Yeah, Cristiano Nazarda, yes. You are in my team. In my team, only fucking clowns and circus. I don't know. Like, Khalid can kill me solo. Khalid, go to link buff. What the fuck you want to? Khalid, go to link, please. Thank you, bro. Go to link. Holy shit.
First blood. Great play.
Can you type the script? Yes. Vamos, nova pop. That's Miron for banning Suyo. Yeah, I'm playing with 2 jungles, thank you. This bro picked Link last pick. Get the fuck out of my jungle, please. Ah, solo for Cristiano Nazarda, I don't know. We took third always this bro. No, I don't mind.
Request backup. Ally has been slain. Battle spell in cooldown.
Penny is still cancer. No, I don't even have Clock of Destiny. Wow. Third all 20 seconds. Nice.
Ally has been slain.
Easy for Nazar, but I don't know.
Slain the turtle.
Gonna be fun.
Have been slain.
Sassy Penny ultimate. Too brave. Yeah, I said I will tank all this damage with Cloak of Destiny. Khalid should be without ultimate. Yeah.
Your team destroyed. You have slain an enemy. Double kill. Killing spree. Your team destroyed a turret.
We are winning this. If it works, it works.
Ally has slain the turtle.
We are clearing jungle too fast with two junglers.
Request backup.
Dun, 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 dun.
An enemy has been slain. Killing spree. Mega kill.
Draft already started. There. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Bum, bum. Still, bro, I have buff already. Crazy funny gameplay, man.
Your team destroyed a turret.
Ah!
Your team destroyed a turret. Unstoppable.
Nah, I was retreat like more like a creep. He all dies. Link chilling with 0 deaths.
Ally has been slain. Your team destroyed a turret. Shut down. Destroyed a turret.
Okay, let's watch tournament again. Great game with the jungle. I report this monkey. Monkey. Don't let me fight with you. Damn. Okay, I'm back to tournament. GG's, me off.
Yeah, the interesting thing is if we can withstand the early I want to say just damage and onslaught of damage that Granger can bring out, I do see the Moskov kind of being more useful in different facets of the team, whether it's split pushing, being able to close the distance in objective fights because of that spear of vengeance very early. There's just little things that he can succeed at that aren't just raw damage, but I mean the raw damage is a huge thing. As we move into, ladies and gentlemen, game 1, Team Falcons taking on Incendio Supremacy. Winner of this match will be moving on to the challenge finals.
Yeah, you know, Private, I'll be honest here.
Penny and Granger open.
Incendio Supremacy, with the draft that they have, they get a first blood already. From the very first wave, already asserting dominance, but from the draft that Incendio Supremacy have picked up, I think it's going to be a mistake. coming out from Team Falcons. I feel like the Fanny is hard to deal with, especially if it's on somebody that just understands how to rotate and have seen so much experience from international games. Look at it, invade already happening here.
Ooh, already you see that the high-low's trying to make his way to it. Can't even rotate quick enough to even catch TNZ on the Fanny right now. So it's going to be a hard-fought game. You brought it up. It's going to be hard, especially if they understand the rotations, understand how much.
These are two M6 games, 6 M6 teams, not games.
Answered by Team Falcons.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a very tough matchup. However, Team Falcons, one thing that they do have is this utility jungle where he can get these 50-50 red pieces.
Oh.
Whenever his team fight comes in.
Yeah, we do have a lot of damage coming in there. TNC looking for the damage there. Alien does find a kill. Apex finds one onto Kenji. 2 down for the side of Team Falcons. Detective Super looking for an escape. Alpha right there to help with the disengage, but already 3-0 for the side of Incendio Supremacy as they look for some progress on this turtle. Ooh, Avatar the Guardian comes down. A flicker has been expended for Alpha, who is looking to close the distance, and the retribution gonna go to Tienzi, who picks up the turtle. Feathered Airstrike is laying down the damage onto Team Falcons, who is forced to disengage. No answer just yet for Incendio Supremacy.
Yeah, this is not good from the side of Team Falcons, right? They go for kind of a utility jungle, going for the objective style, right? A fighter like Alpha himself, and you're really trying to not get picked off early on. And you can see Tienzi here dancing and
I feel like Fanny is lagging.
Fanny
Feels like Fanny has MS, by the way.
Flex, not really doing too much
I like
damage, but this
60
shows
or I don't know,
how
70.
confident he is on the Fanny.
Because
Again,
K-balls are
in terms of
slow.
the draft, I feel like it's a mistake. You don't give Fanny, you don't give Granger. Those are two heroes that are quite unanswered. You pair it up with the Cho that has a winning matchup against the Hylos, and then look at this. Rosa, range versus range. He is dominating at the mid lane.
Ooh, Apex goes in, but underneath the tower to get that little.
Yeah,
set
Fanny
onto
is
Kenji.
lagging
Might not be enough,
100%.
and Tienzi doing a good job. You were talking about this. It's not just a Fanny, but it's a Fanny who understands what they can do to get some damage out, how long they can stay there before they have to disengage. Alpha Charge goes out there. Tienzi finds a clean kill. Alpha with the demonic force. Is it going to be enough? Big pop-up lands onto it, trying to put on the damage. Tienzi is out. Rosa on the side with the feathered airstrike, raining down damage onto the side of Team Falcons, but Apex 47 right there to provide a clean escape for his teammates.
Yeah, I think, you know, Team Falcons, they're okay with that, right? They didn't really lose out any members, but Apex here coming out with the kick.
Yeah, gets the kick on there, is not able to finish the job as he has 2 members of Team Falcons, but here comes TNZ sweeping through.
With 0 HP and 0 energy, TNZ.
Looking for an angle, not able to find one just yet, and still a 0-4 game for Incendio Supremacy. 1 kill on TNZ, so it's not as dominant on a Fanny, but still creating that threat to the side of Team Falcons as Alien dives in with an Avatar, the Guardian.
Yeah, a lot of ultimates being used, traded around for this objective. TNC here getting a completely clean objective once again. You know, this is really hard to watch. Oh, Rosa before that though gets the flicker, but he's gonna get taken off the board. The Fanny does come back in, trying to get a
Damn,
little more
Falcons come back in it.
The damage is not enough. The sustain
No
is
way.
coming through. Team Falcons here with
Like Phoebus is making a difference a little bit
hope, right? When they group
with his
up
sustained
for this
CC all the
alpha,
time.
that's really using what the alpha is there for. A little bit of tankiness, has the frontline CC, and it's like a very traditional front to back with some damage. Team Falcon here able to grab up their first kill.
Ooh, yeah, you do have Cobra coming in there trying to put on the damage. Ooh, taking on the half health. He might be over. And Alien gonna smash the ground underneath and finds another kill there. 2-5 as we look up at the top lane. Demonic Force is out. Feather Airstrike, but leaves him open. Another kill. Kenji finds onto Rosa. Apex 47 alone at the lane trying to find some defense as Alien comes for back backup, but they might not be able to do much. Avatar the Guardian out there catches 2 members, 3 now against him underneath the tower, which is down. Apex 47 looking for an angle. In comes Tienzi, gets popped up. Demonic Fury finds
Double kill for Fovis.
Tienzi finds one onto Kenji. Smile from the back end, looking for some CC.
Triple
finds
kill
a
for Fovis.
onto Sunshine. Tienzi juking and jabbing does find an escape, but man, the massacre there. Look at all the bodies in that top lane.
Yeah, I mean, that's a 3 for 3 coming out from both of these teams. It's, you know, a 3 for 3 on the losing side is great, right? Team Falcons, they not only secure some
Dazai, you
kills to be able
look
to
kind,
match the gold,
you look
they
like
actually get
Karins
objective
from
on this, and
RRQ.
Rosa in a bad position
Oh, let me
again.
check.
Rosa, I dare I say, might have a little bit of a
Orange.
problem with some of that positioning, really leaning on the ability of those wings by wings. Tienzi takes a little bit of hits, able to find an escape. Rosa finds a kill onto Smile. Down
No,
goes the Zeus
no.
and a little bit of pressure
No.
as they do. This sets up this next turtle there. You see the suppressive fire coming out from
Not
Sunshine
at
on
all.
that Granger. Glorious pathway is out. Detective kind of
He even has
through
different
little
nose,
Apex
bro.
right there, warding them off with a little bit of Juke Kondo. Alien tuning up the
We
band.
have-
He was going to look for a little bit of a taunt. Does not find the angle he wants. Meanwhile, Incendio Supremacy starting to work.
No, he
on
has
this
different
turtle. And a
face.
big feathered airstrike.
He just has
A
different
flicker
face,
used by
like, what the
Rosa to
hell?
get away. Oh, we do have a way of the dragon. Kenji finds a kill. Rosa is down again. And just like that, Team Falcons do
We have similar
narrowly get
eyes,
in their
but
advantage, I believe they
everything
lost
else
the
is
turtle for
different.
that.
Yeah, Private, you can't catch a break here. It's just action after action, bloodthirsty after bloodthirsty. And you know, this is kind of the
And we have
composition
Babyface,
that
boss.
Incendio has set themselves up with. They're very fast, they're very mobile, and they have very far range. Each and every one of their character has the potential to kill and also set up for a great team fight. However, Team Falcons, they kind of have this, you know, 4-man strategy death ball where if they group up, it's gonna be
Michael's
quite
right.
hard.
Hello.
Falcon is trying to get
I'm
as
good.
close as possible in every single one of these team fights, while Incendio is really trying to
We have different nose, like Karins has big nose, like
like
wide nose.
Yeah, the
My
big thing
nose is not
how
wide.
ready that a lot of the Team Falcons players are for that feathered airstrike to come out. As soon as it lays down, you see the demonic force come out, the alpha charge comes out. They're ready to pretty much have a Rosa's number, so she has
But
to
we
be,
both
or she has
have
to be
Babyface,
very
so-
careful, or at the very least, Apex needs to be ready to get some peel for them, because I mean, right now you're looking at 3 deaths on Rosa, so you're not being as effective as you want when it comes to a lot of these team fights with that feathered airstrike.
By the way, Elise roam good.
and you know, here's the strategy coming out from Incendio.
No.
right? They want to make sure that they can bait out those
I will tell you which character will be next after Elise at the start of new season.
Even the Phobius, you want to be able to bait these skills
I
out
do
with
that
the
at
Granger.
start of new
Taking
season.
a little bit of damage. They're looking for a little bit of punish, but the thing is, Incendio, they're looking for backside.
Oh, Tienzo, he smelled blood in the water, goes in, gets CC down. Alien in trouble's gonna try to charge himself out.
TNZ has good cables, so.
Not much that he can do, and that might be a little bit of a miscall from Tienzi. He smelled blood in the water. Somebody was very low, dove against 5 members of Team Falcons, got CC down, and Alien had to come in to try to get the save. Now we're locking on to this Lord. Things might have turned around a little bit. You have Rosa zoning out the rest of the team with that feathered airstrike, but a big tanky front line. Kenji and a detective there on the front. Ooh, Sunshine in trouble. Demonic force is out, and Sunshine is down. Rosa catches a little bit of a pop-up from Alpha, and 1 down for the side of Incendio Supremacy. All 5 members still left up for Team Falcons, looking for an answer. TNZ has some cables out there, looking for an
Whoa.
angle. The Guardian is down.
Whoa.
And Retribution goes out. Tienzi finds a kill on the Koba. Rosa finds the Lord, and Tienzi marking down Detective. That is a complete team wipe. Incendio Supremacy dominating that Lord fight.
You know, Team Falcons, they were able to kind of use their strategy, right? They
Nice
did some
medic.
all-ins on one character, and it was a 4 versus 5. Lord, they had the objective.
Elise roam is bullshit.
They just didn't have the health available, and the pokes coming out from from Rosa, and also the Granger was just too much, and the cleanup on aisle 6, the Fanny came through, swept the whole entire Team Falcons. Now with the Lord marching down, Incendio Supremacies, they are showing their dominance, right? This Fanny, hard to deal with. 8, 0, and 5, a blind pick paired up with Apex 47 on this Chow. They're gonna get the picks that they're looking for pretty much guaranteed.
Yeah, not just that, but this cooldown on the feathered airstrike is kind of crazy. Rosa starts things off with the feathered airstrike. They jump on them wings by wings away and still had another feathered airstrike for that fight, which allows TNZ to come in there and really be that threat, because now you've got the enemy at about half health, maybe down to 10%, so you're allowing TNZ to come in there, get some of the sweeps, and there finds a cutthroat. Kobaway is down. TNZ finds themselves a tower. We are down to the high ground. Ooh,
Moscow tried.
Might be in a little bit of trouble here. Is going to go ahead. Ooh, gets dragged back over the wall. Alpha charge. Apex 47 is down. The Hylos from Team Falcons does find the kill there. We do have a glorious pathway. Rosa shuffling his heart away to find an escape. Alien gets damaged down, and you do see Sunshine finding a kill. Smile finds one onto Alien. In comes TNZ looking for a cutthroat onto the detective. Smile in trouble, being chased down by TNZ. Cables all over the place as a Smile scoots his way back to the core.
You know, I really feel like Team Falcons...
Do you know if Leslie ever played in Pro Series before?
Right?
Yeah, a few times.
To make sure they could get some of these all-in moments. A glorious pathway, alpha charge. Again, it's heavy dive.
Few times,
they can close the gap on
the guess on M6 one time.
Damage dealers, the Farsa, the Granger.
It's like Layla, you know. One time can be picked.
Can get their hands on them,
but she's not good at all.
That they can get these kills. However, the problem is the Granger. He is so fast, right? He has so much mobility. He dashes around, and you know he also has a lot of kite, so it's hard for them to get it. But
way of the dragon on a Kobaway who just did not see it coming. Feathered airstrike makes mincemeat out of the.
What do you mean Hansa revamp changes the data? What the hell?
You see a maniac for TNZ there, 12 to 19.
Matvey,
hello. Take a look at some of these item builds at the 13-minute mark.
Yeah, I mean, he's gonna hit that legendary mark. He already has all the damage that he's looking for here. The side of Falcons desperately looking to defend onto the bot side. Incendio is gonna play it smart, right? Discipline is the key here. They're gonna go up for this Lord, and you know, we could take a moment and kind of see how Incendio is, you know, setting up these team fights. They're going for these long-range bursts, and they're making sure the team fight happens and dies before it even starts.
Ooh, we did see the feather airstrike come out there. Alpha in a little bit of trouble. Does go in with the demonic force. Is going to have to use his flicker to get out of harm's way. He does have the immortality out there, but I mean, the only job that the feathered airstrike was doing was just to zone out and give Team Falcons another target that they needed to go for. TNZ right now 9-0-7 for Incendio Supremacy, and doing an amazing job on this Fanny, and I definitely don't see this Fanny making it to the second game without a ban.
Yeah, I mean, the Fanny is going to be gone, but if you just take a look at some of the range that Incendio has set themselves up with, Rosa, not the best score, but in order for them to even reach Rosa, they have to burn a flicker, they have to burn a glorious pathway, and that's so much utilities used.
Ooh, nice little pop-ups there coming out. You do see the demonic force latching on to Rosa. Alpha's going to have to disengage there for a second. Glorious pathway is out. A big madness happening in that mid lane. Kenji trying to put the damage onto Alien. In comes Apex 47. Lands a kick on to Koba. Is not going to be enough. Down goes Apex.
Ooh, Ellen will go down as well.
Alien might be in trouble.
Then he will die.
By Kenji. Feathered airstrike is out. Finds a kill onto Detective. You do see Sunshine finds a kill of his own.
Nice fight for them.
Suffering his first death of the game. 2 down for the side of Team Falcons and 3 down for Incendio Supremacy.
Yeah, 3-for-2 trade advantage for the side of Team Falcons. They do defend most of their inner inhibitor towers. If not, they might lose them in here. And Kenji,
okay, gotcha.
small team fight should be able to get away.
I didn't know that.
Ooh, Rosa.
I didn't know Hansa Revamp should have been deployed today.
Smile dives in with the
Moscow a little bit bad, a little bit.
man, they are just all over. I want to say, like, I mean, there's not a ton of kills, not a ton of assists for Rosa.
At this time of the season, all good players are already in Immortals.
Needs to be answered.
Legends are on fucking honors right now.
Team Falcons of answering it. It's just how Incendio supremacy is coming back there.
Of course, you're gonna see Leslie.
Juking and jiving left and right, trying to avoid some of those shots. In comes TNZ. Oh, and they get the pop-up. Avatar of the Guardian comes down, slams on the two members. TNZ finds a kill onto Kenji. Koboe finds a kill onto TNZ. And now being caught down, Apex 47 looking for the Dragon Kick, gets pushed away from his team. Is it going to be enough? They do have the damage, and Sunshine comes in from the flank. Alpha finds a kill onto Rosa, and Sunshine looking to put some more damage on, but decides to disengage all of his team members very low on the map. And just such a high kill game. So much action coming from just a small amount of time and some small opportunities.
Yeah, I mean, both teams really showing their micro mechanics, right? A lot of dashing around, using their ultimates at the right exact time, and making sure that they could get those kites, right? Incendio Supremacy, again, they just have the range advantage so far. The Granger is just a little bit hard to deal with, paired up with the Chow. It's something that's just very, very tough to deal with. However, Team Falcons, they've been able to pull it out so far. Their style of just grouping up and making sure these big ultimates can close those gaps is really working out in their favor.
Nice.
Oh, Kenji is able to get the Lord. Glorious Pathway is out. You do see the Feathered Airstrike raining down damage. Kenji looking to close the distance. Alien on the side is going to get picked off, even with the health raining down. The rest of Incendio Supremacy looking to get out of here from the side. Alpha with the flank, but Sunshine able to fend him off on that Granger. It's all well and enough, but Team Falcons were able to pick up the Lord, which puts the pressure onto Incendio Supremacy.
Yeah, I mean, the chances of having this Phobius over the Gato Kacha is really paying off an XP of, oh!
Feathered Airstrike, unfortunately, able to catch an Alien is down. Apex 47 does find a kill onto enemy jungler there. That is one down for both teams here right now as the Luminous Lord begins barreling down at the bottom. You can see Koba.
A little bit wasted, Lord. A little bit wasted.
Gun, so he's going to have a little bit more range that he's going to be able to be effective with. Feathered Airstrike is down, but he's a little too close to the action. He has to use that feathered.
Are you sad? No, I'm not sad.
Get a little bit of distance, still allowing Sunshine to find the kill onto the enemy team. Team Falcons gonna have to disengage as Incendio Supremacy take down the Lord with a semi-productive defense of their base.
It's good that Incendio did not lose any more than just one inhibitor. It's bad that they did lose one inhibitor, and it's the far inhibitor that Team Falcons, you know, is the most valuable target here, but they're down the Hylos.
Oh, nice, Don.
Have a Winter Crown out there as well. Immortality has been procced. Moskov running for the hills, but Tienzi hot on the pursuit, does find a kill. Four members latching on to Kenzie, who gets eventually taken down.
GG's.
Alpha is down, 3 down for the side of Team Falcons, and only 2 left to defend this base. You do see that Tienzi has to go back to base. Gonna have to get a little, gonna have to answer some of these lane minions. Feathered Airstrike is out. Smile, they aren't able to close the distance. Smile is alone against the entirety of the team, looking for an angle.
Nice
Sunshine,
one.
Proxy Immortality. Look at Sunshine back and forth, left and
12
right.
seconds till Moscow.
And alone able
It's not GG's. Moscow can kill Rosa if he uses his ultimate. Look, Moscow will kill Farsa right now. Moscow, try it.
Smiles with a great defense. 1 versus 3.
Oh, come on, try it, Moscow.
This Zoo ship.
Moscow, what's this pussy, Moscow?
Lose their bid and
come on.
Incendio, they lost their top side with the Lord on the bottom side of the map.
Kairi Epic?
Definitely have an advantage here. It just depends on how how Incendio Supremacy plays it. They do have this Fanny, which means they are gonna have the ability to split push and, you know, dash around, except for the fact that, you know, the Alpha is gonna have a much better time 50-50. So, you know, the game plan for Incendio is to try and split the members of Team Falcon apart, try to get these long-range pokes that Rosa and also Bella has done a great job throughout this game. And then for the side of Team Falcons, try to get the Alpha in a good position, a good 50-50, you know, and making sure that they can close the gap on heroes like the Farsa and the Granger is going to help them out the most here.
Yeah, we did already expend the feathered airstrike.
Oh, TNZ get caught.
Take a little bit of a pop-up. TNZ down to half health. Now looking for the angle. Glorious pathway is out. They do find a kill onto Detective. Is that going to be enough? The rest of the team has to disengage. TNZ looking for a ride home, but decides against it. Kenji going with the alpha strike against Alien. Now all four members charging into Kenji. Kenji looking for the cut throw. Can he find it? Not able to, but Alien able to pick up the kill. Very low on the side of Incendio Supremacy. Ooh, Alpha? Apex 47 is going to find him out, finds the pop-up there, still has his immortality, so he's just trying to create this distance for his team. That doesn't look like anybody really wants to go for this Lord just yet, as some of the lanes need to be answered by TNZ.
You know, that's not a bad
Granger
fight
is
enough
taking
Team
Lord a little
Falcon.
bit
Yes, they
slow.
did lose two members. The Hylos had to kind of all in early, and without the revitalize, he just gets completely melted by a lot of the damage released by Incendio. However, right, that team fight, it looked really good for Incendio. Team Falcons only lost Kenji after that. You know, as long as Koba, Smiles, and Alpha are alive, these are like the core units.
If
that
only
Team Falcons
Wicked was
has to
playing
be able to deal with
Moscow.
the majority of these team fights. And, you know, the later the game goes, the Moskov gets a little bit scary. He has the ability to go for some of these split push. Look at top side here. You know, he's just standing there, and there's not many members that Incendio can send up to deal with the Moskov by himself. The Fanny, you know, it's not going to be that great, and they have to constantly defend that far lane.
Yeah, speaking of which, we do have a glorious pathway down. Moskov comes in
No.
for the finish, puts the kill onto Sunshine, and that might be it for Aliens. Gonna have to use the Avatar of the Guardian. TNZ comes in, puts some damage on, but it's not gonna be enough. Too much CC, too much of a group from Team Falcons who find themselves an advantage, and you see Koba right now putting on the damage with the attack speed onto this Lord. Is it gonna be enough? Is TNZ gonna be able to find an angle to get in? Do they want to? Comes in from the side, looking, he does have the vision, he's got the information. Is he gonna be able to get in?
Away.
He took a Lord.
He gets retribution onto the Lord. He says, you may be able to kill me, but mission has been accomplished.
Crazy.
What a play by TNZ, but this might be more than they bargained for. Minions coming down
That
through
can they
mid, four
defend,
members
like-
of Team Falcons looking to put an end to this game. 3 and 4 seconds left on the marksman, and the feathered airstrike coming in now. Now looking to put some damage out there as well. Glorious pathway is out, takes down Rosa.
Damn, Rosa just
Immediately
respawned.
Smile
Come on.
finds a kill onto Apex 47.
Probably is GG's.
Lord getting chunked down by Team Falcons. Alien trying to go in, trying to provide another target for the team, and down goes the Lord. The rest of Team Falcons swarming around Incendio Supremacy. A pop-up lands onto Sunshine, Immortality, Brook,
GG's.
and Team Falcons
They
reign
lost to
supreme
Svenny and
in game
Granger.
1.
Private, I'm shocked. Game 1, Team Falcons able to take the victory here, and this is gonna be huge, right? You could see like Incendio kind of bullying Team Falcon throughout the whole entire early to mid game, and Falcon being able to come back using their bread and butter. This Hylos is so absolutely impactful. The glorious pathway that's set up, that has picked up Rosa over and over and over, not giving the Farsa a chance to breathe, just goes straight onto the backside here. TNZ had played a great game here too,
Rosa
but
was
again,
just tired of
Kenji
playing
with
it.
Alpha
It's
is
fine.
just a little bit too tanky. The strategy that Falcon has set up worked out perfectly. They gave Incendio the assassin that they were looking for, but the Fanny just could not close the game. Falcon was way too tanky, and also Koba just scaled so extremely well into the late game.
Yeah, it was just such an interesting matchup. It was like, there were counters on both sides for a lot of this, but eventually it was just too much for the side. You had the team of Falcons grouping up to deal with the Fanny, which should have been handled by Rosa, putting down the feathered airstrike. But every single time that feathered airstrike came out, a glorious pathway came out, Alpha was closing the distance,
I'm
Kenji
from
on the
Ukraine.
Alpha was closing the distance. So it was just an answer to an answer to an answer, and in the end Falcons just had I want to say they just thought more steps ahead than Incendio did at this point, and a great game played, even though, man, that last Lord steal coming from TNT, not for lack of trying from TNT on this Fanny.
Yeah, I mean, the Lord Steal was amazing. Incendio almost was able to defend there. But again, I really have to emphasize how well the side of Team Falcons was able to group up and defend this, right? The momentum was most definitely on the side of Incendio, but Team Falcon was able to prevail, right? You can take a look. Some of these fights, it really was convincing that the side of Incendio had it. They had the range, they had the damage, and they were getting pickoffs over and over. TNZ played a near perfect game all the way to that mid and late. Even look at this. This was a 5-man clear from the side of Incendio. They dominated the mid, and even the early late game. However, it was just a little bit too late. The side of Team Falcon was able to find some momentum, find some trades, and they were able to get those winning team fights.
Yeah, I mean, even with the damage coming from Rosa, who was having a rough time, I mean, still figuring out a huge impact on this game. But in the end, man, I like I said, like the grouping up should have been a problem because Rosa can just put on so much damage to those grouped opponents. But they were just waiting for that feathered airstrike to come down, and they swarmed onto it. It was such a great job. Here's that last pickoff, just looking for an angle while doing the cables, finds a retribution, gets taken out. Unfortunately, it's not enough. You lost your jungler, you lost a huge path of what was going to be the front line for your team, and eventually Team Falcons able to overwhelm at the core and get that game won.
And you know, Private, in the beginning of this match, I really thought this series was gonna be extremely bloodthirsty. In game one, we're already looking at what, like a total of 50-something kills. Like
GG's, GG's.
A lot of the games that we had, a lot of series that we had in total.
No, not Moscow MVP, no.
Well deserved. 71% kill participation.
Zuxin MVP.
And you know, the thing that we have to emphasize is that he was able to defend a 1 versus 4 with the full entire team Incendio's roster marching down onto the mid side. He was able to defend that for themselves.
Something is moving behind you. It's my arm.
There too. Smile did such a great job. Like I thought it was over there too. I'm like, there's no way. Smile
Trust me, I live alone. Nothing is moving behind me.
I definitely think it absolutely surprised
without me.
Incendio there. They had to turn around. They're like, okay, I guess we'll try to get it on.
If something is moving in my home,
next time,
then I have a problem.
An amazing pace set. It wasn't a quick game, but it was an action-packed.
And why
game
gold
at
lane
every
is hard to
corner.
get in
When it
solo
came
queue?
to a lot of these skirmishes, there
Hard to
weren't
get,
any
like what?
fights that weren't-
Hard
and it
to
didn't
pick
feel
marksman?
like both teams
You
were
can pick
ready
2
for
marksmen then.
it's like even though if it was TNZ running in there and to get what we thought was a surprise, it seemed like there was always an answer at the very least. Sure, Falcons would take some deaths, but it felt like their synergy and the shot calling was like, it was very impactful for them to be able to kind of find some of the answers that they did. A great job by both teams here. Unfortunately,
Look, I don't know, it's always different when I go play solo rank. Sometimes I can't get X-Plane, sometimes I can't get jungle.
And it just felt like he was using that glorious pathway on cooldown, and it was just surprising to the team. Especially there were a lot of times that Rosa used the wings by wings to get away, but not far enough away to where it wasn't getting hit by the glorious pathway, and I was kind of questioning that a bit because there seemed like a few times where Rosa used the wings by wings, and it was like, was second guessing how far they wanted to disengage, and then eventually still put themselves in range for a lot of these engagements.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely don't want to leave open a lot of these solid first pickable heroes. For example, the Zushin, right? Yes, he got the MVP, but not many games of Zushin
Is this guy bleeding? What's with his nose? Are you bleeding, bro?
I'm extremely impressed on how
Bro, it's
Incendio
abused
has
in his
drafted this
family?
game. They got everything that they wanted, right? The Farsa Zushin matchup is a setup for the Farsa. The range was so good. The Fanny, something that is, you know, a little bit hard to use, but did so well early game. And they also had the Granger. They had the Chow versus the Hylos matchup, a traditional counter. But the impressive thing is that Falcon was able to turn this draft almost in their favor. Right, it didn't come until the very last 3 to 5 minutes. They weren't able to get this group a death ball and find these winning team fights, but they really were able to use a lot of the dives, the glorious pathway onto Rosa.
I don't know if it's from flu.
Time. If it wasn't the glorious pathway, it was the Phobius that's really being
Okay, draft phase.
So
Team Falcons 1-0, and I see that Team Falcons have better team fights.
Ban out something like
So.
Joy and just take away some of the assassin picks, the Joy and the Hayabusa, right? And they let open all these great picks. I feel
Rosa
this
looks
really
like
just
mesh.
shows the high level between both of these teams. They're not scared of just letting go these overpowered, these 100% pick or ban rate picks and just kind of trade with each other. They know how to defend, they know how to go against and counters things like the Granger, the Zushin, the Fanny, and this really shows the difference, the level difference between
From
these
Magic
two
and
teams,
Muscles anime.
and I would honestly say a lot of majority of the rest of these teams here.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting here, especially where we prioritize after that last game. Do we ban the Fanny? We seem to have found ourselves like the grouping up was a huge thing, especially when you try to go in as a Fanny against like that death ball where there's just every single time you went in there was a small coma that hit Fanny for a little bit that the rest of the team, and that was part of the plan too. Fanny would go in, they were anticipating all of the CC. That's why the Avatar of the Guardian was always right after Fanny went in and engaged. Avatar of the Guardian was the
Historical
next thing in there
10
to try
online.
to disengage some of that CC, so Fanny TNZ could be able to find
At least not one.
Fanny's going to be taken out of there as
I remember when I
on the side of Incendio
was
supremacy.
streaming earlier and I had like 0 viewers. I was always telling at least it's not 0. I had 2 people on my stream, and I was telling like at least not 0.
Heroes that are extremely prioritized in any of the matchups.
By the
We're
way,
just
when Daddy
trying to
Miron was
open
playing in
the
Pro
draft
Series,
because we have a deep hero pool. Same thing with
was
Team
he playing in
Falcons.
Gold
They
Lane?
take away some of the
Miron
very
was not playing in any Pro
high-impact
Series,
picks,
like me as
and
well.
they leave open some
He was
things
playing
that
some
a lot of the,
tournaments, but
you know,
not
the
Pro
other
Series.
opponents may not allow
And
it to
yeah,
pass
he was
through.
Gold Laner.
Hayabusa being first picked as the first priority shows that they like this assassin matchups.
Is Miron
But I
in
feel
kitchen?
like
Yeah.
It's a little bit too early to show it. There's the Joy.
Making
there's
some
the
food for me.
Hayabusa, there's so many other junglers that they could go for.
Well, I was gonna say, Hilda and Agatakacha might have been like a huge counter for the Hayabusa, but they're gonna pick up the Granger, which is gonna be signal.
Let him cook, yeah.
That's kind of like I was when I saw
Let
the Granger,
him
at first
cook,
I'm kinda
guys.
like you're leaving open. You just kind of countered yourself now. The Lucas.
Just like the stream, guys. Like the stream, and more people will come. Trust me.
I'm not sure what else.
Just like
he
the
hasn't
stream.
been out too long, so I'm not sure what else really counters him in the XP lane. Potentially for that, I mean, he has a great.
Few
mid
likes
and
means
late
few
game
more
when
people.
he's not playing a jungler.
It really
so,
works like
we'll
that.
see what else we kind of have out here from both of these teams.
You know what's interesting is that
If
this really shows the
EA
priority
Sport
coming out from both
MLBB
these teams,
invited
right?
you,
The
will you
Dawn,
go?
Phobius gets taken out, so
EA?
Lucas gets picked up next.
You
Next
mean
to the Hylos,
EECA or
only
what?
other solid XP.
Or East Asia, or what the hell is that?
right? And Hilda does well against some of
I
these
don't know if
assassins.
any pro team will
Could still be the
invite
potential to be
me
put
beside
into
Russian pro
one
teams. I
position,
will
but
agree.
Lucas is a solid blind pick. Marksman, they took the Granger and the
I
Harris.
don't mind playing with pro
Except
teams.
for the fact that Incendio now has mixed damage, and that plays a very important role when you have a mixed damage carries versus the side of Team Falcons. They both have skilled damage, so things like the Antique are going to be very useful to counter all three of the physical damage that Team Falcon has set themselves up with. Incendio, they still have the ability to pick up the Chow. It didn't work as well as they wanted to in the very first match, but I think both teams, they're very happy with the picks that they have so far in this draft.
I mean, who wins this game gonna go to next stage of tournament, so they should play serious.
I was actually kind of thinking that Cho would be a good pickup for Team Falcons just to be able to kind of shut down the Harris.
A lot of money, like
once he starts trying to
four
dive all over the place after
part
that,
of Melia.
Salmon,
Now
of
what
course,
the
gets
fuck is
laid
that?
onto the ground. They do very wisely take out the
250,000
Nakata as well. More aggro, and that seems to be like the
is
running
on the
theme for a lot
edge.
of these teams when it comes to some of these like super mobile.
Yo, I bet your house for Turks. My house?
Or something like that.
Okay.
Is a big one. Cho is
I
another
bet
one.
my house
And I
for
believe once the Sicilian
Falcons,
banned the first
whatever
game
country
too,
are
I
they?
believe that-
No.
I almost feel like that may have been a better option.
UA
other
is a
than
PDD of MLBB.
Farja, because I mean, Farja still has a huge pick rate, even in C right now, where.
Bro,
I
send
feel
me
like-
some
like
diamonds.
there's just
Nah.
glaring problems with
I don't
that
have money,
ultimate
I'm
that,
poor.
It just leaves you as a sitting duck
I'm
there.
eating
Like,
water.
everybody knows a feathered airstrike is out. It's pretty easy to
Why
understand
Turks
where it's
become
coming
so
from
weak?
and to dive onto there, which is what we
They're
saw
not so
from
weak,
the
just
last
other teams
game.
are now
Here,
stronger.
Very interestingly enough, we're gonna have the Valentina, so we're gonna have a glorious pathway of our own from the side of Team Falcons, just looking for that,
Yeah, it's
next pickup
Fireflux,
for the side
yeah.
of Incendio.
This is
It's Fireflux, they just changed name for some reason.
For the Valentina, and Falcons is almost saying that, hey, you picked it up last game, didn't work out, we want you to pick it once again. They decided to take out a lot of the mage hero pool. Said Incendio could go for something like Aurora, but the Farsa is going to be the range. Now, Incendio, I do want to bring this up, that one of their strongest pick is the Hylos. They've won majority of their matches with this front line.
Granger.
The side of Team Falcon was able to deny that pick in game number 1. This is game number 2. Incendio
Not
picks
bad.
it up in the very first phase and also takes a very underrated, overpowered picks. This Hilda, you talked about it earlier, it doesn't have the best win rates. However, he is so extremely annoying and a lot of teams still take it out for a good reason.
I want to sleep. They want to sleep, guys? Because I want to sleep.
Like for the enemy team, there's a lot of like Hilda usually shines.
Bro, have you gotten some pussy or no?
That you can really harass. That means
I've
that
gotten
your
some
team-
pussy.
or that
Yeah.
the enemy team, if you have a Hilda, the enemy team has to respond to it. So you're gonna have to take a roam or an XP lane away from what they're trying to do to support the jungler there. Here, I feel like Suyu can kind of handle his own against a Hilda for a little bit, especially because he's pretty tanky as a fighter when it comes to it. So I don't know. It's, maybe they thought that it was going to be picked up. I don't know. As we
Falcons
know,
also
we
played on
started
M6,
moving
guys.
in the game.
Yeah, Hilda is going to be the element of surprise, right? Being picked up as the last slot of Incendio is something that they've really saved in this draft so far. They could have flexed the Hylos into that XP and taken the Chow, but we'll have to see how it works out as we are just
Forgot to
about
ask what's
start
color
game
of
number
your
2 in the
you
best
know
of
what.
5 in the Snapdragon Pro Series for Incendio Supremacy, down 0-1 against Team
Black.
Falcons.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how these picks kind of work out for these teams. Chip has been one of those that kind of fell out off their after a slight little nerf to his kit. So we haven't seen him very much or a lot, but I mean, the last times I saw him, the map pressure he's able to cause, especially catching anybody with that slow rotation around there, boom, you get stunned by him and you've got the entire team on your butt ready to take you down. So I feel like he shines in 5-mans more than I see him in other games, but that's going to remain to be seen here in this matchup.
Yeah, and you know, Team Falcons also with a draft that, you know, they don't have the same heroes as the last game, and this is kind of Team Falcons' strength. Apex 47 getting chunked quite low here, has to pop the Revitalize, but should be able to get away no problem. Kenji did push out some damage, and you know, in terms of that early game rotation, you can already see Incendio trying to use that Hilda, denying a few camps away from Kenji, and they're doing it quite good, right? Kenji's still below level 4 here.
Both XP laners cutting each other's lanes on opposite sides of the map. Ooh, Quad Shadow comes in, puts some damage on the detective. And a very nicely timed stun, able to take down TNZ before he can Quad Shadow away after that Shadow kill.
Nice stun, nice stun.
Man, that has to hurt right from the beginning.
Yeah, I mean, Kenji does know
I
that
want to
Incendio
sleep too.
Supremacy
It's
is the powerhouse
2:57 a.m. in Malaysia.
their
Crazy.
region. And Kenji here
It's
is like, you know, I don't
8:57
care.
p.m.
You're
in
on the
Ukraine, but I
Hayabusa,
still
can
want
hit
to
a
sleep.
perfect stun onto you. Hits
Kind of
that
sleepy
stun,
today.
and, you know, is able to get that trade. And this
My
is something
body
that
wants to
Team
sleep
Falcons,
for
they
some
have
reason.
the best early game in
It
game
wants some
number 1.
rest.
And this time around, they're able to
I can feel
take
it.
the turn of it. Instead of getting first blood, they're the ones that are getting it themselves.
Ooh, nice one.
Ooh, nice feathered airstrike is, actually takes down a Smiling there. Rosa gonna come in there. Kenji still able to get the turtle. Fight has struck out. Alien very low, is gonna take some healing to try to get away. Apex 47 in trouble, launches the glorious pathway to get away. On the opposite side, Alien taken down by the combination of Kenzie and a detective.
Yeah, a great retribution coming out from Kenji. It just allows the Chip to be able to get his ultimate. He places down the portals. The Granger comes in for a supporting cast, and they're able to pick off the Hilda that, you know, you said yourself, it just didn't seem like it had the impact. But, oh, Bid.
Yeah, big feather airstrike comes down, is able to lay down the chip. Evil Queller there from Kenji, just to say hello to both of them, trying to get a little bit of a reply, not able to. Also, I want to say Rosa, with the feathered airstrike, was able to take down Smiling as a singular target at mid before that turtle fight, so you didn't exactly have that feathered airstrike for the team fight, which maybe could have turned things around for Incendio Supremacy. Team Falcons just doing a good job of managing it here for the, both of these teams trying to claim the other's jungle. I think they've taken more of the enemy's jungle than they've taken of their own.
And, you know, Rosa, especially since game 1, has always been on the top of the damage leaderboards, and he continues to do it once again here. You said, yes, he did take that 1 versus 1, allowing, you know, Team Falcons to be able to secure the objective themselves, but the portal on the backside here picks off the Hayabusa.
TNZ gets picked off again. Alien still able to find a kill onto Smiled, and a war happening at the purple buff for Incendio Supremacy. Detective on the back end, a little bit of damage. Alpha looking for an escape as Detective gets taken down. Kenji second on the list, and that might have been a little more than Team Falcons can chew.
Farm is still the same, so it doesn't matter.
An onslaught trying to get into the enemy purple buff, but ended up paying for it, and that's kind of the double-edged sword of trying to dive into enemy territory.
Yeah, they do the smart play by, you know, focusing on the jungler with the portals. They get the pick off 100% right away, but the reinforcements coming out from Incendio was a little bit too much to handle, right? You can already see the impact that Alien had in that team fight. Koba was, you know, just full sending it onto him, unable to get him chunked down. And that's just due to the fact that, you know, there's so much skill damage, physical skill damage from the team side of Team Falcon. They're just going to be building up Antique. They're going to be building up the Dreadnought that just defends so well against it, and it's gonna be hard to do a lot of damage really quickly. Now Incendio, they do get the objectives. At the same time, with that team fight on the blue buff, the Harith gets full wave. He's still down 300 in gold, but you know, the side of Incendio was able to catch up after that team fight.
Well, I mean, Harith only really, I mean, I feel like Harith needs he needs very less items to really start popping off, whereas Granger, you're going to need some of those stacks out there. You need a couple of items. Harith just needs one item, and he's going to be able to kind of freestyle around you with that. It's just being able to kind of find those angles for Harith to take off, where he's not running into like a CC front line of Team Falcons. So you have to be very careful about some of those fights that you take. And still looking here at mid, both teams kind of poking around there. Apex 47 wanting to get some information on that bush. Rosa dangerously close up there as Alpha going to dive himself out of the way.
Yeah, so in theory, right, Incendio has a much better mid game. They have the Farsa, they have the Hylian.
Yeah, Farsa is ultimate.
But before that, Lucas coming in on Rosa.
Yeah, Lighten trying to put up some damage, and that's just oh man, Lucas is just one of those heroes that I am so annoyed with. As you see some of the damage coming out there with the flash combo, and he's able to still get out of harm's way. Just that the damage that he can do with that transformation he has, not just the damage, but the tankiness that he provides, to where he can dive in to the entire team.
Ooh, nice ultimate from Chip.
To use that flash step to get out of there. Zaman Force is on the ground. TNZ able to find the Lord. Alien in trouble, but on the back line doing the job that he needed. And he does put on the dancing shoes, sidesteps Kenji.
Okay,
Kenji
GG's. They're winning fights for now.
Coming out from Alien, broke some ankles on that one.
Is Rosa a girl?
Unfortunate for Team Falcons, they take 3 deaths on that next fight.
No.
And, you know, it's just like you said, Private. The Harris.
By the way, I always also thought that Rosa is a girl. Until I saw him on M6 series.
Down for the side of Incendio, they'd be able to pick that one up pretty much with no problem at all. The scaling, this mid-game powerhouse that Incendio has set themselves up, it happened in game 1, and it's happening again in game 2. I think the Farsa is very, very hard to deal with. They also have this Hilda to block out a lot of the damage, get some of the zone coverage, and this time around they have the Horseman himself on the side of Incendio. This is kind of like a signature pick coming out from Apex. Team Falcons having a bit of an issue dealing with it. You can see some of the gold difference. Rosa 1.5k above the Valentina here.
What the fuck? Holy shit, what? What the fuck was that?
Oh my. And I mean, look at the dominance coming out from Incendio, right? They were able to rush with the opportunity that they have. Again, I keep going back to the same point. It's this mid-game power spike. They have the Harith, they have the highest damage dealer Farsa, they have Hylos, which is a dominant early game. Right, and they also have, you know, a high booster that's able to get onto the backside. Look at the damage leaderboard. Hilda is the second highest, and this is a full tank Hilda with a Thunderbelt.
Optimus Prime, yeah. Optimus Prime.
The Granger being poking out from the backside like crazy, and they also have the Farsa coming in with the range. I feel like this is what Incendio.
Rosa and TNZ are a couple? No, don't lie.
Right? They're trying to get the
I don't think it's real, guys.
They're able to get this team fight down. They get the pick into the mid-side tower, and another kill comes out from the side of Incendio. They're able to take out the jungler here.
Harris should be banned, 100%.
Incendio with a great lead, 6k, 10 minutes in, right? And Incendio here, quite happy. The draft worked out. Rosa is on the Farsa once again. It didn't work out game 1, but still has that range. Falcon, once again, they did well in game number 1 to be able to come back from kind of a far lead, but you know, this time around it might
It's
be
funny.
a different story.
How private microphone died just. Ooh, nice one. Oh, do they know we don't hear private? By the way, nice kill from Farsa. Full destruction just by supremacy.
Yeah, and
Supremacy or whatever.
This is pretty much Incendio showing its supremacy. Though on top side, they do get a portal, and they're able to pick up Rosa from the very back side. But the trade here, it is 2 inhibitor towers for the side of Incendio supremacy, and it's actually the towers that are worth the most, right?
It's gonna be 1-1 right now, okay?
Opened up onto the bot side here, and
It's okay, it's best of 5.
Trouble for Team Falcons. They have a pretty physical dominant comp. The Hayabusa comes in with quad shadows, looking for a kill, does pick up the Suyo, completely uncontested here, and that's a free kill from the side of Incendio. They're opting to go for more. Heron dealing tons of damage, gets the flicker on, smiles, but Alpha.
Nice, GG's. Come on, next game.
Back. This is a pick off.
They're losing every fight, just throwing right now.
They're looking to march
Snowball.
down even more. The glorious pathway gets put on to the mid side. They find the clear that they are looking for with no minions. I feel like this is just you know, a very aggressive pick, and they actually
TNZ killing Granger in base.
Incendio coming out alive in this game. Number 2, 19-5 is the overall score, and it's gonna be a extremely hard defense coming out from Team Falcon here. And yeah, they're, you know, looking to opt to go for a little bit more here. They get a complete wipeout. Team Falcons crumble in game number 2 as
Because they're gonna show right now. They should show
able to
Kesters right now, yeah?
come out alive here. It was a clean game, similar to game number 1. The only difference was that Incendio was able to prevail some of the defense that Team Falcon had. In terms of the draft, I feel like, again, Incendio is extremely happy with how they drafted in this match. They're able to close out the game. Some of the weaknesses that they had in game number 1, and they were able to get it this time around. The Hayabusa first pick worked out, right? You know, they were able to have this pick go into the deeps, and they didn't really have any they didn't really have any throws at all. 22-6 is the overall scoreboard. 12 minutes, 10k lead. First pick priority, again, the Hayabusa played well. The Fanny also played well too, but they just didn't have the close that they were looking for.
Is Farsa good almost everywhere? Yeah.
I keep saying this, Apex
Farsa is like optimal pick everywhere.
On this Hylos. MVP, well deserved. Look at the team damage spread throughout every single one of those members. Rosa 56k, TNZ 55k, Alien, Apex, and Sunshine all played a great part. Apex just did so much on this Hylos. Expect this horseman to be taken off. It is at 86% team fight participation. You know, one of the higher, you know, damage dealing roamers, and as a roam myself, I know how devastating the Hylos is. However, he still has some counter matchups. I'm hoping Team Falcon is able to pick themselves up some of those. For example, a Khalid is going to do well against the Hylos, even a
Where do you get this information that Rosa and Apex are dating?
Going back to some of the matches, some of the
He called him baby in his live stream. Well, who cares? It's normal for boys just to have fun talking like gays. Like for real, every boy gang is joking about it like, baby, huh?
Revitalize the shields coming out from this bush. Alien just not dying here. Set themselves up with a small lead leading up to the very first few objective. Private said it best themselves. You know, Aerith is one of those.
Bro fell off to 42 viewers. Yeah, sorry, bro.
He's able to just
I'm now just retarded low streamer.
Gets a little cha-cha and has the damage early on. They find a pick here, and they're going extremely aggressive, and they're not really scared to fight Team Falcon as much as possible. I think the side of Incendio Incendio, they're just playing at a very, very aggressive level, coming back from a lot of the M series, experience. However, Team Falcon putting up a very well done fight as well, and I think it's due to just watching some of the Middle Eastern teams compete in the M series as well. They've gotten a very good guidance. They're putting up a super fight up against, you know, Incendio, which actually has the experience backed up behind them. Over here, a very interesting way of fighting. You know, Apex just tossed the glorious pathway without minions, and you know, they were able to get the lead that they're looking for. Take a look at some of the items right there. Antique building up first was the counter against the Granger, the Suyo, and also the XP. This is just a very great build. 86% kill.
Are you not tired of talking, Mr. Custer? Sure, buddy. No, you should say sure, baby, and we are not guys.
You know, this is a great game from Hylus.
Bro doesn't. Kester already doesn't know what to tell.
If you look at a lot of Incendio supremacy, if you look at Fireflux, all their previous matches, you can see a very high prioritization on this Hylus. In game number 1, Team Falcon was able to deny this pick away. I think this is going to be extremely important for the side of Team Falcons to be able to identify this. Either they take it away or they find a way to counter it. And if they're able to counter this Hylus pick it away, whatever, that's going to be the best case scenario for the side of Team Falcons.
Yeah, what a game there. Unfortunately, a little bit of audio issues for me there, but great to see that Team Falcons able to answer right back, especially because I kind of figured that to see that Incendio supremacy able to answer back there. I felt
Dazai, which hero should I main, Fenny or Link or Alucard? My best win rate is in Alucard, but Fenny win rate is getting better. Link I don't play regularly, but I like him. Oh, Fenny is hard to main because she's always in ban.
Glorious pathway. They didn't have that.
Alucard is off meta, but in ranked games he may work.
When it came to some of those
Link,
raining down a lot of that damage onto it, which
I know.
I want to say, when it comes, you talked before, Incendio Supremacy has some great drafting, and when it comes to figuring out these answers, especially from the last
I don't
game,
like Alucard, so I will say Link. If I would have been choosing between Link and Alucard and Fenny, Link is like better.
So I'm very excited to see that how well that they can adjust and get these great answers.
If Fenny is not banned in your region often, then you can main Fenny as well. But when you get to higher ranks, Fenny will be banned anyway. It doesn't matter what region you are. So Fenny or Link? If Fenny is open, Fenny better. Yeah, until Immortal you can wreck it, but in Immortal your Alucard will be banked. A lot of back shots, you know.
Look for some of the high priority heroes. For example, are they going to take away the Hylus? I think that is a very important thing. And giving the Harith away in trade of the Granger, both are solid
Another drafting phase.
It might be a little bit.
Bro, we don't see drafting phase, we see casters right now. Okay, it's a catch from Snapdragon.
This is a best of 5 series, Private. We're going in the long run here. Again, I said
now we're gonna see drafting phase.
Thirsty match coming out from both of these powerhouses, and so far we see exactly what it is.
Did you see the new legend skin of Johnson? Yeah, it was a great skin, I like it. Maybe it's the best legend skin right now.
Especially with the little changes like the prioritization of the Bedang.
Dying.
I feel like
Don't forget to like the stream, guys.
Some 2 or 3 good picks for the side of for both of these guys.
What the hell?
Now we have the prioritization of the Fanny kind of getting out there. Big respect going over to Incendio Supremacy and the jungler.
I'll be right back.
Skill in which he can use a lot of these junglers as well. I'm wondering if we're going to continue to lean onto this Farja for the side of Incendio supremacy, especially because it kind of felt like we had lost the answer that we needed. Which is really interesting because we left open the Zuxin again. So we're going to answer that probably with the Farja immediately on the side of Incendio.
I actually think they're gonna go for the assassin and the Hylas. I think they want to protect their frontline MVP from the last match. So they go for the assassin, the Joy, right? The Joy was banned out in game number 1, and they took the Fanny. And the Joy and the Hayabusa left open on game number 2, and they took the Hayabusa. And now with 2 of the assassins being banned out, they take the other option. Now they can take the Farsa early to protect their other picks. I just think Incendio loves this Hylas. They played it nearly almost every single game that they either ban or pick up themselves. I'm actually more interested to see what Team Falcon decide to go against. Right, these assassin pickups, do they have enough stuns to go against? They don't pick up the Hylos, they go for the Granger. This is pretty interesting because the Harith is still available, but what is Team Falcons going to do to go against this?
Yeah, I'm assuming you pick up the Harith here. I mean, there's no excuse why not to, especially with the Granger out on the field, because if you don't pick it up, it's going to be banned out the next round. And it's just such a strong laning presence against the Granger who can just steamroll through that early game. And then on the second note, I'm wondering if they pick up the Hylos because they were successful with it in the first game, and it was just that nice security to have in that first game that if you weren't able to close the distance onto the mage or onto the marksman, oh, there goes the Hylos. So they don't pick up the Harith. So I'm assuming Harith is going to get banned out after this next pickup here. But the Hylos, like we were talking about, it was a great assurance for the game, for game 1, especially when they weren't able to close the distance immediately on some of those squishier targets. As they were disengaging and they thought the fight was over, Glorious Pathway comes down and is able to chew them up decently there. And the Gatakacha being picked up. I saw a curious look from you.
You know, I always want the Chow to be played in the professional scene. I tried to play it and not as successful as a lot of these great teams. Doesn't have the win rates that even in any of the SPS that have Chow. I don't get that like 60-something% win rate. And I think Chow would have been a pretty good option here. Has the iframes to deal with the CC coming out from the Zushin, has the ability to kick the Hylos far away from the team, and also has the CC ability to stop Kenji from dishing out damage. However, Gato Kasha, also extremely high win rates, did well in a lot of the roam side of things. However, it could be an XP Gato Kacha, so the flex is still available there. You talked about it, the Harith being taken off the board. I'm not going to be surprised if the Rithel also gets taken off, but this does still leave quite a bit of marksmans that I think Team Falcom's not scared to use. In game number 1, they gave away the Granger. They said, here is the gift for you guys. We will take a late game marksman. So I'm actually not going to be surprised if Incendio decides to ban out the Moskov and says, take the Rithel. We want you on something different this time.
Well, this time they go ahead, they take down the Farja as well. And I'm wondering what you're going to go with here. Do we go with maybe a Sicilian, which is another long range one, but has to be significantly closer than the
Aurora
to, or maybe even, I would say, even like an Xavier who's got a decent amount of distance he can put in between, even to nail down a Zuxin with that combination and allow the rest of the team to kind of come in there and be able to burst the Zuxin character down.
You know, you talked about the Xavier, and it reminds me in one of those like M6 matches where they picked the Xavier and the Granger, and the team fight ended before it started. The Xavier just had so much poke on the backside. None of the opponents could even do anything. I think the Xavier is a great option. However, with the Glorious Pathway set up with the dive capability of Kenji, it would look like game number 1. And yes, that's why I think the Roar is a great option. Does well in lane against the Zushin, has that anti-dive capability. And Rosa is that type of dude that has the hero pool. He can play the Vex, he can play the Aurora. He's done well in many different heroes. Now Team Falcons, they have a choice. Do they flex the Hylos in the XP position? They don't even know where the Gato Kacha is going, right? right? They could pick up the Hilda themselves that had an impact in game number 2. They also have the ability to pick up the marksman. You see the Moscow being taken out. I think Arithal is pretty much the only choice available here.
Yeah, I mean, there's certain things. I mean, I've seen them. We've been using the Bruno's come out a few times as well. Yeah, you're absolutely right on the money. Irithel comes out there. It's really interesting to bring that up about Rosa and the flexibility that we have with a lot of these picks, because sometimes you can see, especially people who like to use the Farja, can have a lot of problems when it comes to mages that need to be just a little bit closer to really be effective for somebody like Lilia players who eventually have to take on that role to be a ranged mage as well, when Lilia needs you to be right up in their face. So it's going to be very interesting, especially with the glorious pathway. You're going to have to be very careful about how you use it, and then how your team responds, or like how your team responds if you're given the glorious pathway to go. It's like, do we really want to run into this just yet? Have we used that frigid glacier, or have they used that frigid glacier yet? So it'll be very interesting. And gonna go ahead, lean onto this Hilda pick again.
Yeah, Hilda being taken off the board in pretty much majority of the games that Incendio has played themselves. They picked themselves with the last pick. They had an advantage early on, a very high impact on this Hilda in game number 1. You saw they were able to, invade some of the jungles early on. They put a lot of pressure, and even
Dazai say Shekomako
putting on themselves, the Hilda was that first in last out guy, has the capability to tank and soak up so much damage early
Turkey
on.
Strong Dazai. Hello Hoshi. Yep, they're strong.
Just building tank. So I think again, Incendio is quite happy. I keep saying this. I feel like Incendio is
it's obvious they are participating in M series already for 4 years probably. So of course they are strong.
They have the Hylos this time around, and the Lucas. I want to see what they're going to be coming out with in game number 3.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, tied at 1-1 apiece. It is Team Falcons taking on Incendio Supremacy. The winner of this series will be moving on to the Challenge Finals. And already a huge fight. Alien might be taken down. He's going to have to use that vengeance right away.
Alien will die.
Is it going to be Hilda down for the count in the opening 30 seconds? Looking at another possible death, as Detective's going to have to disengage. One on the boards. Rosa in trouble. That's going to be a proc of that passive for them. The rest of the team looking for an escape.
Flicker and passive out of Aurora before Turtle.
Going to Team Falcons.
Nice.
One thing is clear, and it is that
I can hear some perforator
supremacy in this series.
I can hear someone doing some
already 3 times.
I know.
MVP.
I know what are they doing.
Detective Super is the one that picks up.
Can you hear that, guys?
Blood. A great opening from the side of Team Falcons here. We can take a look at some of the replays, and look at the damage that's being dished out. Although there's so much sustain, so much utilities
my official. Hello.
From the side of Incendio, Team Falcons is able to pick that one up, and it is due to their mid combination. Hylos and
Ukraine
Zushin.
better. No, Ukraine certainly not as strong as Turkey. No.
Yeah.
Ukraine has much less experience in pro games.
Trying to be a little bit of a nuisance up at the.
They need experience. Ukraine needs experience.
So it's gonna be very interesting to see how.
But they lose every qualifier for Snapdragon. So.
Because TNC's not gonna actually be able to kind of hang in a lot of these fights throughout. You got just an amazing amount of AOE coming out from Team Falcons. First turtle has been started. I don't see too much coming from Incendio if they want to go for it. Doesn't look like TNC's in a position to actually contest this, and that's going to be a clean first turtle for the side of Team Falcons.
Yeah, this combination at mid with the Hylos and also the Zushin is what I kind of call the guaranteed win combination, right? You win out in most of the trades. You have the damage early on, whether it's kill pressure coming out from the Hylos or also the CC coming out from Zushin. It's hard to deal with either way. They have the ability to take a lot of zoning in terms of the very first objective. They could rotate into the gold. They could rotate into the enemy jungle. It's not.
I will solo represent Ukraine. Dazai versus Team Falcons.
Incendio right? They are used to compositions like this. They have seen this in the international stage, and they know how to deal with it. They're okay with giving the high lows. And oh, Apex chunked quite low here. I don't know if he's gonna be coming out alive.
Yeah, that was actually very risky. Actually gets out of it away. Detective, they're
Gain Aurora Flicker.
Expended for the time of the side of Incendio.
Before Turtle.
Play there. I was actually kind of questioning that myself too. I'm like, why would you go back in? You were safe. He just wanted to get some pot shots out there. We do have the electrifying beats is out there. TNZ in trouble. He's gonna try to dash himself to safety. Smile.
Who is fucking building something?
For the side of Team
Guys, you
Falcons.
hear that sound of someone doing something?
And
No, drilling something? I don't know what the hell is it.
From both of these teams, the Joy looking to go onto the backside, and you know, he gets chunked out. He was looking for a kill, but unfortunately the side Team Falcon is just quite defensive with a dive coming out on bot side.
Yeah, big pick up there, and does put down a Sunshine. Apex 47 was just a few moments too late to be able to help his gold laner.
I hear
And
it.
now the pressure
Maybe you
begins
should
to
wear
mount for Incendio
headphones and you will
Supremacy.
hear it.
Unanswered deaths
Holy
on
fuck.
their side here. Not the greatest start.
Enki
for
the
them.
Hella.
Yeah, and a little bit more damage coming out from Rosa here. He gets chunked out quite a bit. He does not have the passive, so he doesn't have that safety net that he had earlier on. Team Falcon here, again, with the guaranteed win comp, he should be able to zone out the objective with no problem. But Incendio is putting a lot of resources down. They also have this Hilda, which is traditionally so
Skylar
good
needs to
early
buy
on,
training from
especially
Miron, I
earlier.
guess.
Oh, yeah, Glorious Pathway comes down, allows Kenzie the ability to pick that up, and Sunshine gets shut down quickly. Smiling, just, you're talking about it, man. This combination of the Hylos and the Zuxin is just way too much for Incendio Supremacy to deal with at this point. Speaking of which, actually, Detective takes a heap of damage, still able to get away because you've got, oh god, coming into the back line, electrifying beats, flicker from Smiling, but TNZ doesn't want to dive under the tower. A smart move to disengage from that, but that is just showing how well the Zuxin is being played into this right now. It's just it's so formidable.
Yeah, pops the flicker on Zushin, but Zushin also has a built-in flicker herself. So yes, they got the flicker off Smiles. Can they get another fight that they're looking for? That's gonna be the big question here. Team Falcons quite happy with the lead, 2.7k. The gold lane is winning himself 1.4k in lead. All the members are quite happy. Glorious Pathway on bot side. That's gonna be a dead Ranger.
Ooh, yeah, they're going in for the fight. Big pop-up lands, and down goes Sunshine again. If you were looking for a class on how to defeat that Granger, this is it. Detective under the tower gets taken down. Kobalway does find the tower, and the rest of Incendio Supremacy will have to disengage here. 4-1, and man, this does not speak well, just because I don't know what kind of assurances Incendio Supremacy has for the late game. They have a very early game composition, and they're still having trouble putting it to use here.
Yeah, and I think Team
Aurora
Falcon
just
is really
killed
using
Urusol.
Hylos well, right? 2, 1, and 2, but
Who the fuck is perforating something there?
A little bit of over-aggression.
I'm so tired of this
coming out where
sound.
Team
I
Falcons
hear it.
was really looking to retreat and defend some of these lanes. Koba gets taken off the board. This might just be the lead that they're looking for.
Ooh, Alpha checks the wrong bush and gets his eyes shut there as the whole of Incendio Supremacy waiting in tow to put him down. Now, seeing Sunshine kind of off in the lanes, still looking for an opportunity to come in here. The rest of Incendio Supremacy looking for maybe, possibly their first objective. In comes Kenji. Glorious Pathway is out. AOG comes out, but is it going to be enough? It misses everyone. Oh, kind of the problem. They're starting to chase him down. Alien goes down. Kobalway with the kill onto 2 members. A double for him. TNZ goes in, does not find the electrifying beats. He doesn't want any of that CC that's coming out from Smile. And man, just right now, the combination, ooh, it's a latch onto Sunshine, Alpha, and Kobalway, putting the damage onto that mid tower. Smile with the finishing touches, and it is just all Team Falcons here. 6-3. Incendio Supremacy can't even protect their towers at this point. They're not crazily well. I mean, they're about 3K behind here at the 7-minute mark. They're starting to I mean, every single thing that they do, it's just a composition problem here for Dazai. And looking coming from behind Incendio.
Okay guys, you don't hear because it's really a low sound, but if you wear headphones you maybe hear it. You will hear it probably.
Decides against it. Had the opportunity, but I mean, these fights have just not been going in their way, and the last thing you want to do is start costing your team a lot of deaths on this. Oh, just like that, they do find Detective though, so a great opportunity there. Cowboy might want to be a little careful.
Oh no,
Levers here, they miss the Frigid Glacier from the backside. Smile comes in, laying down the damage. Crimson Beacon is out.
Iritella killed herself into vengeance.
And Avatar the Guardian used defensively. Apex 47 got the heck out of dodge. Tienzi finds a kill onto Alpha. And Kenji looking to try to get away.
Killed ulted
chasing him down, looking for the kill. Can he find it? Oh, just not able to, and not actually might be in a bad way here. Sandwich
away.
Finds him, and that's gonna be it. Lantern Flare puts down Hilda.
You know, Incendio here quite smartly. They took out the Lucas 1v1 with Tienzi. Right, and then they get a pick off onto the.
Is Cyclops good for jungle in this season?
You know, pickoffs where the is not available, where Smiles has used some of his utility. And
in rank, yeah.
Here and there, they close the gap by a little.
I mean,
bit,
he's not
right?
meta, of course.
It's just gonna get less.
But if you want just a good damage dealer in jungle, then Cyclops can be a jungler.
Huge kill because the Lord is available here. Team Falcon is gonna be quite happy with that trade, and again. It just always starts off with the glorious pathway, and it starts off with smiling there. It's a CC, slow, stun, knock-up combination.
He's just too easy to catch this season.
Over every single
with this meta of assassins.
It's the golden combination.
Yeah, and it's just man, it's so.
Brother, you weren't streaming M6 as much as this tournament. Oh really? I just really like this tournament.
Over his shoulder in the back, just laying down the lantern.
Your eyes are scary. My eyes are scary.
Bringing you all the
The
way
fuck?
back with some CC, and it's just, it's not.
My eyes are scary. They're not scary at all.
Aurora needs to be too close to do
Why is they scary
for this, and I don't even know. I mean, it just might be one of those combinations that you can't beat, that you're gonna need to have an answer for.
No.
And ban out here.
Cyclops is farming fast.
I'll be honest. I played this combination before that though. The glorious pathway gets set onto the mid side. They're looking to siege onto the mid. They should be able to get it with absolutely no problem. Incendio here, trying their best to defend, but it's a hard defense here.
Yeah, I mean, you're about a 4K gold deficit for the side of Incendio.
Why everyone tells my eyes are scary?
Apex and Rosa trying to put some damage on. Ooh, a little bit of a passive proc there, and unfortunate for Alien, tried to come in for the save, ends up taking a death there, and Rosa no longer had. Ooh, Avatar the Guardian.
Ooh, that.
5 members and Smile with the kill there. I think the frustration is starting to show on Incendio's supremacy, looking for an answer, and unfortunately unable to find one here at the 11-minute mark.
There's frustration in Incendio's plays, but I would say Team Falcon is just going above and beyond with their
Your eyes are cute, bro. Okay.
As 5, and they're continuing just abusing this glorious pathway.
Yeah, and that's going to be another. Oh, Rosa in trouble. A double.
Those are the eyes that witnessed random Franco hooks.
Down the Aurora, Apex 47 and Alien alone here, trying to defend this, but that's going to be a quick game for Team Falcons at the 12-minute mark.
When you watch the screen, don't open them, then it looks like a horror movie. Okay.
Team Falcons like put some respect onto my name. Another great game.
They're not so bad.
This time around, Team Falcon was able to take the lead and push
They're
the
good.
battle all the way.
My
to
eyes
the
are
end.
fine.
This is going to be such a huge confident booster from the side of Team Falcon. Game number 1, they barely won towards the end of the match. Game number 2, right? The side of Incendio was able to stomp their way through a clean victory, and Falcon was able to turn the tables. A 12-minute masterpiece, a complete one-sided smash, leading from, I feel like it's the mid and the roam duo once again. This is a combination that we've seen have success in many different international events. If Incendio was going to open the draft, they cannot afford to give both of those heroes
Fix your
on the same
goddamn
side.
sleep schedule.
Yeah, I mean, I have to agree here as you take a look at that. I mean, with that last game there, to 86%, and
Guys, I'm okay with my eyes.
kill participation. That was
Even if
basically-
you say
that
they are
was
scary, I
just
understand it.
Azuxin
Sure.
riding on the back of Hylos there the entire time, and just
Fix
causing
your goddamn
chaos.
sleep
There
schedule.
wasn't a single tower
I
down,
have normal sleep
on the side
schedule.
of Team
It's right
Falcons,
now,
'cause Incendio supremacy
half
just
past
could
9
not
p.m.
withstand the amount of just,
After I end the
offense
stream,
coming
I'll
out
go
from Team
sleep.
Falcons. There's nothing you can do against that, and unless you have
When
some
do
type
you
of
play,
backline
Elise?
dive, but then you're still dealing with the high-lows
Oh,
that can kinda
I don't
come
know
in
if I'll
for a
play
little
more
bit of
today.
heal right from the
Probably I will
opening
start stream
seconds
tomorrow already.
here. You saw the lethality of this,
So, yeah.
this composition.
Yeah, I mean,
If you
we're
want
talking about,
Elise
like, those,
gameplay, then
medieval
come
times,
tomorrow.
right? Typically, there's like armies that have different roles. You got kind of like the tank, you got the cavalry, which is kind of like that light horse unit, and Hylos is a combination of both. And then you got this Zushin, right? She has the range ability. It's kind of like those like healers slash mages in the back. But when the glorious pathway is being put onto set, it's like a combination of the whole entire army. It's a guaranteed win. Look at this team fight, 4 versus 5. The
At
side
least
of Team
it's not
Falcons
20
not
minutes game,
scared to
25
move for
minutes
something
game.
different, wins out, gets a
Like
2-for-0
Birthright
trade
versus
on a 4
Super
versus
Massive.
5. This is the type of composition that you just cannot afford to give. to
Yeah,
the
and
side of
tomorrow
Team
you will
Falcons,
stream
especially
at
as a
12
team
a.m.
so strong
Do you want
in
me to
cooking
play
up,
at
so
12
strong in
a.m.?
Getting these early timings over and over.
I'm
Like
totally
Glorious
okay
Pathway,
with
cast
it.
onto the boss side, getting advantages there. Glorious Pathway, cast onto some of these inner inhibitor towers.
Do you play off stream?
guaranteeing
Not really.
your path to the victory.
Sometimes just 2
It's
games
gonna be the avatar of the Guardian.
when I'm sure I can stream, but I just want to play a few games.
Frustration.
Yeah, it's just it's unfortunate, and there. I mean, at that point in the game,
I don't
it's almost
understand
kind of
how
like, yeah,
people
let's
reach
try to make something
immortal
happen. Let's try.
who doesn't stream and have
You're
job.
not going to be able to turtle. There's not much that can
What
be
the
done here.
heck?
Try to make something happen. Unfortunately,
What is the point?
It was academic at that point. Smile again. There needs to be an answer. I think a ban needs to be adjusted here for the Zuxin.
Dear Lord, when I get to heaven, please let me bring my Dazai. Crazy.
You know, Rosa has done a pretty good job finding good matchups. Eve,
Hell no,
Farsa,
stream at 7.
and
I will not,
Aurora all do
'cause at
pretty
7 I will
decent
stream
in
against
lane
this
against the
tournament.
Zushin. The problem came
Sad
where there was
story.
no answer for the Zushin and the Hylos combination. They won every single mid fight. They cleared faster. Even in the early game aggression, they couldn't deal with the damage. And every time the Hylos gank bot, the Granger died. There's no answer, right? Team Falcon here got away with the composition. I don't think Incendio is going to make that same mistake again. Again, Hylos' second pick, I felt like that was the best option available. They went for the Granger, which was decent.
I don't know,
which they
I have a
also
job.
had a counter for. Herod
I
was
do
available,
stream.
and they took the Herod and won game 2.
And I
with
play
it.
Mobile Legends.
However, they took the joy.
I even
think
have
that was
a
greedy on their part. They
girlfriend.
wanted the assassin,
Then I still
but they
have time
gotta
to
stick
play.
with what they're good at. The Hylos on Incendio is something to be scared of.
You're so determined
That was
at
kind of
getting
the
dark
more,
circles.
amazing point to
Okay.
me was that was how they prioritized that too. They didn't even when they saw the combination of the Hylos and the Zuxin, they're like, Harith be damned. So we already know we're going to be able to close the distance on Granger. There's not going to be much like a stop.
I'm not
They were
unemployed.
absolutely right. I mean, Granger.
I'm not
one of the
unemployed.
roughest. There was nothing he could do.
Do you have a stream on another
Especially once you
platforms?
see that coming,
I
you
have
might
2
start
streams
trying
on
to
YouTube.
distance
Just
yourself
go
from
to
your
my
tower,
channel and
but
find
Hylos
another
was
stream.
Immediately diving for the behind the tower too. So I mean, a great game plan there, especially to shut down the Granger, and that is exactly what needs to be done against the Granger. There's very few matchups that he can't dominate, and there's just going to need to be that pressure that you mount on there. And the Zuxin and Hylos pressure.
I'm
is,
not
a huge thing
self-employed,
that
like, what the
something I'm
fuck?
gonna need to take note of. I haven't seen it a lot.
Do you like Esmeralda
maybe
jungle
that's just
ability?
because
No.
most teams are wary of it and try
Esmeralda
not to
jungle
let that
sucks
combination
right
slip
now.
through here. Incendio supremacy,
Of course she can
possibly learning
farm
the
a few
hard way,
items like
that
Alice,
we're
I
gonna
don't
be
know.
moving into game
Then
4
one
and see
shot
what kind of
everyone, but
adjustments we
usually
make,
you just
either
jump in,
pick
fight
up
and
the
die at
highlights
the same
ourselves,
time.
which they were able to do and be successful with.
Everyone in
the
this
second
meta
game. I wanna
counters
say these-
Esmeralda.
this last,
Mia,
this
even
series
Mia
that we've been
counters
watching here,
Esmeralda.
Hylos has just been the money
I'm
maker
not
for these
freelancer,
teams.
you
He
monkey.
just provides so much in the terms of offensive capability, that glorious pathway, even when it comes to chasing down the enemy who's trying to disengage, separating them with that glorious pathway, or even zoning them out from objectives. He is just something that needs to be answered for. Zuxin taken off the table there for Team Falcons.
What is her name?
You know,
I don't want to tell her
Hylos
name.
is one of those heroes that, as a roamer myself, it's a one-button easy hero. No, not much skill involved.
So which mage
It's
is
very
best for
boring.
jungling right now?
It's just in your face. You press
Joy?
revitalize, you run away, you run forward. There's no dashing involved. There's no timing involved, right? You just have to stun the right targets. It's a very big ultimate, but a very big amount of impact. It's one of those heroes.
Obviously
that
it's
is very
Joy.
hard to deal with. However, a lot of the top teams already know how to deal with it. You can see, especially in the M series, Hylos was played almost every single game and had a very high impact, had a very high pick and ban rate. However, the win rate was quite low. I think it was near like 30 or 40%, maybe pick or ban at like 50, 60, 70%. And you can see other heroes like the Khalid, the Child dominate.
How about
in terms of
Bane
this
or
matchup.
Julian?
And I would like to see both of these
Bane mage
teams
in
look
jungle
to
means
give away
you
the Hylos
are
to find
monkey,
a counter
and
for it.
Julian is
100%
worse than
win
Joy.
Rate in this matchup is great, but it doesn't
So yeah,
tell the full
Julian
story. There's bad matchups that a lot
is
of these
probably
teams
after
need to be
Joy.
looking out for. Same thing with the Matilda. Banning this out is
DJ
one thing,
Khalid
but
feat
allowing it to be
Ariana-chan.
open and finding the counter to
Okay.
it, I think is so important for these teams to be able to get onto that next level. Incendio, though, do take out some of the same bans that they struggled with. The Phoveus in game number 1, they don't
You
want
say
to
I
deal with
have
that.
stream on
The
another
Madonna
channel.
has not been open along with the Matilda.
I have stream on
All right,
this
so we
channel.
got some,
2
some
streams on this
primes
channel.
out there right now. Granger's out there. Suyu still out there as well. Hayabusa been banned out, so that's gonna be one thing off of there. Joy is still left open. I
Julian
don't
is
see
easy,
them
but Joy is better.
Hylos first
Joy
pick.
is more meta right
Close my
now.
eyes.
Let's first pick.
It's 100%, right? Win game
Yeah.
1, win game 2, win game 3. High impact plays, very easy. It sets them up with something that is like, just deal with it. But nope. Woo.
So then that-
Interesting.
So for me then, it's like if you pick up if you allow Team Falcons to pick this up, are we going to go with the Cho to be able to kind of counter that out? Are they, especially because you have the
Do you
the
like
Hereth on your
Ian?
team
No,
now,
I don't
too,
like
so
Ian.
Cho would actually be a big problem if it's on the opposite team itself. Here, I'm assuming. Go ahead.
Maybe, you know, since they have the first pick for the jungler, they could pick. I think
be
the
honest,
Soyu
lately in
Hylos,
rank,
which
I
worked
don't
out
see Joy
well
banned
in game
much.
number 3 should be the option here. The Hereth
Usually
tossed
Joy
me
is
off
open.
in a different segment. I didn't really understand it.
People
because,
are so focused
it
on
wasn't
Fanny
even
and Hayabusa.
prioritized in any of these games.
And
It
Badang
did
and
its
Sun,
job.
did
However,
they
the
forget
Ranger's
about
still
Joy?
available, the Ritual's still available. Okay.
But Julian is never
I
banned, so
forgot the Fanny was even here, man. There's too
Dude,
much on the table, bro.
This is why we're not pro drafters for these teams. Like, 'cause stuff
Fanny
like
and
that
Harry
gets through, it's like,
open
oh, yeah,
day.
Well,
Well, yeah, just everything I said out the window. The Fanny is gonna be hard to deal with. Whatever, yada yada. And a Eve.
Try me
slipped
1v1
through. That has
too.
been
No,
banned
thank
out
you.
Numerous times.
Mendy, I don't play 1v1.
Kind of on more of a
Aldous is
traditional
very
role,
good,
something
bro.
That's extremely meta heavy.
Oh my god.
Versus kind of that like the farce.
Who I'm talking to right
so it's
now.
gonna be very interesting here. I mean, we saw it the first game, and it was dominant, but it just
Aldous is not very good.
I favored Incendio's composition, but Team Falcon's play style was just so crisp in that first game to really offset the Fanny. Here, possibly a different story. They've still got the same answers.
But they will ban
Moscow does very
Phobius
well
right
into
now.
a Fanny. I mean, he doesn't exactly counter her, but he can create that distance that can kind of offset a Fanny. And then if you're going to be diving into a pack of them, you're going to be diving into a pack that has a Hylos, that has that stun, that can
Moscow was
potentially
not necessary.
lead to,
Better if they
and you
picked
even have a
Phobius
stun
right
coming
now.
From, Suyu
Oh,
as
he's
well.
banned
So
already.
it'll be interesting. I do like having the real world
Phobius is
manipulation
banned
because you
already.
cut
We are
off the
blind as
escape
fuck.
of these guys, especially now that you're going to have a Fanny, you're going to have a Harley in that as well that can lay down that Zaman force that can really
Where
help
is Ellie's
with,
gameplay,
trying to cut
bro?
off an escape there
It's
as
Snapdragon
well.
Watchparty.
And now we've got some
It's not.
kickoffs
It's
coming
not
off here.
Ellie's
The
gameplay stream
Jawhead
right
taken
now.
out on the side of Team Falcons,
It's
and
gonna be later.
taken off from Incendio.
You know, I really like how both these teams are drafting. It's just, dude, I said it. I said it in game two. Both are quite happy. I'm
No
the one
way
that's
he's
happy and
telling
both
me
these
he
teams
will
are just,
one-shot me with all
drafting
this.
normally because
Oh my
you
god.
know, you have the Hylos, Soyu, and Moskov. That's 3 stuns against the Fanny. Right, Soyu is a fighter. He's gonna have priority over the objectives. Same thing with the Hylos. It's a very high early game winning rotation type of hero. He's gonna have the first rotation. He's gonna have the zoning capability. He's gonna have the sustain. That's hard to deal with early on. Incendio, however, they have the mid-game, early to mid-game advantage with the Harriet. That means it's a winning matchup in the gold lane. Team Falcons did not opt to go for the Riddle, did not opt to go for the Granger.
CC
So
back.
Harriet is just open. Paired up with the advantages that Fanny has early on, it's going to be a very kill-heavy game on the gold side. However, Team Falcon has paired it up with the early game advantage in the objective, early game advantage in the roam.
I don't know
position,
what
and now they
mage.
put in another
Valentina
These
probably?
guys are
I don't
literally
know.
playing chess against each other, and that's not even mentioning the Eve, which does well against the fighters, things that are in mobile. However, the Hylos is there to just dash around. There's just so much action going on from both of these teams. I'm super happy with the draft. The Gato Kacha,
Dazai,
super
I don't.
tanky,
What
super
the
hard to
fuck
deal
was
with.
this?
Another stun taunt lock that's extremely
Why is this bold man talking
extremely
too much?
underrated
Yeah.
going against Fanny.
Yeah, I was about to say this. You're gonna have to make a huge impact during.
They
the
better
laning
stop
phase
talking
when you're
so
catching
much.
People out and getting and some of those rotations because once we lose the laning phase, once we're death balling together on Team
Stop
Falcons,
talking,
Fanny dives in
monkeys.
there, and he gets stunned. It's gonna be
Dyrus?
out there as well. Dyroth. Something we haven't seen in a while. Very dominant when it comes to that XP lane. I don't favor it in a lot of these team fights just because CC is like
The
the anti Dyroth when it comes. He's so squishy. He's got a ton of regen, which makes you think that he's very tanky, and he's got a ton of damage. It's just he's very squishy when you.
I don't know what the hell is that, but
Kind of nailing him down. Though I like the Belleric. If you get that.
do you
rapid
have
drive
abs?
out
No,
there,
I don't have
that
abs.
Those few seconds that will allow the Fanny to get in there, get some damage, and then hopefully get out before they shake
Or
out
maybe
again
I have
will be
abs.
Very interesting.
Let's check.
Now, the Dyroth is something we've seen before by Incendio Supremacy. It's game number 1 against Elevate. They did get the victory off of the glue.
So just
And
a
this time
belly.
around, Dyroth
Yeah.
is going to be facing up against the Gato or the Hylos. It's looking like it's going to be the Gato.
Yo, Dazai,
And,
name
he's
your
gonna
most
have a pretty
favorite
decent run against
jungle
majority of the tanks.
character in
expect him
jungle.
to win
Okay.
that matchup. Now,
My server is
this
Europe.
Belleric. Normally see it paired up against the Joy, but Incendio Supremacy is a team that likes to use the Belleric. So does Team Falcon. Both of the teams have used it quite well. The advantage that the Belleric has is that any of the units that require a melee distance of
Yo,
diving,
Dazai, name
the
your
Battle
favorite
Koch, the Hylos, and
Oh shit,
also
bro, I'm just so
importantly, the
stupid I
Suyo.
went to sleep
That's
that I
gonna be
saw.
the priority target
Never
that
mind.
the Belleric is going to catch.
My favorite
However,
character in jungle. I don't
Belleric
have a
is
favorite
not
character in jungle right now.
extremely meta.
I play all
Doesn't have
junglers.
a super high
Maybe
win
I
rate,
like the
doesn't have a
most
super
right now
high
Elise
pick rate.
gameplay
It's
because I'm
quite
just
niche
pushing global
on its
Elise.
ability. We've seen it dominate
And that's
games,
all I
but
can tell you.
Will it dominate this one, Private?
Yeah, that's going to be the interesting thing here. It is game point for Team Falcons. Incendio Supremacy need this win or they risk being dropped into the lower bracket. We're going to find out if this Beleric can make the changes and adjustments needed for this incoming glorious pathway. I mean, I feel like it could prove something, especially if the glorious pathway comes out. You immediately drop down the Wrath of Dryad. If you're in between the high-lows, the damage coming out from the, oh my god, and the fright! Ooh, that's just a lot of CC.
Yeah, I mean, Smile is definitely showing that he is not as scared.
Yeah, Dyrus is winning lane versus anyone right now. Oh.
My god, so much damage.
Whoa!
God, comes
What the fuck, bro?
blood for Tienzi. Kenji, I don't even think he knows what hit him. He just saw blurs flying past him.
Ooh,
And
nice
down goes
Vinny,
his
nice
teammates.
Vinny.
I mean, they call him Tienzi, but maybe we gotta call him Spidey here. There's like 4 cables being thrown around the whole entire map. We were expecting early aggression, early kills off of a Fanny. Tienzi proved it in game 1 that he has the ability to do so. He continues to go for it in game number 2. A small advantage for the side of Incendio, a very strong beginning for them here. This is exactly what they're looking for.
Yeah, and Tienzi biding his time, waiting. I guess not seeing them low enough to where he wants to kind of swoop in. But this is what I was talking about. Like, you need to have a great early game with this Fanny, because I don't like how this Fanny could potentially be dealt with once the team gets away from their lanes, once they start grouping up really nice and tight, where we saw in game 1 that Tienzi was having a lot of problems, even with the crazy amount of skill that Tienzi
Video
has.
Crow,
I mean, you
hello.
can't just dive into 5 people at once and not expect to get CC'd down.
Do you not play? No, I don't play right now. I just watch
Say
tournament.
this though, I am scared for Incendio. But before that, though, they're looking to fight on the turtle.
Yeah, I do have a real world manipulation now. Tienzi swooping through them with some cables. Alien finds a kill onto Kenji. Smile tries to get away, has the IMU, but gets caught up. A Terrify, though, with that great Wrath of the Dryad.
Damn, why you didn't ban Fanny? Holy
Team
shit.
Falcons down. 6 kills for Incendio Supremacy and a free turtle.
Here's the thing, 6-1, 3 minutes in, 1.3k lead. This is exactly what Incendio needs with the comp that they're drafting. You draft a Dairoth. That's a guaranteed winning matchup in that XP position, almost against anyone. However, the impact that he has in the late game is not going to be there. Same thing, Harith versus the Moskov. Moskov has that ability. Before that, Kenji almost gets taken off the board. Same thing with the Fanny. These are all early game dominant.
Fanny should be banned. This is
lane
bullshit.
Winning matchups. They're great 1 versus 1. But when it comes down to grouping as 5, I think Team Falcon has something that is going to be so hard to deal with. The amount of stuns and the amount of CC, the amount of sustain that the Hylos and the Gato provides. Paired up with the Suyo, with the stuns, it's hard to deal with. Incendio has a lead. Can they snowball this into the mid and possibly end the game early? Or is Team Falcon going to be able to prolong the game and have a result just like game number 1?
Well, and that's the problem that we've seen here is a lot of teams can potentially. Ooh, actually, onto Smile. Smile's going to dodge out of the way. Avatar the Guardian is out. 2 real-world manipulations down on the ground. Detective finds a kill on there. Swooping in is Tienzi. Not
Bad
able to find the
position,
kill
bad
just
position
yet.
for
Apex
Fanny.
47 going to have to get out of there. Detective in trouble. Are we going to see a cutthroat? Oh, and Tienzi is down, and a Spear of Vengeance just goes wide. Though if it had connected, I don't
Is
really
it Spear of
think that Kolo
Vengeance
would
or
have
Spear
wanted
of
that
Destruction?
fight, especially with them already disengaging there. It's unfortunate. You were talking about it. They really need to make an impact and kind of keep that lead here at the beginning. Those 2 deaths for Incendio Supremacy do not bode well for them moving into the mid and late game, because they really need to keep this advantage, or they're gonna have a very rough game for these team fights in the late.
Yeah, I think it's too early for the side of Incendio to be dropping kills here and there. They need to hold the winning matchups. They need to hold for the winning kills. And Alien already being dropped. In
Yeah,
that
I played
Team
Moscow.
Falcon has grouped up. They
He
have the
says
defense,
Spear
they
of
have
Destruction.
zoning. I feel like this is the moment where Incendio needs to be able to find the pickoffs, and if they don't get advantage either in the lanes or in the objective, it's gonna smell a lot of trouble here.
Oh, what a launch onto Rosa. They missed the Avatar of the Guardian. Down comes the real world manipulation. Spear of Vengeance is out as well. They do find a kill. Alien finds one, but gets taken down himself. Tienzi comes in, cannot find the killing mark there. 7-5.
Okay, Team Falcons winning fights right now.
As all this unfolds and before him, and nobody in a position to be able to.
Dazai, there should be a tradition of your streams, because playing every Saturday
Incendio,
or doing something every Saturday.
Especially with the comp that they have, right?
What should I do every Saturday? I can stream at church every Saturday if you want. I don't know.
Coming on from the backside, that also is a win. But Team Falcons, they're able to group up and chain these skills. You saw the stun coming out from Hylos, pop with the AOG. Rosa had to flicker out, and this time around, they're trying to go for it again.
Yeah, and the Glorious Pathway is out there, definitely latching.
Again?
Rosa gets popped up and might be it. Rosa is down. Alpha with the kill there. Alien finds one onto Alpha. Tienzi finds the turtle. Are they going to be able to find some matching kills here? No, they're going to disengage here very quickly to get away, and now they're going to go ahead and go into enemy territory to pick up that purple buff. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to get, might be a little bit more, a little greedy here. Smile comes in with the IMU. Now they're trying to put some damage on. Oh, Wrath of Dryad comes out from Smile, trying to put the damage on, and no retribution. Wait, I don't even know who got that. I think that was picked up by Kenji.
You know, whether or not who picked that up, that's not important. They're able to trade out both of the towers, right? So a trade coming out from both sides. A trade on the losing side, Team Falcon, means I think it's an advantage for the side of red. And again, the clock is ticking, Private. I'm scared because I don't see where the team fight is gonna look in favor of the side of Incendio. Maybe the
look, Fanny damage is crazy.
Damage, but the Spidey comes through.
Tries to get the kill. Smiley with just a hair of health is going to be able to get away from that, and that is unfortunate. Tienzi doing everything right, but just not able to land just enough damage to make the difference there. And you do see that Sunshine up here trying to put some damage onto this tower. Zaman Force has been out. The rest of the team from the backside, this side against with the flank on the side there, and are going to disengage.
Yeah, both teams are looking to trade some of these towers, but it seems like Team Falcon is able to get a decent defend, right? And, you know, right here, they do pick up, I don't even know who picked up the blue, but once again, it was hard coming out from Team Falcons to be able to defend that. Incendio still has the lead early on, but it's still a 1.7k. The lead is pretty much essentially not there. Now it's up to the fact on how do they rotate as a team. I feel like Incendio has to look to split apart Team Falcon, while Team Falcon's looking to find a very good group. If they have their front lines in the front and Moskov in the back, they're going to have a great time.
Ooh, speaking of split apart, Tienzi finds a great kill onto Kenji. Rosa on the side there, and we do have an Avatar of the Guardian. Alien's going to get caught with that. Rosa still in a great position there, laying down the damage. Zaman Force laid onto the ground. In comes Tienzi looking for a kill. Not able to find one just yet. Zooming
check what is Tienzi doing.
Coming in, Smile, Kobaway finds the kill. Smile lives to fight another day once again. Smile and Detective thanking their lucky stars. They were not taken out there. Man, Tienzi was so close to finding himself a triple.
Yeah, I mean, that was a team fight that could have ended extremely bad for Team Falcons. Incendio could have got away 4-man with 4 kills, and that would have completely snowballed at their sides. But this time around, they get away with some HP, and they're the ones actually starting this objective. This might be a throw here. This might be a hard team fight.
Ooh, yeah, it comes down to the Avatar of the Guardian. Zaman Force has been laid out, followed by the real world manipulation. Alpha finds a kill onto Apex. And Sunshine able to find a kill of his own. Lord very low. TNZ finds the kill there. Koboe in trouble, gets taken out by Sunshine. They both trade each other's lives there. Double kill for Sunshine. 14-10 and a Lord on the side of Incendio supremacy.
Yeah, this is pretty much what Incendio really needs, right? They don't have the CC available to really lock down people. However, they're getting these kills off of the front line. Alpha died 5 times, Super Detective 4 times. These are units that are always in the front from the side of Team Falcons, and they're getting melted. It could be by Alien, it could be by Rosa. There's just so much damage being outputted by the side of Incendio.
Right now, I want to say the big hitters right now, both gold laners. Sunshine right now sitting at 3-1-3 on that Harith. Koboe 2-1-2 on the Moscow. So both of these guys, I mean, both of these teams still have answers on the side of their gold lanes, who are both doing pretty well in these games. Apex 47, we do have the glorious pathway laid down mid-while at mid. Tienzi needs to find himself. Just dodges an evil queller coming from Sunyu. Koboe finds a kill onto Rose. This is not what Incendio wants. They need to get away. And, ooh, Sunshine finds himself a kill of his own onto their Kenji from the side. Looking to latch on, is not going to be able to find the kill onto Sunshine. In comes Tienzi. Gets stunned for his efforts. Down comes the Zaman Force. Down goes Alpha and Kenji. And a great answer from Incendio supremacy off the back of
Just so aggressive games.
Yeah, I mean, I was scared for Incendio Supremacy's comp, right? I didn't think the Dairoth had enough CC, especially when it came down to that mid and late game. I didn't think the Harith is gonna outskill.
I'll think about some schedule with some unique streams, you know.
Incendio is really pushing that lead. They're playing quite good. And, you know, the Dairoth died twice in the beginning in every single one of those team fights, but now he's actually living in majority of these. This is a trouble situation for the side of Team Falcon.
Whoa, Rosa finds the kill on the Smile. Sunshine finds one of his own as they're going to go ahead, put the boots onto that mid tower. Kenji and Alpha trying to defend there. Ooh, a little bit of a push coming up from top. It does seem like Alien has seen it, and they're going to be a little bit too late to catch him.
Yeah, 3K lead, 12 minutes in. It's still a close game coming out from both of these teams. Once again, I feel like Incendio has to look to make big plays right now. You have to look to be able to end it here. And Tienzi, take it off.
A well-placed spear from Koboe is going to be able to take down Fanny, shove him against the wall, and that's going to be it for Tienzi. And that's just why Moskov does have such a great time, and why he was dealt with here, or kind of picked up here, is just because he does so well against the Fanny. You find the right angle, you've stunned Fanny. Pathway is out, looking to put the damage down. Zaman Force is
close, kill Harris,
real world manipulation is out there as well. Alien might not live to tell the story. Kenji from the backside.
Nice.
2 kills under his belt. The Apex 47 not able to find the defense there.
2-4-0, a clean team fight coming out from Team Falcons. It was, you know, and again, it started from the glorious pathway. Gets the units slowed into a spear destruction. They were able to get that chase down, and that's the mobility that Team Falcon has set themselves up with. And with 2 kills being in their favor, they should be able to get this Lord uncontested.
Ooh, Alien came in with a little bit of damage.
Wow.
Is not going to be able to find the kill on that Dairoth. He already had the Abyssal Strike down.
No, Fanny.
Koboe finds himself a kill, or is able to take down a tower. Meanwhile, Tienzi in here cleaning up shop, looking for the damage, and Kenji and Alpha. Meanwhile, here comes Sunshine. Zaman Force has been laid down. He wants the damage. Can he find it? He does it. Alpha here on the side as well. Ooh, and finds the trigger there. Sunshine with the kill under his belt. Koboe comes in just a little bit too late. I'm not sure if Sunshine sees him. Rosa poking some damage into that bush. Koboe and Kenji looking for an angle. In comes Tienzi, finding the damage. Takes down Kenji. Koboe still biding his time. Is he going to be able to fight it? And he's going to be tricked into that real world manipulation. Sunshine very low, but that is going to be a clean Lord for the side of Incendio supremacy. 25-17 right now.
Okay, well, Incendio picks up the objective, also picks up a few kills along the way, able to shut down a lot of the key units, right? And Team Falcon, I felt like it wasn't that disciplined, right? You know, the Suyu got picked off, no problem here. Apex actually getting pushed away here. Side of Falcons actually should back off as soon as possible because the siege, the horde is coming.
Oh, and the Zaman Force was laid down. Down goes Detective Alpha. Gonna have to use that Avatar of the Guardian. Does find a mark. Apex actually takes a heap of damage. And Sunshine
Nah, Harris is just too OP. Look his damage. It's insane.
And TNZ moves out of the way strategically there. That's gonna be one high ground tower up at the top is down. Kenji comes in for some damage. Is able to find the kill onto Apex.
GG's.
Meanwhile, mid and bottom high ground towers. Ooh, Kenji
No,
actually
Kenji.
having a decent time there. Gets taken out by TNZ, and this looks like the final wrap up of this game. Some damage gonna go onto there, and things are tied up at 2. Incendio supremacy with this victory.
And we're going into game number 5, everyone. This is 2-2, game number 4. Incendio Supremacy able to take care of business here. And again, their composition was built for
It's
that
kinda weird
early
question,
and
but why you
mid-game,
kinda
and
biting
they
your lip like so
never
often?
had a chance to, like,
No,
throw
no.
the game. Falcons, they just kept
I
losing team
just,
fights over and over and
no,
over.
it's-
And here, Sunshine with a
I eat my lip.
performance, 10-0. 10-3.
No, I just bite it.
Dealing
I don't know why.
tons of damage. It might be due to the fact that
Google, I know, Google it. Why people bite their lips so often? I don't even know answer to this question.
So hard for Team Falcon to deal with.
Yeah, JYP bish,
I
bye.
want to say when it came to a lot of those team fights, Incendio Supremacy wasn't exactly winning them in the mid game because they had to disengage. The problem is that TNZ would kind of swoop in at the end there along with Sunshine to be able to kind of clean up.
Like it
certain
have
parts
reasons
of
like
that- of
anxiety
those
or
matchups,
stress.
Even when they were trying to disengage. So,
Probably I have
great
stress and anxiety,
strategy
like-
coming through, even though the composition
I mean,
didn't
not
spell
anxiety
out
certainly,
the play
because
style.
on stream I
That's just
feel
something that
okay.
has been written over and over
But
again
it's
from
probably
these two
stress.
teams here. Great games there. MVP going to Sunshine, 66 kill participation.
No, I
there,
feel
69%
comfortable on my
from
stream.
TNZ, and Rosa just
I'm
doing a
not,
great job there. I believe it was,
I'm
around
not-
70% there.
I'm
as
not
well
anxious
when
or
it came to
something, no.
laying down that damage, especially with the
Probably a
real-world
stress.
manipulations.
Probably a stress.
Yeah, I mean, I would say a perfect game coming out from Incendio. It ended where they really needed the game to end, right? They didn't give Koba any chance to, you know, find a very good opportunity, especially to snowball. And it came from the early game, right? TNZ here, being like Spider-Man, tossing 17 cables back and forth consistently throughout the whole entire game. And also, the real
Fuck me, Dazai.
RWMs coming out
Okay.
from both of the mid laners were so impactful early on, but Rosa just had the edge in terms of that late game.
I was sleeping fine. I was sleeping like 8 hours today. I don't know.
Great fights and Alien doing a great job, especially in team fights where Dyroth doesn't usually shine. So hats off to him as well in that XP lane. He did very well on that Dyroth to be able to kind of still have that great effect even through some of the team fights.
Yeah, I mean, Alien is the man in this SPS region where Dyroth has 100% win rate now. It's 2 picks out of 2 by Alien, able to win out in both of those.
A lord
picks.
killing
It really
half of
just
people
shows
in
the
this fight, I don't know.
depth of Incendio Supremacy's draft, right? They could take any of these heroes, any of these matchups, and they have a response, they have a counter to it, even if it's a high risk, high reward, something like a Fanny, right? Where it's really hard to really
It's really
win
automatic, I
sometimes, and there's a
swear.
confidence issue.
I
and
just
they're
sit
able
and
to
then
take
like-
their loss from their game 1 and show it up in game number 4. Now we are on the 5th game of the series. Hylos has finally taken the loss.
Like what
here.
the fuck?
You know,
I just did this
I thought
automatically
Hylos
right now.
didn't have a response for any of these teams, but Incendio picks it up and throws it away.
Yeah, and maybe due to having that Beleric out there, which really kind of stopped the ability of them to kind of chase down the enemy team there and be as successful as they were. I was thinking maybe Cho might be a better pick out there, but I liked the Beleric. It especially kind of having that wall with the Wrath of Dryad out there. So Sunshine here, 10, 3, and 9. A great game for him out there, but we are going to that sudden death here. It's one more game left in this series as they both managed to tie this up.
Yeah,
Bro,
this is a hard one coming out from both of these teams. Again, one of the best teams coming out from Saudi Arabia, Team Falcons, right? Representing their region, going far in international tournaments. And you also have Incendio Supremacy, which also is pretty much top rank in terms of the team coming out from Turkey. Both of these teams, big fan base coming into game number 5. You know, in the beginning of today, I was kind of like, wow, Incendio has a very good history, has dominated their performance. And it seems like in terms of the hero pools, like they should have the experience coming out. But Team Falcon,
No, I will not do a 24-hour stream, no.
Fighting,
That's gonna kill me.
5-man team. They have standard rotation.
Not even for $200.
Especially with the high-lows. And they were able to take care of some of these businesses. So I don't know how this game number 5 is going to go. It's going to be quite hard.
I'm actually kind of curious. Do you believe the Fanny was intentionally let out there and Team Falcons felt like they were going to be able to handle it? Or maybe do you think that they were like us and they were focusing on
Brother Dazai, I follow you from Indonesia. Cool.
Okay.
Hello.
Okay, let's we could do this. Because I mean that
it's very interesting to me that I know for a fact Incendio Supremacy
Actually, on stream, I feel the most comfortable. I mean, when I want to release some stress, I usually stream.
Pick or ban in numerous regions, right? And Team
It's
Falcon
my
also
comfort
is one of those
zone.
teams that are not scared to open up those 3 picks. However, Team Falcon against Besiktas, they banned out Fanny all 3 times. I think this time around they just wanted to play around the draft, wanted to see if TNZ was open to that Fanny pick, and TNZ did perform on it in game number 1. It was like 8-0. In game number 4, he also dominated from the start. You say, is it accidental? It might just be that Incendio has so much strong pocket picks throughout their whole entire draft that it opens up 1 or 2 that maybe Falcon is willing to take the risk on.
Yeah, it's interesting to me just because that first game, I don't care how bad.
Finally, Fanny bans, thank you.
Incendio Supremacy losing that game. There is no way any of that blame was put on TNZ with that Fanny because of how well he played there. Even getting a Lord through an entire team of Team Falcons. Yeah. So to me, that just kind of, that would have been like, all right, Fanny just number 1 always needs to be banned out no matter what, just because like it's just too strong. TNZ just plays it so well here.
I'm gonna spoil 3rd episode to you. Try me, I will ban your ass faster than you do that.
We still got the Hylos, of course, out there as well. A lot of the prioritized.
I don't know why are they not banning Harris, but he's worse ban.
Hylos taken off the Hayabusa.
Loi is bullshit. Ban Harris, guys. This shit is uncontrollable.
Yeah, it's a great blind pick.
Loi is also strong hero, strong team play here, but I don't think it's worth it to ban her instead of Harris.
In the XP, it does wonders, and the Harris being picked up quite early here, an instant lock in. Okay, I expected the Suyo. I just didn't know which team was going to pick it up. I thought that pick was quite good. The Granger gets taken from Team Falcon. This sets Team Falcon up with a very heavy physical front, very physical draft, which they didn't really find the performance that they were looking for. This kind of looks like game number 2, where the side of Incendio kind of just steamrolled, just due to the fact that they had these heroes that were so physical skill based. It means one antique and all 3 are protected. So Incendio, I think they're not going to be scared of building these antiques on some.
No, I think Incendio will win again because of Harris. Harris, no.
I feel like Incendio bans out some physical.
Harris is insane.
Heavy heroes, and Falcon looking to take out some of the physical ones.
I was about to say, I'm assuming this will be the first ban from Team
I will
Falcons
die
and
right now,
Incendio.
swear. Why do I want sleep so much at this moment? I don't know.
They were kind of like messing around with
Just
different
I don't
pocket
know.
picks there, with Farza not really having the effect
What the
that they
fuck
want.
is
Well,
it?
having an effect, but just too susceptible to those dives. So I mean, and Eve, not terrible. I mean, you can dive on Eve as well, but she just has a little bit. She's a little bit more sustained. You get that that added shield when it comes to the real world manipulation to kind of fend off a little bit of that. And then not to mention that when you're diving on her, you're going to be hitting into that root that's gonna really kind of keep you in place. That allows Harith to be able to come in and swoop in with a ton of damage. A chip taken off the board. A very interesting for the side of the Incendio supremacy. Chip hasn't been a huge priority for a lot of teams here. They were successful in, was it game 3 that Team Falcons were successful with it? So I mean,
no, they lost. They lost with it. However, Falcon is a team that has done well with the chip. It's interesting. I want to see where Team Falcon goes with this. They have played a Kadita against the Eve, which is a great counter. However, do they have enough with the Harith? That's going to be an issue. And they take out the Alpha, the physical damage dealer jungler. Yeah, I mean, Incendio can also set up for a Ling, which they have played in the past here. So still a lot of options are open.
Yeah, and I'm also kind of wondering Tigreal or something else, even Belleric on the side of Team Falcons. There's still a lot of options out there when it comes to roams, things that can possibly shut down, especially if Harith tries to come in with the Zaman Force. I feel like there's a lot of CC picks that we're kind of ignoring for the bans for Incendio Supremacy that can really bring Team Falcons, really round out this composition for them. You talked a little bit about that physical prominence on their side right now that they have here. So yeah, I mean, we're going to be looking for a decent amount of damage. Vexana's still out there, I guess. Though I don't like it into such a heavy engage type of with the high.
It's ESL.
I mean, you're going to be using that flicker all the time, just as soon as that glorious pathway comes down there. Ooh. And Nolan taken off the board from Team Falcons. So I want to say Team Falcons, both of these teams are looking at things, and they've got like this deeper understanding of both teams that even I am kind of surprised with when it comes to some of these pickups.
Yeah, they're Team Falcons really looking to deny away the physical damage dealers, right? The damage carries in the jungle. This doesn't leave that many options, maybe besides something like a Ling, which I've kind of said is something that Incendio has picked up themselves. They pick up this Lucas that adds to the physical damage that they were kind of lacking. However, the Lucas versus Phoveus matchup, maybe you understand this a little bit more. You know, Lucas has some abilities with the transformation, has some damage, but I feel like Phoveus just does a little bit better at level 4.
He does, and the problem here is like those old matchups in the XP lane where you kind of suffered when it came to the laning phase, but you really shined when it came to those team fights, and that's where Lucas does really well. Is like you really kind of, especially here, like picking him into the Phoveus, you have to be understanding that, yeah, Phoveus is going to lead me in the lane, but when it comes to those team fights and the sustain that I have and the damage that I can put off, I'm going to be shining there. So we'll see how well, because I mean, Phoveus isn't exactly a slouch in team fights. It's just that he's got that all-in mentality that once he goes in, it's like, all right, boys, everybody else needs to follow, or he's dead, because there's not going to be much.
Okay, Sicilian may fuck Harris a little bit.
I know you mentioned the Sicilian, right? In some of the previous games, the Sicilian was an option that didn't really get picked up. Now, being picked up here as
And
the magic
Lucas jungle?
damage carry with so many cores of...
A Lucas
That's gonna be
jungle?
a Lucas jungle.
No way.
In a game number 5? Bro, I've not seen enough Lucas in the jungle to be able to say yes. I haven't even seen enough Lucas winning in the XP to be like, yes, I like this. Now, Alien on the CC, you know that matchup, CC is gonna win.
Ridic,
CC's
hello.
gonna dominate. CC is going to be able to chunk out Phobius early on in the level 4 turtle.
Thank you,
and
Atep.
even go
Atip.
into the backline and kill the jungler of Team Falcon. It's almost a cheese pick.
We'll see, maybe they know how to use Lucas jungle. Who knows? Shadow Storm, hello.
Because it's so good. But this Lucas in the jungle in game number 5?
Is Haris jungle
I don't
good?
know what more surprise they can
Not
give us.
really, because easy to
It's
stun him,
interesting to
but
me, ladies and
he still
gentlemen,
deals a lot of
this
damage.
is going to be the final game. The winner of this game moving
Yeah, it's their
on
last
to the
game. Who
challenge
wins this
finals.
wins
The
this
loser,
series, so
unfortunately dropping to the lower brackets.
I mean, good luck
Their
for this
road
Lucas
not
jungle.
quite ended yet. I'm excited to see this Lucas in the jungle just because I've wondered. I've seen a lot of it through ranked games, and it can be very dominant with that steamroll, but it for some reason it lacks when I've seen it in pro play. So I'm wondering what the exact counter is, maybe what the falters are that a lot of these pro players have found with a Lucas in the jungle. Because I'm not gonna lie, like especially something like a Lucas that you're talking about, the dominance he gets in the XP lane fast forwarded because of how fast he can roam and get those levels up through the jungle.
Well, you know, Lucas is a fighter and has some iframes. I don't know how good it is to hit those like retry and a skill, but having the ability to not get CC'd means that he has a degree of great retry abilities. However, Soyu is one of the most popular jungler, has a great win rate in this region for the Snapdragon, and that compared to Lucas, which is at a measly 16%. 1 game won out of 6 matches. This is not something that I recommend myself, and it's on an XP. We're taking him into a jungle. It's a complete different spin. It might be what Incendio needs to surprise Team Falcon, but against Suyo, the chances are he's not going to be able to get these objectives down.
I feel like the plan is that because we kind of pulled the wool over Team Falcon's eyes and we got that we got the CC into the XP lane to be able to dominate Phobius, all we need is for Lucas to not suck. You know what I mean?
Do not suck.
As long
What
as he
the
doesn't
fuck?
feed, we're gonna have that elements of surprise from that draft, from that XP lane that we'll be able to.
All we need is to Lucas to not suck. I don't know. Like my ranked games.
Lucas actually does super well here, then it's gonna be something that's gonna be super overwhelming for Team Falcons.
Like, it's kind of like a game number 4 where they drafted the Dyroth. They just needed the Dyroth to win and have that slight edge in terms of the rotation.
Haris jungle or gold or
Some of
broken?
the team fights.
Haris
for him to
gold
burst
is
down
broken.
to the
Haris
front
jungle
lines,
is
right? The CC's kind of the same
mid.
thing here. You know, you said CC just gives
a little
that
bit
extra
higher
oomph
than
on
mid.
that
Okay.
XP lane, making sure that they get that winning matchup. But couldn't they just draft the CC first and pick up a
Yeah,
jungler
he's gold
that's
laner for
used?
sure.
Again, I thought
Because
Lucian,
with
which
a
is
spell
something that
like
actually both of these teams have
Purify
been
or
using, is a
Flicker,
great physical damage
or I
tool.
know sometimes it's
They
even
could go for
vengeance you
that,
can
like,
destroy.
I don't care if it's physical
Farm
or magic,
your
I'm gonna go for a strong
items.
jungler like the Joy,
1, 2,
or even something like the Julian
3
I've seen
items
before.
and
That
you
could've been
one-shot everyone.
interesting. But For game number 5, Private, I'm still unsure about this. This is too much for me.
Well, I mean, when you talk about stats, Ling has been chosen twice and has 50% win rate. I've actually been curious about that too since I've been casting here, of like why Ling hasn't been prioritized. And I thought maybe lag is an issue or something, or MS. They don't like to use Ling even with the littlest bit, but we've seen Fanny out here, so we know they have the mechanical know-how of it as we get right back into this game.
I mean, I guess we just have to give even more props to Team Falcon to be able to set up their draft like this. Bot side here, Alien gets taken off the board early on. We expected this pick to dominate his lane, and it's getting taken off the board so early on here.
Well, yeah, and I was actually kind of wondering where that came from. Was that just a 1v1 that they lost on there, especially for something that's supposed to dominate against the Phoveus there? That's very interesting to me because they just rotated down there and immediately CC was down. I don't even think there was an engagement from Team Falcons on that. It was just an outplay coming. And speaking of outplay, in comes down to put some more damage, and down goes Alien again.
Alien died 2 times.
The wall crumbles as Team Falcon's able to take a 2-0 2 minutes in. It doesn't really show that much in terms of the gold lead. However, there's going to be a huge level difference. This means that there's going to be a completely free objective, and Team Falcon knows that they have the retribution advantage. They're even sending the Gato to defend against the blue buff.
Yeah, they do know that their purple buff is being taken. Is he going to be able to get away? Got a Katsu there trying to man it up. The rest of the team coming in from the side. He does get that purple buff. Tove away on the side, putting some damage on the Rosa. Going to have to use that flicker with the real world is out, but they are right there behind him. Avatar the guy down, catches 3 members, and the demonic force is out. Zaman force laid down on the ground so that Sunshine can find himself an escape. Apex goes down. That is a 4-kill lead for Team Falcons.
Team Falcons coming with a 4-0 sweep. I may say early on, they're looking to even get onto TNZ right here. They're dominating across the map, whether it's pick-offs from side to side or even a small group team fight. Incendio, they have to play a little bit slower now. They don't have that early advantage that a Hylos is supposed to give, right? An early guarantee.
They just slightly debuffed Link damage in last patch. Come on.
Oh man,
Buffling damage is stupid.
Rough go of it. Maybe just the frustration starting to set in, getting a little bit too far ahead.
And Kido, hello.
And they're just not finding it. This is the reason. I mean, it's all right to go outside the box of the meta, but you have to respect that the meta is the meta for a reason. There's certain picks that just don't shine certain places. I can't even say. I mean, I don't even feel like TNZ's doing a bad job. TNZ just hasn't had any type of effect.
What is Granger doing?
He hasn't done great. He hasn't done bad. The biggest problem is Aliens getting outplayed by Alpha here. TNZ
what the fuck is Granger doing?
At the bottom, there's 2 members on him, and we do have the health there spell for Detective trying to chase down TNZ. Meanwhile, Apex 47 getting taken down. Sunshine finds the security of the tower. Alpha and Kenji, 3 members looking possibly for a dive under the tower. TNZ on the side looking for the kill on the Smiley is not going to be able to find it, has to turn tail as under tower, decides to go all in, does not make use of it.
8-1.
That is an 8-1 lead for Team Falcons.
I mean, look at the priority that Team Falcons has set themselves with, right? Alpha with a great Phoveus pick, almost 100% kill participation. Same thing with Kenji, right? These are 2 picks.
Now some handicapped games.
Have set themselves up with success early on in the draft. The cards were shown, right? And they actually, you know, cornered.
In trouble here. It got trapped and sandwiched in between 2 members of Team Falcons there, but go on with what you were saying.
Yeah, I mean, Incendio literally got cornered in the draft. They're forced to pick up something like a Lucas here that doesn't perform as well as the Soyu. Added injury on top of that, Alpha is winning the matchup that CC was supposed to be winning in the late. Team Falcon showed their cards and it paid off. But Incendio, they still have a slight hope, right? Kenji is still doing quite good. Look at the level department. He's farmed up so extremely well here.
Ooh, they're going to go ahead. TNZ going to go ahead and lock that on the Kobaway. Actually, as looking for a disengage, is not going to be able to get away. Does get away there from the side. Alien putting on some damage with those yo-yos. Nobody gets taken down, thankfully, from that engagement. As we take a look at the item builds here, we're looking at almost a 1K goal.
Ooh,
The
nice.
Avatar, the Guardian lands on 2 members, and that's going to be 2 down for Team Falcons. Just as I said, nobody got taken out there. They continue on the fight.
TNZ will die too.
Back, and this might be it. Kenji finds the kill, 11-1 lead. And just like you said, that game 5 maybe not the place for some of these experimental drafts.
I mean, yes, a dominating fight coming out from the side of Team Falcons here, but that was a 1.1k shutdown for the side of Incendio. They're able to get Kenji onto Rosa. That's huge, because if you look at some of the previous fights, the RWM was so good, but here...
Ooh, Kobaway actually in trouble here.
This Granger is kind of how to say this politely. He's like Miron. No, Granger, you're like Miron.
Against Alien. TNZ coming for the flank, looking for the possibility. Kenji on the side. Is he going to be able to find it? He locks onto Kenji. Is he going to be able to put enough damage onto him? He's not barely 10% taken down there. Now they go after Alpha. Big Avatar does not land onto anybody. The rest of the team comes
nice
in for the clash. Apex 47 low Alien taken down, and TNZ finds a kill onto Kenji. Now turning it around, Detective very low as well. Apex 47 next on the docket as Smile finds the kill there. TNZ gets taken down by Smiles. That is 4 down for Team Falcons, 3 down for Incendio Supremacy. A double kill for Smile.
It's a 4 for 3, but the main thing is they shut down Alpha. They shut down Kenji earlier, and Rosa got a 1k bonus. And then you got TNZ shutting down Alpha. That's another bonus paycheck, completely cutting the lead down. 15-7, it doesn't even tell the full story. It's a 1.7k lead from the side of Team Falcon. I would say a disastrous team fight for the Eagles here. Incendio finding some hope leading up to this objective. This is good news. However, it's still even. Can the side of Falcon bounce back and push the small lead that they had, or Incendio going to be able to trample through the team fights here?
Yeah, and it's not like Incendio Supremacy has a composition that's only early game. They scale very well into the mid and late game. So as long as they can kind of keep it even, it's not going to be like so far out of bounds for them here. You can see Alpha and Detective doing a good job trying to hold that front line. Apex 47 is going to go ahead, dive onto him. Ooh, Flicker has been used out there. Avatar the Guardian slams down. Now they're going to go ahead and engage with that real world manipulation.
Lucas kills everyone.
TNZ finds a kill onto Alpha. Alien
5 people dead. What the fuck?
The team. That is a full team wipe on Team Falcons, and just when they thought they could relax,
Lucas destroyed there.
Answer back, taking the lead.
You know, I was watching that team fight and I was like, when is Incendio gonna be popping their ultimates? Every single member held onto the ultimates, and then the second Rosa puts the RWM, Glorious Pathway comes through. You got the Venom Force coming through, and they're able to take that team fight 5-0. They do get a shutdown here. They get a reversal on the pickup. The Lord is marching down, but is the damage already dealt? They lost 5 members, and that Lord Fight and Incendio still pounding onto some of their jungle objectives here.
Yeah, they do need to be a little bit careful. They don't have this in the bag just yet. Maybe a little overconfidence from getting a team wipe there. But we've seen this before. I mean, when it comes to EU, MENA, and Turkey, you need to be very careful in that late game. For some reason, I feel like they just get so overconfident. Alien gets chunked down to about 50%. Apex takes a little bit of a pop-up, and down goes the Lord. Things firmly in the, or I mean, at least a decent advantage in favor of Incendio Supremacy here, but they're not completely out of the woods just yet.
Yeah, I 100% agree. Smiles on this ceiling. We've seen him scale well into the late game. On a pick that is just like this, it's going to be hard to deal with. And Alpha definitely going to be building up a lot of defense, a lot of resist. And as long as he keeps those ultimates going, he's going to be dealing tons of damage here.
Ooh, Rosa in trouble, has to use that flicker avatar. The Guardian slams down. TNZ finds a kill onto Alpha. Real world manipulation on the ground.
Same
TNZ
bullshit
finds a
going
kill
on.
onto Smile. Rosa able to take down Detective Koboe, running for the hills. Oh, TNZ very close there. Almost dove a little too far on that to Lucas. But man, what a fight there. 3 down for Team Falcons. Incendio Supremacy see victory in their window. Kenji dives in there, takes some damage. Zaman Force laid on the ground. Sunshine with the kill, but gets taken down by Koboe.
I mean, you could see the skill layering coming out from Incendio, right? Glorious Pathway, RWM, and the Team Falcon just melts in these team fights. Falcons need to make sure that Incendio is not able to stack up these. Else, conceal play coming out from the bot side here. Alien should be able to get away.
Oh, we'll see, Alien. That's a lot of members that you can have
Probably not.
4 members with that, and that's the unfortunate thing when you're kind of clearing lane. Little small mistakes here. Incendio Supremacy needs to be wary of, because those little mistakes kind of lead to bigger ones, especially once an objective pops up and you don't have your XP laner who's dishing out a real decent amount of damage.
I feel like it's now or never. 5 man available for Team Falcon. They killed Alien, yet they can't even touch the Lord. You can see the pressure coming out from Incendio. It might just be the Hylas once again, right? When the Glorious Pathway comes through, paired up with the RWM, again, that combination just melts. And there's nothing Team Falcon can do to protect themselves from it. And another pickoff.
The flank onto Detective. There,
Got to die.
Gonna be able to get a Glorious Pathway laid down.
Oh my god, again, this bullshit.
TNZ finds himself a double. Is he going to be able to get out of this? As Smile
Oh, Lucas doesn't care.
TNZ with the kill there. Alpha finally able to take him down, but this might be game. Oh, maybe not just yet. They do have to clear that lane, but man, what an engagement. How quickly TNZ is able to run forward. The Glorious Pathway underneath him. He dives in. Nowhere is safe for Smiles.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just watching Rosa. Like, what are they gonna do underneath this tower? But they have the minions coming down. They're gonna safely be able to retreat here, and Herod is able to take down the Lord quickly. Oh,
I mean, they got the Lord. Wait, they haven't got the Lord yet. What are they doing? They might be, maybe need to focus on one thing here. Lord. Sunshine, but putting the damage on. Rosa finally gets the Lord there. Apex in trouble there. Lays down the Glorious Pathway. Is able to find himself an escape. Alpha does find a pop-up onto TNZ, who maybe bit off a little bit more than he can chew. Laying down
What the fuck is even going in this game?
They got the Lord, but they need to kind of regroup here, as they're not going to have 2 or at least 1 member for this Lord push.
Alexander, it's already last game.
Sequence, right? A little bit of a throw coming out from Incendio. You know, the CC didn't have to stay at mid for that long and get picked off. That's number 1. And number 2, Genzi dies in this team fight due to the fact that the RWN did not have the Glorious Pathway combination. So it was a little bit weaker in terms of the CC, in terms of the damage. Team Falcon comes out ahead in that small skirmish, and that means a lot, right? The Sicilian needs more time to scale. Granger needs more stacks to scale. So this is great for the side of Team Falcon. Is it going to be enough? There will be a turning point in this match where the damage from the Sicilian, the stacks coming out from the Granger is too much to handle. But how long is that going to take? That's the real question here.
Well, yeah, and that's the interesting thing, and I was talking about how many times do these small mistakes happen on the side of Incendio Supremacy until you've given your enemy enough enough time to start scaling, so, especially when it comes to Alien, who's been getting caught a lot, honestly. These little things, especially TNZ kind of diving in a little bit more when you
Sicilian build.
Alien is gonna have
Nothing
to back
glowing
away
Quent.
from that fight there. And,
Wishing Lantern,
right now,
Cloak of Destiny.
I wouldn't even call this a lead right now. It's basically a tie game. It's just coming down to some of these team fights.
You know, I will say this though, 3 antiques coming out from the side of Incendio. It's definitely going to be a lot of work that Koba and Kenji has to put to be able to dish out the damage that they're looking for. However, this just gives the opening that the Sicilian needs, right? And Smiles will be able to scale into infinite here.
Ooh, Glorious Pathway lays out. Rosa does not find the angle that he wants for that real world manipulation just yet. So, but I want to say an omen of things to come for that team as they go ahead.
Lucas Zeman, hello, brother.
That purple buff. Both teams grouping up. I want to say there's relative death balls on both teams as they're staying grouped on each side of the map, kind of trying to push out the other one. 22 seconds left on the Lord, and I want to say a little bit better. Almost the high ground for Team Falcons as they have a better position on that Lord.
Yeah, you know, I think it's quite beautiful. Team Falcons able to group up on the opposite side of the objective to be able to get that fast clear. Right now, CC is going to be on that bot side. You know, Team Falcons have an advantage if they're able to just group up as 5 on this objective, but Incendio looking like they still have the lead, still have the advantage. If Incendio is able to skill layer correctly, I think they're going to have a great time in their team fights. But if Team Falcon is able to bait out some mistakes, prolong, even just get a pick off or a mistake that Incendio Supremacy has overcommitted, it might turn into their favor. So this team fight is going to be important coming out from both of these teams.
Ooh, you see Alien kind of being very patient here. Lord, they're kind of baiting this out here, slow playing it alpha, continuing to get that information to his team, just waiting.
Oh, they caught Rosa.
There it is. Rosa gets caught, has to use the flicker to get away. Real
GG's for Incendio.
Target down there. We do have ice crowns out on the field. Alpha finds a kill onto Apex 47. Cobaway finds a kill onto TNZ. Incendio running for the hills. That is 4 players down. Team Falcons might be able to wrap this up. And you were exactly right. They were just waiting for an opportunity, waiting for one person to get caught. And unfortunately, that was Rosa. Sunshine here alone to try to defend against this and gets eaten up, shredded down. That is going to be a clean game 5 for Team Falcons, who are going
Clean?
to the
That's not the
challenge
clean game
finals.
5.
28 to 23. I mean, that was what, like a 16-7, that was like a 20-minute game. I don't even know. That was a game number 5. Team Falcon able to take this series, and it all comes down to, you know, how they were able to group up and find those.
Hello,
pickoffs.
Tundra.
In that last team fight, it was the Sicilian second. It wasn't even the scaling. It wasn't even the damage. They found the pickoff that they were looking for on Rosa. 18-minute match here.
No,
And they were
Rosa
able to
just
find the
accidentally
pickoff,
got
which
into
led
that
them
Sicilian
into a
second
complete
skill.
Sweep in the team fight. Well done by the Eagles here.
Just
Team
really
Falcon
accidentally.
able to push forward in this challenge season.
I mean, hats off to Incendio too for that composition that was a little awkward and took a heck of a beating in that super early game and able to mount it right back. That's one thing from these teams that I've noticed is that it doesn't matter how bad they're getting beaten in the early, they're always just so
They anyway
great
still
when it
have a
comes to their
chance in lower
composure.
bracket to
Unfortunately,
qualify.
Team Falcons here just a little bit more patient,
So I
a
don't
little bit
think
more disciplined
Incendio
when it
are
came
really
to,
sad about this
not
lose.
getting them and putting
But the
themselves
mistakes
into
are
harm's way.
terrible,
We
yeah,
talked about it
I
before,
agree.
too. We saw a few opportunities there. Alien got caught, TNZ got caught. A little bit of a discipline problem on the side of Incendio when it came to kind of getting just a little bit too close for comfort and getting caught.
Yeah, I mean, you said it correctly. Incendio had a very big moment of comeback, right? In early game.
And yeah, by the way, Incendio, they come back the early game. Elion died 2 times. Lucas was useless as fuck.
And it was led by Alpha and also led by Kenji. They were dominating the whole entire game. High kill participation, winning matchup, the combination of that XP and that jungle.
Okay, Granger was throwing hard. Granger is retarded alive. Granger, please fix your gameplay. You're today playing very bad. He's trolling with every marksman.
Rosa. Glorious pathway with the RWM. Boom. The setup, the melts. They were able to take care of business there. However, that last fight, like, I couldn't even have predicted it. They got Rosa and they were able to clean up that team fight with that pickoff.
Nice team
that
fight.
combination, that glorious pathway with the RWM, which they were so successful in. That was so hard for Team Falcons to kind of get through.
It's the same place. They died the same place to them.
To shut down one of those abilities before this team fight got too deep. There, Tienzi is going to go ahead and dive into the back lane. He takes down Smiles and then gets taken down himself. I'm pretty sure we're about to see that last fight there. Unfortunate for Rosa. Got caught there, had the flicker away, and then bursted down by
I wanna see that again. Wait.
That pretty much set the tone for that fight. Down. And for Rosa gets taken down himself.
Like, just check Rosa, how Rosa got into that skill. Bum. Check again, guys. I will slow down the stream. I cannot. The fuck? I cannot slow down the stream. Whatever.
I'm pretty sure
I will do like this.
that last fight.
See? Oh shit. Like, just 1 pixel. 1 pixel and Rosa got into that second skill.
There.
Bang.
Unfortunate for Rosa.
Game advantage. Kenji 79 KP. I also know Alpha had quite a high KP, but they had the early game, and in terms of that mid game, late game, it was very, very shaky, but they were able to take the victory here, Private.
Yeah, amazing gameplay by both of these guys, and man, there's so much back and forth between both of these guys that I never knew which one was going to come out on top. But like we talked about, it's just I think a big problem with letting those little mistakes kind of start adding up until eventually one of them led to an unfortunate team fight.
That is right, guys. I mean, a little bit of confidence gets a team wipe out. A lot of confidence, overconfidence, in fact, gets you an upset and gets you a throw. So at the end of the day, Incendio's was a little bit too confident that they shouldn't have been, and ultimately, Team Falcons, congratulations, will be the victor of this series. They are qualified for the challenge finals now, and drop down to lower bracket will be Incendio, and they will face up against Elevate for Group B match to determine the last spot.
Yeah, I told you they're gonna have another match in lower bracket.
Exciting for me, especially because
okay, guys, I guess we are done for today, so see you tomorrow. I go sleep and you go sleep as well. You have good sleep schedule. Hello, Nicholas.
Who've had a decent amount of great games themselves.
Yeah, tomorrow those last games.
Up for tomorrow, we got
what the heck? Why is it lagging?
Coming through. Papaya Supermassive
so yeah,
S2G,
bye guys.
and
See you tomorrow.
Against Elevate.
Good luck in your games.
These are going to be extremely important once again because these are elimination matches.
Yeah, of course. And for all of these teams, they have to come back tonight and do a little bit of studying of their mistakes, because there were a lot of small, silly mistakes that each team made that cost them the game, and they have to reflect on that and see what is it going to take for them to become the victors tomorrow. But while you guys are watching at home, make sure to follow us on all our social medias. That's going to be X, Facebook, and on Instagram.